the cost of living crises?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without wanting to test your patience by going down the route of repetition, I would once again emphasise the point that the integrated rail plan in the Midlands and the North is 5 times as big, at £96 billion, as the Crossrail project. I would also gently remind the Shadow Minister, of course, who was the Mayor of London when Crossrail was given the go-ahead, and who was the Prime Minister when it opened. We are very proud of Crossrail, we are very proud of investing in London, but we're also very proud of investing in the Midlands and the North.
Greg Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 16.
Louder. Minister.
The government, Mr. Speaker, is investing record levels in rail enhancements across England and Wales. The £500 million Restoring Your Railway Fund is currently supporting over 45 schemes to reconnect communities and reverse the beaching cuts.
Greg Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for that answer, and can I ask her to join me in paying tribute to the Carno Station Action Group, who for over 2 decades have campaigned to reopen Carno Station, and can I implore her to meet with me to talk about the Welsh Government's kind offer to put 25% of the funding forward to open that station at Carno in Montgomeryshire.
Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable friend is a fantastic champion for all things Montgomeryshire, in particular better transport. Sir Peter Hendy's Union Connectivity Review supported further improvements between Mid Wales and the Midlands. We're obviously considering those recommendations very carefully, but I'd be more than happy to meet with my honourable friend.
Number 18, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies. We remain committed to phasing out diesel-only trains by 2040 and have electrified almost 800 miles of track in the last 4 years alone to support this goal.
Christian.
The Minister is aware that the Global Centre of Rail Excellence being developed in Onsloyn, in my Neath constituency, is the first and only purpose-built UK rail test facility which will test the capability and reliability of alternative to diesel rail technologies. Will the Minister add Test British to her Buy British approach so that all new and upgraded rolling stock endure a fault-free running period before being introduced into service in the UK?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady highlights exactly why electrification of our railways is so important, but also the importance of British research and British innovation and British businesses' involvement in the railway sector. But on the point of electrification, I mentioned earlier that we'd included almost 800 miles in England. I'd just like to remind the House of the importance not just of electrification, but it was this government that has actually, since 2010, electrified more than 1,200 miles of rail, compared with just 63 from the opposition.
Okay. We now come to topicals, but I just want to let the front bench know no letter was sent to me. It was sent to the opposition. We've just had an apology. So that I have received a letter, no I've not, isn't good enough, and hopefully we'll get it right next time. We start with topicals. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I put on record my sincere apologies for the fact that a letter about the Secretary of State's absence was not received by yourself. I will ensure it never happens again. The Secretary of State has travelled to the International Transport Forum to meet the largest gathering of international transport ministers from across the globe. The UK has taken the presidency of the ITF, an international intergovernmental body on transport policy, at a pivotal time when the world faces multiple transport-related issues. The forum brings together 63 countries to work on shared goals, including making transport more connected, safe and resilient. Through the ITF, we will continue to work to tackle Russian aggression and work with other like-minded partners to ensure Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine fails.
David Dewey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Peterhead, Fraserburgh, Turriff and other towns and villages across my constituency of Banff and Buchan, I hear regularly from residents complaining about the excessive noises from exhausts from cars, as was mentioned earlier. So I welcomed the recent announcement of trials and pilot schemes for noise cameras. However, I was disappointed to hear that it was only going to be in England and Wales. So given that the legal framework for statutory nuisance rules, construction and regulations for vehicles are UK-wide, what engagement has my honourable friend or other department ministers had with the Scottish Government to see what can be done in Scotland, and is there scope for expanding the pilot beyond just England and Wales?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a big issue in my honourable friend's constituency. Noise camera enforcement comes under policing, and policing, of course, is devolved in Scotland, but we continue to have discussions with the Scottish Government. We are keen to continue those discussions, and I'm happy to have discussions with my honourable friend to see what more we can do on this issue.
Shadow Ministerial Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Chancellor slashed the road maintenance budget by £400 million. But we now know these cuts are going even further. Pothole funding is set to be cut by 30% in real terms by the end of this Parliament. That's the equivalent of almost 12 million potholes every single year. It's now nothing more than a distant memory when the Chancellor last year confidently told the British public to enjoy National Pothole Day before they're all gone. Is this not further proof, if it was ever needed, that the government is asleep at the wheel while road users continue to suffer on roads that are not fit for purpose?
Mr. Speaker, approximately £950 million per year has been committed for the next 3 years, which is consistent with funding levels for 21-22. It will help local highways authorities manage their highway assets, tackling potholes and other road defects across local road networks. And as we know from the local elections, Mr. Speaker, Conservative councils fix potholes faster than Labour councils.
Andrew Selous.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents work at London Luton Airport, and they want secure jobs that don't contribute to wrecking the planet, and sustainable aviation fuels can help with that. But we need a price stability mechanism, such as perhaps a contract for difference. So could the Minister update us on what action he is taking to give the industry that certainty so we can fly sustainably?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend puts an excellent point about SAF, which is critically important. We want the UK to be a world leader, and we expect it has the potential to create over 5,000 jobs. And we have a programme that's one of the most comprehensive in the world. We are considering the role that a price stability mechanism such as a CFD might have. We are building the evidence base to support that. It's a complicated idea for SAF, but we're doing that work.
Nick Brown.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the National Grid's main East Coast electricity cables cross the River Tyne overhead and act as a constraint on trade on the river, the more so since commercial demand is now asking for higher and higher offshore structures to facilitate renewable energy. My honourable friend and neighbour, the member for North Tyneside, was able to put this point to the Prime Minister at Prime Minister's questions on the 22nd of January 2020. And the reply she received from the Prime Minister said, "We will do whatever we can to ensure that this is sorted out as fast as possible." The Prime Minister's reply was widely welcomed on Tyneside by myself and my colleagues, as well as by local industry. But would it be possible for myself, my friend and neighbour from North Tyneside and the other member from Jarrow, to have a meeting with a departmental minister, the appropriate departmental minister, to take the Prime Minister's urgings forward?
Can I just remind, Chief Whips and Whips I know don't know, topicals are meant to be very short and very brief, Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. The Government is aware of the impact that electricity lines across the Port of Tyne are having on businesses based in the area. Electricity network infrastructure is a matter for Ofgem as the energy regulator, but the Government continues to engage with National Grid and the Port of Tyne Authority to help find the right solution to manage what is a key piece of the electric network infrastructure in the area. Of course, I'd be happy to arrange any suitable meeting for him and his parliamentary colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were very disappointed last year when our bid to reopen Grove Station was not taken forward, although I realise only 13 of the 89 proposals were. In the meantime, however, Wantage and Grove is set to have a population 59% larger in 2027 than it did a decade earlier, so the need for a station in the area has never been more clear, in addition to the environmental benefits of getting people out of their cars. Will my honourable friend meet with me so we can discuss the other avenues I might pursue to get this station reopened?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know that my honourable friend is a fantastic champion for Grove Station, and of course I'd be very happy to meet with him to discuss what future options might be available.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. An MOT centre in Woolwich have told me they are fearful for their future after hearing of plans for MOTs to only be required every 2 years. They say after the previous 6-month extension, 90% of cars were not fit for use on public highway. These proposals are bad for motorists, they're bad for local businesses, so will the government think again?
Minister, quick yes.
Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State has made it clear that we're always looking for ways to assist with the cost of living and indeed driving. Any decision to substantively modify testing requirements will be subject to appropriate consultation and legislation. It is right that we keep the system under review, but there is no decision has been taken, and we will take seriously the responses from the consultation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Even before the pandemic, rail services to and from Carshalton Beaches, Hackbridge and Wallington stations were congested and infrequent, but GTR is still operating a reduced timetable as people return to the railway. So what discussions has my honourable friend had with GTR to encourage them to get back to pre-pandemic levels and indeed fund the Croydon area remodelling scheme to put more trains on?
Mr Speaker, as I'm sure my honourable friend will appreciate, the pandemic has really changed the travel habits and operators are using this opportunity to really reassess the services to ensure they provide the rail timetables that meet new passenger travel patterns, are fit for the future, but importantly carefully balance cost, capacity and performance. Our new timetables, Mr Speaker, are demand-led, and where operators have modified their timetables, we will keep them under review as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Saturday, along with over 100 others, I took part in Newcastle's Kiddical Mass Cycle, and parents raised with me the challenges of getting kids to cycle to school and related the impact on air quality of cars idling outside school. Now, I got my cycling proficiency from Hillsview Primary School. So can you tell me what your government is doing to help children learn to cycle, acquire cycles and to stop cars idling outside schools?
Mr Speaker, I think this is perhaps my favourite question of this session because we are improving and increasing the funding and support for bikeability, which is a fantastic scheme rolled out right across the country, enabling children and adults actually to be equipped with the skills they need to ride on our roads and enjoy cycling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The integrated rail plan is going to see huge amounts of money invested into the Trans-Pennine rail route, with major upgrades at not only Huddersfield railway station but Slough and Marsden in my constituency. How will the Minister, though, ensure that the disruption that will be caused during these much-needed works will be kept to a minimum and that local communities will be fully engaged with and consulted about the scale of the works needed?
Well, my honourable friend makes a powerful point. The Trans-Pennine route upgrade will provide as much notice as possible for any disruption along the route, and will continue to work with the industry and delivery partners to ensure any disruption is kept to a minimum. In advance of closures, plans are being developed to ensure sufficient services are maintained, whether that be via diverted trains or bus replacement services, but we're also relying on innovation to ensure that we have to close the track for less time than previously.
Speaker, the ministerial team will know that those of us who have been lifelong campaigners for road safety are extremely worried that in the future our government will accept lower standards of safety both in car manufacture and design and much else. Can you give me an assurance that we won't become the poor man of Europe in terms of safety and environmental standards?
Minister.
Absolutely yes, Mr Speaker. Safety will always be our paramount importance.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like so many other parts of the country, Worcestershire County Council was unsuccessful in its bid into the Bus Back Better Fund. Can the Minister assure me that the Department will give feedback to Worcestershire County Council so that next time they can bid back better.
Minister.
Excellent, Mr. Speaker. Yes, my honourable friend is a fantastic champion for local services, and we are providing that feedback very shortly to ensure that local authorities, enhanced partnerships, bus operators can all work together and stand the greatest success of future applications. But that support will continue.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, the Minister replied to the Honourable Gentleman for Hayes and Harrington in relation to P&O ferries safety. The Minister will be aware of the occasion just a month ago there, whenever the ferry between Northern Ireland and Scotland lost because their power in the Irish Sea and were afloat for an hour and a half, and one of the busiest places for boat and ship travel. Can the Minister, or has the Minister had any opportunity to talk to P&O ferries to ensure that dangerous situation, which could have led to an accident and loss of life, doesn't ever happen again?
So the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, and clearly safety is government's paramount concern, particularly in circumstances like this. The Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, of course, are responsible for ensuring safety. I have had discussions with them about it. We're making sure that any necessary steps are taken. If he'd like to have a further briefing, I'm happy to give him one.
Lynn Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my honourable friend detail how remote rural constituencies like mine will benefit from improvements to local transport services when our sparse population means that so many transport solutions are not commercially viable?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And rural communities are particularly close to my heart because I live in one, and it was a pleasure to visit her constituency of North Devon to enjoy a ride along the Tarka Trail, which was absolutely fantastic, and will continue to support walking and cycling as I've set out. In terms of her specific question, I hope that she will look forward to our rural strategy, and the government provided £20 million, as we've heard, to the Rural Mobility Fund as just one of the ways to improve services in rural areas.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support, on behalf of Rother Valley, Doncaster's bid for being headquarters of the Great British Railways. It's a great location, Doncaster, which serves the whole of Rother Valley and the whole of South Yorkshire. Will the Minister look favourably on South Yorkshire's bid to be home of the Great British Railways?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we had an amazing 42 bids for Great British Railways headquarters. All have been very carefully considered. The shortlist will be out shortly. I wish them all success.
Paul Maynard.
We've heard a lot today about the Restoring Your Railway scheme. Can I remind the House it was launched by the Prime Minister at the Fleetwood to Poulton line? Yeah. Can the Minister say where the scheme is at, what the next stage is, and when that decision will be taken?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my honourable friend is a passionate advocate for all things Blackpool North and Cleveleys. Our Restoring Your Railways programme, actually I was at the Dartmoor line just last week, but the next round of submissions is currently being considered, and we will be updating and announcing in due course.
Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The zero emissions vehicle mandate requires a smooth glide path in its transition towards the 2030 ban on petrol and diesel vehicles. Now, will my honourable friend consider the impact that the smooth glide path has on smaller automotive manufacturers whose commitment to achieve the 2030 ban is absolutely agreed, but the capacity to achieve the smooth glide path on smaller manufacturers like Aston Martin is much more difficult?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased that he has referenced our zero-emission vehicle mandate. We continue to work with all manufacturers, including the SMMT, and I have been delighted with the enthusiasm and the determination to transition from a fossil-fuelled car manufacturing economy through to zero-emission vehicles. And I will continue to work with all manufacturers, in particular Aston Martin.
Nick Fletcher.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to thank my member from Rother Valley for his support for Doncaster's bid to become the home of Great British Rail headquarters. Does the Minister agree with my honourable friend and the wider community of Doncaster that Doncaster is the rightful home of the new Great British Rail headquarters?
Minister, wish them all.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I am being tempted, but I am not going to show any favouritism except to say everyone will just have to wait.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend join me in condemning the threatened strike action by the RMT at Green Park and Euston on June the 3rd, when many people from across the country will be wanting to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's always regrettable when we hear about disruption, because it is the passengers who really suffer from the distress and the disruption caused. I just want to flag once again that it's this government that has earmarked more than £16 billion of funding for passenger services since the start of the pandemic. That's equivalent to about £600 per household. So this taxpayer-funded life support, well, yes, it was the right thing to do, but it's important that we get the right balance now. What's right for passengers, but what is also right for the taxpayer.
Final question, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Heritage railways are vital to the tourist sector. They're struggling at the moment with coal supplies. Can the Minister give an assurance that she will do all she can to ensure that these heritage railways do have access to the necessary supplies?
Mr. Speaker, there are some fantastic examples of heritage railways up and down the country. I appreciate the importance of adequate coal supplies. We will obviously keep that under close review.
Right, let us move on to the urgent question. I call Jim McMahon.
Hello.
Hi there. How are you doing?
For you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to make a statement on food price inflation.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the global spike in oil and gas prices has affected the price of agricultural commodities. Agricultural commodity prices have always been closely correlated to energy costs, since gas is used to manufacture fertiliser and fuel energy is needed throughout the food chain. Gas prices were rising as we emerged from the pandemic, but the invasion of Ukraine has caused some additional turbulence in international commodity markets. I've already set out measures to support farmers and growers in England ahead of the coming growing season. Those measures are not a silver bullet, but they will help farmers manage some of their input costs on fertilisers. The turbulence on the market has brought into focus once again the importance of a resilient global supply chain, and the importance as well to our national resilience of having strong domestic food production. Here in the UK, we have a high degree of food security. We are largely self-sufficient in wheat production, growing 88% of all the wheat that we need. We are 86% self-sufficient in beef, fully self-sufficient in liquid milk, and we produce more lamb than we consume. And we are also close to 100% self-sufficient in poultry. Sectors like soft fruit have seen a trend towards greater self-sufficiency in recent years with an extended UK season. However, in a global market, there have been pressures on input costs and on prices. And as a result of these rising input costs, there are, of course, also some pressures on households, predominantly as a result of the energy costs, but there have also been some rises in food prices in recent months, although the ferocity of retail competition means that price pressures have been contained on certain product lines. In March, overall food prices rose by 0.2%. The price of fruit actually fell in March by 1.2%. However, in April, food prices rose by 1.5%, and that is a faster rise than we've seen in some years. Looking to the specific categories of food in April, bread and cereals rose by 2.2%, sugar, jams and syrups rose by 2%, the price of fish rose by 2%, and meat rose by 1.9%. Vegetables, including potatoes, rose at a lower level of 1.3%, and fruit remained broadly stable. The price of oils and fats decreased slightly in April by 1.1%. Mr. Speaker, the single most important measure of household food security and affordability of food remains the Household Food Survey that DEFRA has run for many decades. That shows that among the poorest 20% of households, consumption on food was relatively stable at around 16% of household income between 2008 and 2016. It then fell slightly to 14.5%, but with these recent price pressures, we can expect it to return to those higher levels of around 16% in the year ahead. So we are monitoring the situation. The government has put in place an unprecedented package of support to help those that need it, This includes targeted cost of living support for households most in need through the Household Support Fund, where the government is providing an additional £500 million to help households with the cost of essentials.
Jim McMahon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm staggered by that response. He's speaking like a commentator, a spectator from the sidelines, rather than the Secretary of State responsible around the Cabinet table for food security. He seems to be oblivious to the cost of living crisis that people are facing, and he can reel off the stats all he wants. But working people know when they go to the supermarket, the price of almost everything they're buying is going up and up and up, and all the government do is to spectate and commentate from the sides. And the interventions that he says the government have made, well, to what end? He talks about a fertiliser shortage and an input crisis. There's a fertiliser plant in the North West that's completely closed and has been since September. The fertiliser plant in the North East is only running at 30% capacity. And then look at CO2, look at the labour shortage, look at the distribution costs and what that's doing to the cost of food. And then let's look at the public sector. Bear in mind, the NHS serve 140 million meals a year, schools 600 meals a year, prisons 90 million meals a year. Those cost inflations have an impact on frontline services as well as household budgets. And for households, it's on top of inflation, on top of energy, on top of mortgage payments going up, on top of petrol and diesel going up, and on top of taxes going up. And what intervention has the government actually made in practice? Take the bus for a ride for the day to keep warm. Try and live off 30p a meal. Or do you know what? Just work that bit harder and you'll be fine. Well, let me tell them. The number of working people in poverty is the highest since records began. 68% of people in poverty are in work. Working is not a route out of poverty after 12 years of this rotten government. I see it in Oldham. People who are coming for food parcels now are not in temporary crisis, but permanent crisis, in debt. They're wearing NHS uniforms, coming to collect food parcels to put food on the table. But let's go from Oldham to Camborne, because I visited the Secretary of State's constituency, and the food bank there is now giving out 10,000 meals a month. Just one food bank in his constituency. Constant crisis. So will he commit, even at this late stage, to call an urgent cross-government industry and charity commission to get ahead of the food crisis? Because he knows if they don't get a grip, by Christmas it's going to be even worse.
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry that the gentleman opposite doesn't want to hear facts, but the statement here, Mr. Speaker, is about food price inflation, and the facts about that food price inflation do matter. And I would put it in that he is the one who is wanting to spectate and commentate rather than dealing with the facts before us. I've absolutely acknowledged that food prices are rising, and they are rising faster indeed than we've seen in recent years. And indeed, household spending among the poorest 20% may return to the levels it was when his party was last in power. However, it is also the case that in April, overall food prices rose by 1.5%. Now, the honourable gentleman, Speaker, asks about fertiliser prices. Here there has been more positive news this week. Fertiliser prices peaked at around £1,000 a tonne in March. This week they have fallen to around £620 per tonne, and from £290 per tonne a year ago. But farmers are purchasing at that level. He raises concerns about carbon dioxide supply, but carbon dioxide supply is a byproduct of the manufacture of ammonium nitrate. And now that the main fertiliser plants, including the one at Billingham in the UK, have reasonably full order books for the remainder of this summer and are manufacturing and selling ammonium nitrate, we do not foresee a problem when it comes to carbon dioxide. Now, the honourable gentleman makes a good point, which is the cause of the pressure on household incomes has been the global spike in gas prices and the corresponding impact on people's energy bills. Electricity bills and gas bills on households have risen very sharply. Now, the government has put in place some measures to try to mitigate and dampen that, but we've always been clear that we cannot remove that impact altogether. And of course, because people need to buy food every week, when there is pressure on their household budget, then an inability to buy food is what they notice first, even if food prices have not changed dramatically from where they previously were. He mentions those in work. The government's been very clear about this. We've continued over the years to raise the threshold before the lowest earners pay any tax at all. And in April this year, we increased the new national living wage to £9.50 an hour. And that will mean that those on the lowest pay will have an additional £1,000 in their pay packets as a result of that. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity at the dispatch box to praise the work of Don Gardner and local volunteers that I meet with regularly in my constituency of Camborne. And we often work in conjunction with them to help ensure that people visiting that food bank can get access to the benefits and support that they need.
Andrew Percy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Compared to the last major recession we had under the Labour government, of course, we have done a great deal to expand provisions such as free school meals to post-16 students and also to all infant-aged children, something the Labour Party never offered. Can I, on the issue of community food pantries and food banks, commend to him the model established by Councillor Anne Handley in Goole, the Two Rivers Community Pantry, and an incredible team of volunteers, which is providing heavily subsidised food to anybody in the town who wants to. We have received support via DEFRA in the past. Can you assure me that that support will continue to amazing schemes such as the Two Rivers Community Pantry?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and projects and charities like this do indeed perform a really important role in our country, and often the strongest part of their role isn't just the provision of the immediate emergency support, but it's helping people as well to get the support that they need to address other issues and challenges they might have in their life so that they can get things back on track.
SNP spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, the 9% rise in the Consumer Price Index is the highest since records began, with a quarter of those in the UK resorting to skipping meals. The Governor of the Bank of England has warned of an apocalyptic outlook for consumers, with the worst yet to come, as inflation looks set to hit 10% by the autumn. Food banks are already struggling to cope as households face unprecedented demands with the cost of living. And food banks themselves, Mr. Speaker, are a clear sign that the welfare system is failing. That is why food banks exist. Will he argue in Cabinet for measures such as converting the energy loans into grants, the reintroduction of universal credit uplift, a reversal of the national insurance hike, and an inflationary uplift for all welfare and state pension payments, so that in 2022, in the UK, we do not have to witness the scandal and shame of people being unable to afford to feed themselves and their children.
So stay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have obviously made some changes to the benefit system over the years, in particular the introduction of the universal credit, so that there is a tapered reduction in that benefit, so that it always pays people to work more hours and take on more work. We are in a fortunate position in one level in this country, which is that unemployment rates are very low, at the lowest since 1974, with close to 1 million job vacancies, and wages for the lowest paid have been rising.
Sir Desmond Sway.
The same price shocks have left Japan and Switzerland with inflation near 1%. What difference in monetary policy has protected them and exposed us?
Serious day.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the analysis that we've done on the food price inflation that exists, and I would point out to him that in the month of April, food prices on average rose by 1.5%. But the analysis we've done suggests that around three-quarters of the price pressures we've seen can be directly attributed to the price of gas, and the remainder to other factors, including rising costs of labour as wages rise for the lowest paid.
Sir Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, many people, before inflation began to become an issue, were already finding it difficult to make ends meet. And that's not propaganda, that's a matter of practical reality. Every member of Parliament knows that about their own constituency. What I looked for from the Secretary of State was some indication that there's going to be action that he and his colleagues in government would take. There came no answer. What's he going to do to help my constituents who really are on the breadline?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, so far the action that the Chancellor's taken was announced earlier this year in the spring statement. It included a £150 rebate on council tax bills, a £200 rebate on energy bills to dampen and spread the cost of that spike in energy bills. We've increased the national living wage in April to £9.50 an hour, and that puts an extra £1,000 in the pockets of the lowest paid. And obviously we keep this matter under constant review, as the Chancellor's made clear.
Holly Mumbycroft.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Scunthorpe and the surrounding villages well understand the global factors affecting cost of living and, of course, food price inflation, but they are worried about what's to come. I know the government have set out a number of measures and we are doing a lot. When does my right honourable friend think we'll start to see the effect of those measures at the supermarket till?
So stay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is, as I said, that these changes in global commodity prices are being driven by the high price of gas and energy. As I pointed out earlier, the cost of fertiliser, which is one of the key drivers of those international commodity prices, has now fallen by 40% from its peak in March and is now running at around £620 a tonne. If fertiliser prices remain at that level or indeed continue to fall, we're likely to see pressure come off the forward prices of international commodities.
Barbara Keeling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share with the Secretary of State the experiences of my constituent Rebecca, who is a single mum expecting her second baby soon. She said she reached out to me in desperation and fear, and she told me, the cost of living has shot through the roof. It is unaffordable, and I am having to make some pretty desperate decisions. My weekly shop amount has already jumped from around £50 a week to £75 a week. I am finding it virtually impossible to buy the necessary equipment for my baby's impending arrival. How can the Minister expect Rebecca and millions like her to struggle with tax increases and that soaring inflation with no additional support? What is he going to do, what is the government going to do to ease this pressure on families, which Rebecca tells me is now making her fearful for the future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, as I've acknowledged in this statement, it's undoubtedly the case that rising energy bills have affected household incomes because people are paying more money on their gas and electric. Food prices have indeed risen, but across the year it's currently around 6.5%. But in answer to her question, of course, we all have constituents with such challenges in their life, and we all work with them. We have put in place the Household Support Fund that is there specifically to help those who fall between the cracks and cannot get support elsewhere, and we've doubled the size of that fund.
Richard Fulk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In tackling the global pressures that are behind surging inflation, US monetary policy tightening, the increase in raw material prices, the conflict in Ukraine, my constituents preferred the considered approach of the government to the knee-jerk reaction of the opposition. But the key aspect that's beneficial for most families is to put more money into their pockets through tax cuts. Will my right honourable friend work with the Chancellor and the Prime Minister to see what room there is for tax cuts as part of our response?
Well, Mr. Speaker, these matters, of course, are regularly discussed within Cabinet, but it's perhaps best that I don't go further at this particular stage.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remind the House of my entry in the Register of Members' Interests. Any fair-minded person can see that there are clearly international factors at play here over which no minister can have total control. But we can have control over the support that we give to our own domestic food producers in this country. So is this not the moment to do as the NFU ask of the Minister and pause the programme of cuts to basic farmers, to basic payments to farmers, that this year are going to see their payments being cut by 25%, next year by 30%, and the year after that by 50%?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government pledged to keep the spending on agriculture in cash terms the same year after year in this Parliament, and that's precisely what we're doing. We are removing, he's correct, we are phasing out the subsidy on land ownership, which meant that 50% of the budget went to 10% of the wealthiest landowners in the country, and we are replacing that with a more logical approach, which is about supporting the things that farmers do for the environment. And our sustainable farming incentive in England will actually deliver for that by helping farmers with the cost of alternatives to fertiliser to chart their course through that. Of course, it's for Scotland to decide, and the Scottish Government to decide what they want to do in this regard, but we have a programme that is supporting farmers in England.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that food prices are up at the supermarket tills, but I'm not clear that they are also up at the farm gate. Farmers in my constituency are being hit twice because food is more expensive to produce as well. Can my right honourable friend confirm that he will continue to work closely with the retailers to make sure that they, during this period of pressure, that they give fair contracts and have good relationships with their suppliers?
Well, my honourable friend raises a fair point, but I would point out that the farm gate price of milk has risen by close to 30% so far this year. The price of lamb has just gone above £6 a kilo at the farm gate. That's at record levels. The same is true for beef. The price of cereals has doubled. So it's actually not true, and the price of pork, the honourable gentleman raises, is also rising. And this is partly because poultry and pork contracts tend to be linked to the cost of production. So it is the case that farm gate prices are also rising, but of course we recognise that farmers also have those higher input costs.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is at 6s and 7s on how to respond to the cost of living crisis. Now, number 10 is saying Labour's windfall tax idea is ideologically unconservative, although, of course, Margaret Thatcher had one. So will the Secretary of State go back to the Chancellor and demand a windfall tax to support families across our country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor is very familiar with all of the arguments around the policy that he mentions. And I would simply say this. The concern that the Treasury rightly have is that in an inflationary environment, when prices are rising, you do have to be very careful about borrowing and throwing more money at that, or even increasing public spending in a way that could exacerbate the problem. So it's a difficult line to tread, and that's what the Chancellor is considering as he looks at this issue.
Mr. Speaker, with food prices going up around the country, this has a particular impact in my constituency, North Norfolk, which has the oldest demographic in the country. Pensioners are particularly worried about rising food prices, but also the value of their pensions. Between March 21 and March 22, food prices went up 6%. Can I ask the Secretary of State what conversations he's had with the Chancellor so that there is an absolute cast-iron guarantee that the triple lock will return next year to help my pensioners who are struggling with food costs and the cost of living?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I feel almost that this urgent question perhaps should have been taken by the Chancellor, given the nature of the questions. I am sure that my honourable friend, the Chancellor, is well aware of the arguments that he makes. A decision was taken, obviously, to temporarily change the triple lock for reasons we all understand, with very rapidly rising incomes. But look, this is a matter for him to deal with at a future statement in this House.
Maybe in the next chance in the reshuffle according to this question.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently I caught up with staff and volunteers at the Community One-Stop Shop in Broomhouse in my Edinburgh South West constituency. They're doing a great job, but their food bank and their community pantry is hugely oversubscribed. Now, it's become a bit fashionable in here to laud food banks, but these sort of schemes, they help feed families and they give dignity to users, but they really shouldn't be necessary in a society where so many companies are enjoying the benefits of huge windfall profits caused by the same factors that have led to some of the increases in food prices. So I hear what he says about not being the Chancellor, but will he use his position in Cabinet to urge that these windfall profits are taxed, so that the money can be used to help people like my constituents, many of whom are working hard? So employment's not the answer. This is about in-work poverty, and others of whom have received cuts in their benefits.
On food banks, the area for which DEFRA has responsibility is through supporting projects like Fair Share, which play an incredibly important role supporting food banks to ensure that they have the supplies they do, and other food charities as well. I think I dealt earlier with the second issue that she mentioned, which really is a matter for the Chancellor at a future date.
Alexander Stafford.
Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe and the breadbasket of the world. It's one of the largest exporters of wheat, grains, oils, barley. On average, they export about between 4 and 5 million tonnes of grain each month. At the moment, they're exporting only a couple of 100,000 tonnes of grain. This is having a huge impact on food prices in England and inflation across the world. What sorts is this government doing to increase homegrown production of foods, but also how get more secure routes for grain into the country to lower prices?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises an important point. Ukraine is a very large producer, in particular of sunflower oil, the world's biggest producer, and it is the principal agricultural commodity that we were importing from Ukraine. On the case of cereals, Ukraine accounts for around 9% of wheat exports, a lower percentage of global production. But in answer to his question, as I said during my statement, we have a very high level of food security in this country, high levels of self-sufficiency in wheat, producing 88% of the wheat that we need. But of course, we're also mindful of the impacts on other countries around the world, particularly those in North Africa that do import significant quantities from Ukraine.
John MacDonald.
In crisis on this scale, governments of all complexions, Conservative and Labour, have looked at ensuring that people have the resources coming in so they can afford basic foods. At the moment, that means inflation-proofing benefits, pensions and wages, but they've also looked at price controls. The government's looking at price control of energy. Can I ask the government now to look at price controls of a basket full of basic foodstuffs so that we do not see what we've seen in recent surveys of people actually now being on the edge of hunger?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would simply point out that the ferocity of retail competition in this country at the moment means that two of the big companies, Sainsbury's and Tesco, are in a price match war with Aldi, and that'll actually do far more to constrain prices in some of those categories, not all, but in some of them, than any regulation that the government can bring in. I would point out that last time we saw a spike in food prices of this size, with household spending on food exceeding where it is today, was in 2008. The party opposite did not choose at that point to introduce price controls.
My right honourable friend has clearly set out for the House the complications involved in price rises of food and other substances. But clearly supply is one of those issues. So will he take action to encourage our farmers to produce more and then make sure that our supermarkets pass on the profits that they make to the farmers to encourage them to grow and develop more product?
Mr. Speaker, of course, confidence among farmers to sow next year's winter wheat crop in particular and to continue to put down flocks of broiler chicken and so on really does matter. In the case of poultry and pigs, many of the contractual arrangements automatically pass on some of the costs, for instance, of feed. And what I think we will see with fertiliser prices easing down is that confidence returning. But he's absolutely right. We've chosen in England to bring forward 50% of the annual subsidy payment to July this year to help farmers with cash flow during a difficult time.
Dave Downer-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dennis Woods from Unity and Community in North Hull told me last week that demand for the food bank at Unity and Community is soaring. It's a left-behind community, so donations are suffering, and every week they are cleaned out of the stock that they have. And now things are only going to get worse, it seems to me. So with the government combining the 1970s stagflation with attitudes from the 1870s about the working poor, what exactly is his government going to do to help the people in my constituency who are suffering from hunger and cannot put food on their table?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've doubled the funding in the Household Support Fund, putting an extra £500 million in that to help her constituents and others. We also support food banks through projects like Fair Share.
Ben Lake.
in Wales, a policy of providing free school meals to all primary school children is being progressed thanks to an agreement between Plaid Cymru and the Welsh Government. Will the Secretary of State speak with his colleagues in the Treasury about potentially uprating public sector budget so that such an important provision isn't affected by rising food prices?
Well, Mr. Speaker, these matters are often covered within the Barnett formula and the complexities of Treasury settlements with the devolved administrations. So I would advise him to write to the Chancellor or to the Secretary of State for Wales to raise his issue.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Governor of the Bank of England has described food inflation as apocalyptic. Instead of telling people to work harder, buy cheaper or cook better, why doesn't the Government think again about rising national insurance, cutting universal credit and a windfall tax on the oil companies?
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, these are matters for the Chancellor, but I would simply say this. As we emerge from this pandemic, there are challenges to global supply chains, challenges to the global economy, but domestically, challenges to our NHS, because the NHS has had 2 years of wrestling with the pandemic, and it now has a backlog in some areas that it needs to get on top of. The national insurance rise that we've put in place and that social care levy will bring in the resources that will help the NHS get back on its feet after the pandemic.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, hunger, poverty and malnutrition are not abstract concepts. Food bank demand is through the roof, and many food banks can no longer cope with demand as donations are being squeezed from the very communities that need those services. Now, the Secretary of State can robotically repeat what the government has done and how much it has spent all he wants, but the simple, sad fact is that it's just not enough. Many constituents are going hungry. In my constituency, in one of the richest economies in the world, here now in the 21st century. We need to see some urgency and some action, Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor acted with urgency in his spring statement to increase spending on the household food budget, to increase the national living wage and to put in place other easements on council tax and energy bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my constituent goes to the collective share house, she has to select items which can't be cooked because she can't afford to cook any food and therefore isn't getting a balanced diet. And we're going to see not only inequality growing economically but also in health outcomes as well. So will the Secretary of State go back to the Cabinet and speak to the Secretary of State at worker pensions to ensure that we see a proper increase in line with inflation of people on social security and pensions so that they can eat?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we do recognise that the single biggest driver of pressure on household incomes has been those energy price rises, the rises in gas and electricity bills, and so that is recognised. That's why the government's focused its attention on those areas, since that's the driver of this problem. My colleague, the Secretary of State for the Department and Work and Pensions, obviously keeps open review all the time the approach and the support that we give people. But we should also recognise that there are around 1 million job vacancies in this country with unemployment at the lowest level ever, and we also want to support people into high-paid work.
Jim Warren.
Thank you. As the campaigner Jack Monroe has highlighted, and as Newcastle's West End Food Bank sees in practice, the cruel truth is that the poorer you are, the higher the rate of inflation you actually face, and the fewer choices you have. But government has choices, and my constituents are amazed and disgusted at the choices this government is making, choosing to protect windfall profits rather than working people. Why does the Secretary of State think it should be the poorest who pay the price of inflation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I completely reject her caricature. It is this government that's increased the national living wage to £9.50 an hour. It is this government that has consistently raised tax thresholds so the poorest don't pay tax at all. And it is this government, this Chancellor, who put in place a package of measures to help those on the lowest incomes.
Mr. Speaker, none of us came into this place thinking we would see a day when children went to bed with no food in their tummy and no heat in their homes. But today's statement, and I know him to be an honourable man, he doesn't actually understand that this is a national and global
Well, Mr. Speaker, our domestic production of food is absolutely crucial to our national resilience and indeed plays an important role in our overall food security, as do open markets around the world. We will be setting out a food strategy in June that will deal with many of these issues and will set out our ambition to expand agricultural output in this country.
Jim Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his answers to the questions? Obviously, Secretary of State over his subject matter. Milk in my constituency went up by an additional 25p in 1 week, and since March of last year has risen by over 25%. This is only one of the cupboard staples and an essential element for future health. So what steps, can I ask the Secretary of State, will he be able to take with counterparts regionally to bring down the prices to ensure that the farmer is supported and helped? And could I ask the Secretary of State this question? Would he bring the matter to the Chancellor's ears and attention to halt the plastic packaging tax, which has increased production prices for dairymen across all the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there have been so many questions for the Chancellor that I'm sure by now he's tuned in and is listening to proceedings. But on his the initial part of his question, the government is also removing the tariff that was introduced on US feed maize, so that we can reduce some of the input costs, particularly for the pigs and poultry sector, and that will also benefit dairy farmers too.
I thank the Acting Chancellor for that. Right, let us move on to business questions. Pangan Debana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Leader of the House if he will give us the forthcoming business.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it will be a pleasure. The business for the week commencing the 23rd of May will include, on Monday the 23rd of May, second reading of the Public Order Bill. Tuesday the 24th of May, second reading of the Northern Ireland Troubles, Legacy and Reconciliation Bill. Wednesday the 25th of May, remaining stages of the Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Bill, followed by a general debate on Ukraine. Thursday the 26th of May, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, will propose a humble address to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty the Queen. The House will rise for the Whitsun recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday the 26th of May and return on Monday the 6th of June. The provisional business for the week commencing the 6th of June will include Monday 6th of June, second reading of the National Security Bill. Tuesday the 7th of June, Opposition Day, first allotted day. A debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Wednesday the 8th of June, second reading of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Thursday the 9th of June, a general debate on social housing and building safety, followed by a general debate on a subject to be announced. On Friday the 10th of June, the House will not be sitting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business. First, I thank the Leader for mentioning the forthcoming recess, but staff tell me they'd like to plan their holidays, so can the Leader help them out by announcing the rest of the year's recess dates? Mr. Speaker, ministerial statements should be, and I agree with you that they should be before talking to the press, but they should be for announcing government policy. But yesterday, the Minister for Justice and Tackling Illegal Migration statement was pure party political polemic. If this was drafted by civil servants, that would have been an abuse of power, so I sincerely hope and trust that that was not the case. But, Mr. Speaker, every day this government continues to dance their hokey-cokey with Labour's popular windfall tax. Working families and pensioners suffer. Bills, food, as my honourable friend the Shadow DEFRA Secretary has just said, petrol prices up, real wages down, Suggestions from the other side range from incentivising granny annexes to get a better job. How does that help an actual granny whose pension went up by 3% when inflation is 9%, the highest in 40 years? Or the 3 in 5 people who are turning off their heating to save money because putting on a jumper does not reduce the standing charge. Now, yesterday, the Prime Minister said they're against raising taxes, despite 15 Tory tax rises in 2 years, and then said that they'd look at all sensible measures. By the evening, the Chancellor told business leaders he has a plan. So I asked the Leader of the House, where's the plan? If he doesn't know, perhaps he could get the Minister for Government Efficiency to use his overgrown prefect powers to put the Chancellor on the naughty step until we see it. Because the leader must know that they will eventually have to give in and accept our plan. Will his government continue to leave people to struggle whilst they wait for the inevitable U-turn? Will he urge the Chancellor to bring forward an emergency budget now? On another subject, Mr Speaker, members across the House are still experiencing unacceptable Home Office delays. Our constituents cannot get a driving licence or a passport, and when I visited our local jobs centre last week, I was told people couldn't take up jobs because they can't get ID. Now, yesterday, the Minister for the Home Office couldn't say if proposed cuts would affect numbers of Home Office civil servants. The leader will surely have seen the long, slow queues in Portcullis House for the Ukraine drop-in hub, which is now also the passport drop-in hub. Civil servants are doing a great job, but this is not a plan. So I asked the Leader of the House again, where's the plan? How will people get passports and driving licences with fewer civil servants? Mr Speaker, during the trial of the former MP for Wakefield, the survivor of this abuse said he'd contacted Tory HQ during the 2019 general election to tell them about it. Now, I commend his bravery. My honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, has written to the co-chairman of the Conservative Party on 24th of April asking why there had been no action at that time. She has had no reply. Could the leader please help? Could the Leader of the House also tell us why these allegations were not acted on in the first place? And has the government contacted child sexual abuse survivor Sammy Woodhouse to apologise to her for putting her on a panel with the former member for Wakefield? Does the Leader understand? Does the Leader of the House understand why survivors of sexual abuse might conclude that this could have been a cover-up? Mr Speaker, earlier this week, my honourable friend, the member for Oxford East, raised a point of order on a letter the member for Aberavon sent to the previous Tory party chair regarding potential connections to members of the Russian state, which has also not had a response. Now, obviously, this needs clearing up. My honourable friend raised 6 other letters that she sent to Tory chairs that have gone unanswered. Other members across the House have experienced similar delays receiving replies to their letters to ministers, if they receive one at all. I recently received one from the Department of Health in response to a letter sent 6 months ago. So it's clearly a pattern of behaviour. Could the Leader of the House please encourage his colleagues to invest in a pen and some writing paper, or perhaps familiarise themselves with email? To conclude, Mr Speaker, in the last 6 months, 6 months when no, that's not good enough to wait for a response from ministerial letters. To conclude, Mr Speaker, when the government fails to respond to MPs on all sides, they're letting down the British people we're all trying to help. Those British people are furious. They are sick of this government's lacklustre approach to the country. They are tired of inaction where action is possible. They are fed up with being treated with what can only be described as disregard. This government needs to get a grip, and they need to do it now.
Just before the Leader comes up, I don't want to go into the details on the former member for Wakefield, as we have got a sub judice because actually the sentencing hasn't taken place yet. So, fine with everything else, but I just think we just need to buy that for the moment. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for that advice. Mr Speaker, I should start by correcting the record. I think last week in Business Questions I may have misintentionally misled the House where I said to the Honourable Lady that the government had introduced 33 bills in the Queen's speech. Of course, I forgot the 5 carryover bills, so we're actually introducing 38 bills, not the 33 that I claimed last week, which is a demonstration, I think, of the government's commitment to the huge numbers and huge commitment to our ongoing challenge, our ongoing response to the global inflation challenge. She asked about recess dates. I will do my best. I hear her plea, and I will respond as quickly as possible. We then sort of got to her party political rant, I think we can call it, frankly, where she started with Labour's plan for this windfall tax. And I think it's time, actually, we start to sort of undress exactly what this plan is. I think she paints it as a silver bullet to solve the global inflation challenge that not only the UK is facing, but the rest of the world. That simply is not true. I think I'll tell her about my plan in a moment. We just need to address her plan. When you actually look at the numbers of such a windfall tax, I think we're actually suggesting, or she's actually suggesting, that the level of support that would give to each household is somewhere between £50 and £100 per household. That is a one-off hit. So what the plan actually is, of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, is a £22 billion intervention to try and help families fighting the global inflation challenge that we are doing. £22 billion is an enormous package of support. It also includes reducing the duty on fuel tax. It also, alongside our plan to reduce the national insurance contributions for over 70% of people who are paying that, changing the taper regime for those who are on universal credit so that people can keep more of their wages. But I recognise, and the government recognises, this is a huge global challenge which we're fighting, which we will continue to fight on behalf of people up and down the country. We recognise what a challenge it is, and the government and the Chancellor of the Exchequer continue to monitor what is happening, but continue to deliver the £22 billion of support which is ongoing. She mentioned passports, and I think that clearly there has been a number of challenges within the passport office, as well as at DVLA. That's why we're actually recruiting another 500 people, or have recruited another 500 people since April 2021, with a further 700 arriving by the summer. There is the support centre over in Portcullis House, as she identified, but if there are specific examples of where I can assist with her constituents, of course I will feed those directly to the Foreign Secretary. She made reference to Wakefield, and I hear your advice, Mr. Speaker, but what I would say is, across this House, we do need to work together to make sure those people who are victims of abuse in any way, shape or form have the confidence to come forward, that their allegations are taken seriously, that they're fully investigated. And I think we've made huge strides in that direction with cross-party support, and my door is always open to anyone who has suggestions as to how we could move forward. I know Mr. Speaker himself is pulling together a committee to look at some of these matters as well. And I think together we can, cross-party, address some of these challenges. We do take those challenges very seriously, and I think we're moving in the right direction, but there is more to do. She then made passing reference to political donations. There is a system for political donations. They must be followed. There are laws that apply to that. The Conservative Party, as well as other political parties, must follow those laws. But she also made reference to the speed of ministerial responses, and I accept that challenge. I think departments should respond quicker. I think some of them have not responded. Now, bear in mind, there has been a global pandemic. But while we've used that excuse, I think, because it was actually happens to be true last time, but the world has moved on, I accept. We're moving out of COVID. Ministers need to respond quicker, and I will do my best to make sure that they do.
Jules Walker.
That's very kind, Mr. Speaker, to call me first. Thank you very much. Can I say to my right honourable friend, if the country wants better politicians, it has to treat politicians better. The Administration Committee is about to start its inquiry into the general election, planning for the general election, and will not just be looking at welcoming people here, but actually how we can assist people leave this place. I think too many people are put off coming into politics because they might see it as career death or reputational death. Most colleagues here have huge talents, and if we can prove to people thinking of coming in here that we can look after those leaving, then we'll improve the overall quality of this place.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, will have heard the response of the House. I think clearly he is addressing something which does need to be resolved. I think it clearly is something that we need to do cross-party, and I would encourage him to continue, and if I can support him in any way, I'll be delighted to do that.
SNP spokesperson Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, yet another week and yet again I can find no scheduling of an emergency budget. This Tory-induced cost of living crisis is leaving our constituents in the worst situation and set of conditions ever encountered in modern times. And when there's no real action from this government, there's plenty of budgeting advice from the Tory backbench. Let's have a look at the top 5 of their most patronising drivel. Learn how to cook, work more hours, get a better job, put the name brands down, rent out your granny flat. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, we need a debate about the real world and just examine how many of these Tories actually inhabit it. And, Mr. Speaker, we need an urgent debate on law and order with a particular laser-like focus on the emerging criminal hotspots across the United Kingdom. Because with Operation Hillman now winding up, with an extraordinary and record-breaking 126 fines, 10 Downing Street is now the biggest COVID law-breaking address in the whole of the country by a country mile. This party of law and order is now the party who parties in no particular order. Surely this law-breaking cell must be broken up and social services asked to intervene. This criminal gang should be sent a short, sharp shock or some sort of collective community service, maybe even working in the food banks that we like to talk about at such great lengths. For some reason, this government believes it's got away with this, and the scale of this law-breaking can simply be set aside. But the more the people of this country suffer at the hands of their cost of living crisis, the angrier they will get with this party, with their culture of partying at number 10. From no law-breaking to 126 fines, will he confirm that any minister who's been issued with a fine will come to this House at the earliest possible opportunity?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I mean, he says that the government is taking no action on the global inflation challenge that we face. I think £22 billion worth of support is a huge intervention. But I understand why the honourable gentleman is feeling a little bit excitable this week. It's not been a great week for the Scottish National Party. We continue with the ferry building fiasco, which has now been going for 5 years. The SNP leader has been touring the US to explain how an independent Scotland will join NATO with no military of its own, a sort of observation nation, I think, is what there would be. They've recently nationalised their rail industry, only to cut a third of the rail passenger services, and they finally acknowledged that they're failing students in Scotland as they give up on their flagship election promise to reduce the attainment gap for students from the most deprived area. Mr. Speaker, unlike their ferries, I think the SNP are all at sea.
Bob Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the 13th anniversary of the Tamil genocide. To date, none of those responsible for the murder of Tamils or them disappearing has been brought to justice. This morning, I understand that the Sri Lankan government had defaulted on their debt, plunging their country into a cauldron of misery. So could we have an urgent debate in government time, possibly we're on that debate when there is no subject chosen yet, on the situation in Sri Lanka, because it affects thousands of our constituents across the country.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is a long-time campaigner on issues in Sri Lanka. I know his constituents and those with connections to Sri Lanka will be enormously grateful for the efforts that he goes to raise their plight in this House. He'll be aware that it is Foreign Office questions coming up on the 21st of June, I believe, and I'm sure he'll be in his place to question the Foreign Secretary, but I'm sure he'll find other avenues to continue to press his case.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, congratulations, Ian Mearns.
I'm very grateful, Mr Speaker, and I'm very grateful to members across the House for putting up with me again. So, Mr Speaker, the Backbench Business Committee, I understand the membership will be appointed on Monday, so we'll be up and running hopefully on Tuesday. If we can get a room, Mr Speaker, I understand there's a problem. The Backbench Business Committee hasn't yet secured a room to meet in on Tuesday, so we're working on that. Possibly, if there's still some time on the 6th, the week beginning the 6th of June, the Backbench Business Committee can possibly fill a void, Mr Speaker. And if the honourable gentleman across the way, who's the Vice Chair of the Backbench Committee, wants to make an application about Sri Lanka, I'm sure we'd be very happy to hear that application. Mr Speaker, I wonder if the Leader of the House can help me. You will be aware that when sanctions were imposed on Russian oligarchs, for instance, Chelsea Football Club were given a licence to operate so that they could finish their fixtures and their staff could be paid. But other oligarchs who've been sanctioned haven't had such licences, and many staff have been made redundant, quite often without being paid. I've got a constituent who was owed £14,000 from previous employment working for a service company who were employed by an oligarch. Could we have a look at that, please, so that people can actually get the money and there's no benefit to the ultimate beneficial owner, i.e. the oligarch themselves, but people are actually suffering because of that, and I think it's probably through no fault of their own.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, first of all, I should join in congratulating the honourable gentleman. I see that no one was brave enough to challenge him on this occasion. I know people have challenged him in the past and have disappeared from view, so it's no surprise to me that no one was brave enough to do it this time. If he's struggling for a room, he can use my office if he wants to. If he wants to meet next week to make sure that is up and running. We're very keen to get the Backbench Business Committee up and running. I think you're doing great work. So what I would say on the oligarchs question, if he has specific cases that I can assist with, I will make sure the relevant minister responds to him directly. I understand the challenges he's talking about.
Okay.
Very much, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the House will be aware that the Metropolitan Police has announced it's concluded Operation Hillman, its investigation into behaviour in Downing Street and Whitehall. He'll also remember on Wednesday, the 9th of February, the Prime Minister gave me an assurance at the dispatch box that as soon as inquiries were concluded, he would publish Sue Gray's report immediately and in full. And the Prime Minister has also said that when the inquiries were concluded, he would be able to say more on this matter, and I'm sure he would intend that his first words would be to this House. So can the Leader first of all confirm that Sue Gray's report will be published in full next week before the House rises for the Whitsun recess, and that the Prime Minister will be coming to the House next week to make a full statement to be questioned on this very important matter?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question. I am aware of those commitments made at this dispatch box. I see no reason why those commitments won't be delivered upon, and I shall make sure his comments are fed directly back to those who will make those decisions.
Andrew Jones.
Can we have a debate on the rollout and take-up of electric vehicles? Now, I know we have a general debate on transport coming up, but I'm seeking a specifically focused debate to explore the issues that are impacting impacting take-up. So we can cover things like consumer concerns, infrastructure rollout, the regulatory and taxation frameworks. Simply, the more progress we make on EV rollout and take-up, the more progress we will make hitting our net zero objectives.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he recognises, there is a debate this afternoon where he will make some of those points, but I understand he will want to have more time to scrutinise the details which he mentions. I think it is something which is worthy of further debate, and maybe applying for a Westminster Hall debate would be the right route, because I know it's a topic which would command a lot of support across the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There were 37 disabled residents living in Grenfell Tower before that awful fire, nearly 5 years ago. 15 of them died that night. The Grenfell Public Inquiry made a sensible recommendation that all disabled tenants should be given a personal evacuation plan in the event of a fire. Ministers have constantly in this House said that they will accept the inquiry's recommendation in full. But yesterday, the government dropped their commitments for evacuation plans for disabled people, leaving my constituents and many others terrified. So can the leader please ask his colleagues in the Home Office so that they can come here and explain why disabled residents do not have the right to be evacuated from a burning building?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and of course as we approach the anniversary of the Grenfell disaster, I think it is worthy of just taking a moment to reflect on what a terrible disaster that was, and for those people who lost their lives in that disaster. We should do all we can to make sure that that is not repeated. That's why the government has brought forward the Building Safety Bill to try and improve or reduce the chances of such a disaster happening again. I know that she will continue to hold the government to account and to feed in her suggestions. It's something that the government does take very seriously. We should do all we can to make sure such a disaster never happens again.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the Leader's announcement that we will have the opportunity to pay tribute to the quite remarkable contribution that Her Majesty the Queen has made to the life of this nation for the last 70 years. Can I say I hope that as part of that we may reflect on the way in which we treat that generation in general. My 98-year-old constituent, Sheila Connor, recently enlisted my help to get support for the replacement of a medal that had been awarded to her late husband in the Second World War, but stolen from a mission statement, from a missionary station in then Tanganyika in 1956. Mrs Connor wants the replacement medal so that her grandson, who also serves in the Royal Army Medical Corps, can wear that medal, which was given originally to his grandfather. She's been told that she can only get it if she can produce a crime reference number or an insurance claim from the time. Surely, Mr Speaker, we are capable of treating that generation to whom we owe so much with a bit more consideration and respect than that.
Well, I join in paying tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. I think the Jubilee will be a huge opportunity for the nation to recognise what a privilege it is to actually be alive at this moment in time, to see 75 years on the throne from any monarch, not least of all the amazing monarch we have at this moment in time. And I think I also share his admiration for that generation. I think, you know, we, the next generation, sort of take for granted our national security, our safety. That generation went through huge turmoil through two world wars, and I understand what he's saying to me. I will, of course, take up the individual case that he mentioned, if he gives me the details of that, with the Minister directly. It is defence questions on the 13th of June, so if I'm not able to deliver, I'm sure he'll raise it again at that opportunity.
Lucia.
Speaker, my constituent Leah Marries from Woodside in Telford is due to go on her first ever family holiday next week. Unfortunately, Leah's plans are now in disarray as a passport renewal application received by the Passport Office in February 2022 has got stuck in the system. Now, no amount of effort by the family and no amount of queuing in the PCH hub has been able to rectify this problem. Minister Foster, for whom I have very great admiration and regard, is now personally on the case. However, may we have a debate on the inability of some of the government departments to deliver basic and essential services that millions of people rely upon, including Leah Marries and her family?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. The Post Office staff are firmly focused on ensuring that people receive their passports in good time for summer holidays. I know we have recruited an additional 500 staff since April 21, and there's a further 700 arriving before the summer. We have an excellent civil service who are working incredibly hard to deliver passports to people in good time, and I'm grateful for my right honourable friend in raising this issue, because we must be relentless on ensuring that people get their passports in good time.
Ellen Days.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Less than a month from today, communities across the country, including in my constituency, will celebrate Windrush Day and the immense contribution that the Windrush generation and their descendants have made and continue to make to our culture, communities and economy. The Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities has still not announced the annual Windrush Day Grant Awards, which many local groups are relying on to fund their celebrations. The Department has said that grants will be awarded this month, but this could mean grant recipients having barely 2 weeks' notice of their funding, which is frankly insulting given the level of importance of Windrush Day and the hard work of local community organisations on their celebrations. So can I ask the Leader of the House to speak with his Cabinet colleague at the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities and urge him to ensure that grants are awarded this week? And can I ask him to allocate government time during the week in which Windrush Day falls for a general debate so that members across this House can pay our tributes to the Windrush generation and also reflect on the injustices they still experience?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I don't know if she had the opportunity on Monday to question the Secretary of State directly while he was at the dispatch box, but I join her in recognising the huge contribution that those people have made coming to this country during the Windrush period. I think it's been of great benefit not only to the UK culturally but also economically that we've had great benefit from those people. I will pass on her comments directly to the Minister and encourage him to respond to her directly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In June last year, a 6-year-old girl was tragically killed when a car hit her and her father as they walked along a road in Stoke-on-Trent North. Having sought advice from the clerks in advance and to avoid hindering any legal proceedings, I will not name any of the individuals or places where this incident happened. But the victim's mother, family, friends and the wider Stoke-on-Trent North Kidsgrove and Talk community and I have been outraged at the unacceptable delay in having this case brought before the courts. One of the reasons for the hold-up was the waiting for the defendant to give permission for his blood sample to be tested. The victim's mother, who I am working with, thinks it is wrong that permission for blood testing is required in cases where a life has been tragically lost. If nobody has done anything wrong, they should not have nothing to fear, Mr Speaker. That is why I am campaigning on behalf of the victim and her family for an amendment to Section 7 of the Road Traffic Act 1988 for blood testing to take place without permission required where loss of life has occurred. Can I, therefore, my right honourable friend, help me secure parliamentary time to debate this important change in our law?
Well, thank my honourable friend for his question. I'm truly sorry to hear about that case in his constituency. The Department of Transport will be conducting a call for evidence on parts of the Road Traffic Act 1988, and I'm expecting that the scope of that will include drink and drug driving offences and the offences of failure to stop and report. He'll have the opportunity this afternoon in a transport debate to raise those matters again, should he choose to. It's also the Department of Justice questions next week, which are another opportunity for him to raise that, and I wish him well in his campaign.
Judith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Mr Speaker, as you know, since being diagnosed with motor neuron disease, Rugby League legend Rob Burrow OBE has been a tireless campaigner, both raising awareness and pushing the government to invest more into research. This hard work of Rob and other campaigners led to the announcement of £50 million investment, but there are now serious concerns regarding delays to this funding. Today, as Chair of the Rugby League APPG, I have written to the Health Secretary to raise the concerns of the entire Rugby League community and asking him to sort out this delay. So will the Leader of the House ensure a prompt response to my letter, and can we have a debate in government time on funding research for motor neuron disease?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question and also for once again raising the profile of Rob Burrow and all that he does to raise this important issue. I know she's also a huge advocate for rugby league in general. I hesitate because I can't remember whether she's a Bulls or a Rhinos fan, and I'm going to upset somebody if I get that wrong. But our spending on disability support is amongst the highest in the G7, but I think there's always more we can do. Certainly with diseases such as motor neurone, to fund research, and a number of charities, of course, will benefit from the Rob Burrow Foundation, and I pay tribute to him and to her for the work she's doing.
Robin Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I have received countless pieces of correspondence from constituents who are struggling to see their GP, including someone who waited over 3 weeks for an appointment, one who spent 4 hours waiting for a repeat prescription, and even people in my constituency whose children are unable to see a GP in a timely manner. This simply cannot continue. So may we have a debate in government time on access to local GP services so we can ensure that people across Keighley and Ilkley are able to access these vital services as soon as possible. Well said,
I thank my friend for his question, and I pay tribute to him and the work he's doing on this area. He'll be aware it is health questions on the 14th of June, where he'll be able to raise that matter directly with the Health Secretary. I'd also encourage him to talk to the Honourable Member for South West Bedfordshire, who's not in his place, who I know is doing a huge amount of work on this area as well. I think access to GP surgery is vital for our constituents up and down the country to access. That's why we're recruiting more doctors into our NHS, and that's certainly why we've introduced the healthcare levy to fund our NHS properly going forward.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Leader of the House would like to wish well Huddersfield Town and Huddersfield Giants in the challenges. But could I press him on two quick things? One, that we have an early debate on the steep decline in the number of people in our armed forces. When I got into this House, we had, I think, 200,000 people in the armed services. I think the government's present plan is to reduce it to 72,000. Could we have a debate on that? And secondly, there was a lovely demonstration this week, very peaceful, from Jenga, the people who are campaigning against people who are wrongly charged for being on the scene of a crime, not participating in it, and they finish up in prison for long service. Very often actually impinges on people on the autism spectrum. Can we have an early debate on that?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his three questions. He's a very skilled operator. He always manages to get more than one business question in. So I would like to join him in wishing the fans of Huddersfield Town a speedy journey home from Wembley. What I would say, I also join him in paying tribute to our fantastic armed services. The United Kingdom benefits from the most professional military services anywhere in the world, and we should be enormously proud of that. And I hear his call for the debate. I think it's something which is worthy of further debate. He should apply for maybe an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate where he can explore those matters further.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Speaker, a number of my constituents are leaseholders in a property named Mar House in Colindale. Even though it's a fairly recent construction, many of them, or all of them, have now been subjected to demands for a wake-in watch. Can we have a minister come to the dispatch box and to clarify exactly who is legally responsible for paying for the wake-in watch and indeed other fire prevention measures, because my constituents are receiving demands for issues that are not of their own making?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. And the government has made over £60 million available to fund the installation of fire alarms and to end the misuse of costly waking watch measures. We did have do-look questions on Monday, and I don't know if my honourable friend was in his place to question the Secretary of State directly, but I have announced a general debate on social housing and building safety on the 9th of June. That will be an opportunity for him again to once raise his matters and to get his thoughts on the record.
Christie.
Speaker, a number of government departments have administrative backlogs, and yet with the two press releases in the last week, Mr Speaker, the closure of insolvency service offices across the UK and the quite grotesque plan to put 91,000 civil servants out of work, there has been no written statement and no statement on the floor of the House, Mr Speaker. So can I ask the Leader, when is the government going to abandon this government by press release, and can he assure us that next week we'll have statements on closure of insolvency service offices and the grotesque plan to put 91,000 civil servants out of work?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, but he must not confuse numbers of individuals who are employed with efficiency. The government must be focused on the best use of taxpayers' money and an efficient civil service, and make sure that those people who are working within the civil service are focused on what we want to deliver, and they're match fit for the future. That's what my honourable friend for North West Somerset is doing. He's making sure that our civil service is fit for the future and is working as efficiently as possible for the government and for the taxpayers of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health and Social Care Act of 2012 provided for the establishment of health and well-being boards hosted by local authorities and placed a duty of cooperation for their own commissioning functions to cooperate with those of senior stakeholders within local community, but specifically with those of the clinical commissioning group. My constituents, who are parents of children who are SEND, are suffering really quite poor outcomes, with the local authority and the NHS really passing the buck. So will my right honourable friend agree to a debate reflecting on the effectiveness of health and wellbeing boards, whether they are discharging commissioning functions provided to them, and whether they are in fact delivering good outcomes for local people?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question. The creation of the integrated care system represents a huge opportunity to make sure children's services are more joined up. And I know that the Green Paper SEND review published in March recognises the challenges with the current arrangements and will include a proposal to legislate to introduce the new local SEND partnerships to ensure effective local delivery. It is health questions on the 14th of June, which is an opportunity for my honourable friend to raise that directly with the Secretary of State, but he may want to pursue an adjournment debate as well to explore those matters further.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a government statement onto what checks were made onto individuals' backgrounds, including allegations made against them, before they were put onto the Home Office panel to advise the Home Secretary on how to deal with grooming gangs and child exploitation?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. I have Mr. Speaker's advice ringing in my ears, and I don't want to talk about yes, so I won't make reference to that individual. But I think clearly we have a responsibility in this House to make sure that we address the challenges that we face, that those individuals who do act inappropriately are weeded out and are held to account. And my commitment to the Chamber and to this House is to continue to do that, to continue to weed out those who act inappropriately, and I look forward to working with her to achieve that.
Robert Lapton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 5-year survival rate for those with secondary breast cancer is just 22%. I want to pay tribute to my amazing constituent, Gemma Ellis, who, following her own diagnosis of secondary breast cancer in 2017, founded Stage 4 Deserves More, a brilliant charity which does so much to support lots of women with secondary breast cancer. So can we have a debate on the need to turbocharge research into this awful disease so we can give more hope and support for thousands of women like Gemma?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and can I join him in commending the work of Gemma Ellis. The government has invested over £52 million to develop the next generation of cancer and diagnostics specialists over the next 2 years. A new 10-year cancer plan is due to be published in the summer, but I will raise his comments directly with the Health Secretary. But he has the opportunity to do that himself on the 14th of June at Health Questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has been promising to scrap Section 21 of the Housing Act, which has caused thousands of private tenants in my constituency and across the country to be evicted through no fault of their own. My borough of Enfield has the highest rate of Section 21 evictions in London, and the people of my borough cannot afford any ministerial can-kicking on this issue. With the cost of living crisis hitting so many people, the effects of Section 21 evictions are only going to get worse. So can we therefore have a debate in government time on what steps will be taken at pace to ensure this shameful piece of legislation does not continue to blight the lives of people in my constituency?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I hope she will note that in the Queen's speech announcements there was announcement of a social housing regulation bill as well as a renters reform bill, so there will be opportunity for her to continue to raise those matters on the floor of the House, and there are plans to come forward to try and assist some of the challenges that we see in the housing market. But I'm sure she will take the opportunity going forward to continue to raise that with the relevant ministers, and I will make sure that they are aware of her comments today.
Mark Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader will know that I recently visited exclusive secure care services in Barbara in my constituency, and whilst I was hugely impressed by the company, I was very disturbed to hear that this is an organisation that looks after some of the most vulnerable people in our society, whether it's children who are in extremely difficult positions or indeed those who are having mental health difficulties. They transport these people and yet they operate without any regulation. Those and their fellow competitors within the industry have been trying to get the CQC to regulate them. They are actively looking to be regulated, and the CQC is not playing ball and is being intransigent. So could the Leader please bash some heads at the Department of Health, and could we have a debate on those who are most vulnerable in our society and need to be protected by our health services and regulators?
Leader.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I have a feeling that health questions on the 14th of June is going to be very popular, Mr. Speaker. The Care Quality Commission wants to be able to regulate all providers who are providing remote medical advice to people in England. The Department of Health will undertake a formal consultation on all proposals to amend the 2014 regulations, including transport services, and to triage and medical advice provided remotely. So, following a post-implementation review later this year, I'm sure my honourable friend will continue to press this matter, and I will make sure the Health Secretary is aware of his comments.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd propose a debate that I think affects all of our constituencies, all of our high streets especially, and that's bad commercial landlords. We've got an organisation in Stirling, it's called Creative Stirling, a fantastic organisation with great plans for expansion. They're being held back by an intransigent poor landlord, and there's other landlords as well that just aren't maintaining their properties the way they should. I think that's affecting all of our high streets' recovery from COVID, and I do think we need to shine a light onto their practices. And I'd be grateful for a debate in government time to do just that.
Leader.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I think it is something which is worthy of further debate. I think we should also recognise there are some very good commercial landlords as well, but he is right to draw attention to those who fall below the standards that we should expect, fall below the standards that our constituents would expect, and I think it's something which would command support across the House and colleagues would want to engage with. I would encourage him to apply either for a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate.
Big Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I became the first Conservative MP in Doncaster since 1964, and the first ever in Don Valley, I lobbied for a rail link to Doncaster Sheffield Airport, as this would lead to an expansion of the airport and massively help to level up the whole of South Yorkshire. Through the CRASTS bid, South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority and Doncaster Council have put together an economical package to connect the airport via the Lincoln Line. This short spur will bring huge economic growth. Apparently, though, this is still being looked at after 2 years. Could the Leader of the House help press those decision makers for me to get a quick positive decision to help level up my constituency?
Leader.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I cannot well, I should point out, first of all, there are two Transport Ministers on the bench this morning who will have heard his comments. I can't let this moment pass without mentioning the Robin Hood line in Nottinghamshire, which I'm sure those ministers will want to consider. But my honourable friend is an admirable campaigner for Don Valley and for his constituents. He recognises how important good infrastructure networks are to our communities. The Transport Ministers here today, I'm sure, will have heard his comments, and I'm sure they will hear them again in the coming debate this afternoon.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to return to an issue raised by my honourable friend, the Shadow Leader.
Many of our constituents turn to us when they can't get answers, and we write on behalf of our constituents to government departments and government ministers, and it really is unacceptable that these replies are taking weeks and in some cases months. I've even tried parliamentary questions, and not even that guarantees a written response in a timely manner. Many of our staff are spending many hours each week chasing responses, and I think it really is unacceptable. So can I ask for a debate or a statement so that the standards that are set by government are maintained so that our constituents are receiving responses in a timely manner?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I hope he will recognise that the global pandemic did cause some challenges last time. That is not an excuse, but it is a statement of fact. We are now in a new parliamentary session. I expect, as Leader of the House, for government ministers to respond quicker than they have during that pandemic, and I will make sure that I continue to drive that message as strongly as possible. As a constituency MP myself, I share his frustration at times that ministerial responses do take longer than they should, and I will continue to press his message to ministers across government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on prostate cancer? Every 45 minutes, a man in the UK dies of prostate cancer, and 1 in 8 men in Britain will suffer from prostate cancer. That's around 4 to 5 men in this chamber, including all the galleries, when I first arrived. Last week, the brilliant Southend charity, Prost8, launched a new national campaign to encourage the NHS to roll out new, world-leading, minimally invasive treatments for prostate cancer. I'm sure my right honourable friend will be delighted to join me in this important campaign.
Leader. Well, can I congratulate my honourable friend for raising this matter. In doing so today, she, of course, spreads the message about awareness of prostate cancer. It's a very important issue. I know it's something she actually mentioned in her maiden speech, so I know that she's passionate about trying to solve those challenges. I would encourage her to apply for a backbench business debate. I know colleagues across the House will want to engage in that debate. I think it is the most common cancer in men. I think I'm right in saying so. Only this morning she's assisted in raising its profile, and I would encourage anyone who has symptoms to go to a doctor and to seek help.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Hull North constituent, Joseph Currier-Waitaka, studied at Hull University, and he worked in healthcare whilst he was studying, and upon graduation he was employed by the Humber Probation Service, and he had a great future ahead of him. But sadly, Joseph was one of the 157 passengers killed on flight ET302 on the 10th of March in one of the flawed Boeing 737 MAX airplanes. So far, it has not been possible to have an inquest in this country, as Ethiopia has not yet published an accident report. So could we please have a statement from the government about what they are doing to support families such as Joseph's to actually bring a closure to this awful event?
Leader. Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question. I'm truly sorry to hear about Joseph and his demise. I think I will make sure that the Foreign Office are aware of her comments. I'm sure that they will be engaging with the Ethiopian authorities, and I understand how Joseph's family will want to understand the facts of what happened on that day to assist them in coming to some sort of closure and understanding as to what happened to him.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure they will also want to wish St Johnstone well in the first leg of the relegation playoff final tomorrow. But my constituent Paul Broadley was backpacking in Australia when COVID struck, and the British consulate advised him to apply for another visa and remain in Australia. However, shortly thereafter, he started to suffer severe back pain and was diagnosed with degenerative disc disease and received treatment including multiple surgeries paid for by insurance and personal savings. He's home but unable to work. And the benefits he receives do not meet his bills, including rent, but he's been told he's unable to claim for PIP as he has not lived in the UK for 104 out of the last 156 weeks. So can I ask for the Leader's assistance in securing common sense and compassion in this case?
Leader.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. If he sends me those details, I'll pass them directly to the Secretary of State for the Department of Work and Pensions. I'm sorry to hear about his constituents' plight. I hope that he will recover in due course, but I will make sure the Department of Work and Pensions respond to him directly so he can assist his constituent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 2,000 autistic people and people with learning disabilities are being held in inappropriate hospital units, miles away from home, subject to appalling treatment, including seclusion and restraint. In our report on the treatment of autistic people and people with learning disabilities, the Health and Social Care Committee urged the government to ban long-term admissions to assessment and treatment units. It's now been more than 10 months since that report was published. The government has not responded, nor has it set a timeline for a response. I think this is a deeply concerning indication of government apathy on this important issue, and it's a very poor precedent to set for responses to committee reports. So will the Leader of the House please take action to press the Health and Social Care Secretary on the urgency of responding to this report and of acting to make sure that people who are autistic or people with learning disabilities can live in a home, not in a hospital?
Leader. Well, the direct answer to the honourable lady is yes. I will raise that matter directly with the Health Secretary on her behalf and find out where the Department's response is to her report.
Sir Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House has already touched on this theme, but of the 141 outstanding cases I have in the Home Office, 112 are over 2 months old. The oldest goes back to August last year, which is outrageous. 25 are over 5 months old. When I put down parliamentary questions, I get either evasive answers or, in fact, not even timely responses. Would it be possible for the Leader to arrange for a Home Office Minister to come to the House to talk through the strategy for resolving what clearly is an outrageously unsatisfactory?
Well, he will have the opportunity on the 20th of June at Home Office questions to question the Home Secretary directly. I hear his comments and those of colleagues across the House. And I repeat my commitment to making sure departments take this seriously, respond in a timely way. I know that colleagues will think it is an excuse that I blame the global pandemic, but it did cause huge ripples and backlogs in some of the systems. That is no longer a valid excuse, and ministers need to respond quicker than they have in the past.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The scale of the use of alcohol in young people, including in our public places, is deeply, deeply troubling. I met this week with York Community Alcohol Partnership, and they highlighted how the lack of youth services is leading to this crisis. So can we have a debate about having a statutory youth service and ensuring that every single local authority commissions youth services to help our children?
Leader. So I thank the honourable lady for her question. I think she's, of course, right to raise the challenges that those people who are consuming alcohol underage have on communities and on their own health. I know that trading standards departments up and down the country carry out a number of operations to prosecute those retailers who are supplying alcohol to underage people, and I know that police forces up and down the country also take this very seriously. It's something which is worthy of further debate, and I'm sure that she knows the opportunities that will come to her to be able to do that.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petrol and diesel prices have hit record highs, which is feeding inflation and the cost of living crisis. The Chancellor's spring statement of a 5p fuel duty cut was merely tinkering at the edges for my constituents in North Ayrshire and Arran. So will the Leader of the House join me in lobbying the Chancellor to reduce VAT on petrol and diesel, which will benefit motorists, businesses and the whole UK economy?
Leader. Well, the honourable lady will recognise that the Chancellor Exchequer has already reduced fuel duty, which is assisting people with some of the global challenges on inflation. VAT matters, of course, would be considered at a budget, and I'm sure the Chancellor will come forward with his autumn budget in due course, but I will make sure that he is aware of her comments today.
And finally, the one and only Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to ask any questions of the Leader of the House. Last Thursday, in this House at this time, 7 days ago, we debated the arrest of Cardinal Zen and the other trustees of the 612 Humanitarian Relief Fund in Hong Kong. A Nigerian student, Deborah Samuel, was murdered after being accused falsely of blasphemy in Nigeria. Deborah's life was very cruelly taken away far too early. So my thoughts, and I believe the thoughts of many in this House, and our prayers are with Deborah Samuel's family. So I ask the Leader of the House this question. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the use of blasphemy laws in Commonwealth countries and their impact on religious minorities, freedom of speech and the rule of law? Thank you.
Leader. Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and of course, if I can assist him in any way in continue to raise the profile of religious persecution around the world, I will, of course, do that. Certainly, freedom of speech is something the government takes very seriously, and I know that he's a huge campaigner of that as well, and he will continue to hold the Foreign Office to account in certainly trying to achieve the things that he wants to achieve around the world and spread basically the UK government's freedom of speech narrative wherever we can.
Thank you. We now come to the general debate on transport. I call the Minister to move the motion. Andrew Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to open this debate on what the Government is doing to build a world-class transport network. I don't need to remind the House of the vital economic and social role transport plays in our day-to-day lives. The pandemic revealed as much, with rail staff, bus drivers, seafarers, road engineers, to name but a few, continuing to work throughout so that the country could keep moving. It's why this government spent billions supporting our transport industry over the past 2 years, ensuring key workers and essential goods could get to where they needed to be. And whilst our transport network helped to keep this country going throughout the pandemic, it now, with COVID firmly in the rearview mirror, must help the UK thrive, helping us rise to the new challenges, such as rebuilding our economy in a way that is fairer and greener, and helping us level up our cities, towns and villages by giving people the means to get on and improve their lives and livelihoods.
I'm sure my honourable friend is only too aware of the story of Teesside Airport, how it was saved by Ben Houchen, and how it's gone from strength to strength. Executives at Heathrow have recently whacked up landing fees by 37%, showing complete disregard for regional connectivity and killing the viability of the Teesside flight. I wondered if you'd look again at what could be done on this issue.
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. Of course, I would join him in paying tribute to the phenomenal work of Ben Houchen and others in supporting that local airport. I am aware of local concerns on this, and I hear what my honourable friend says. Sadly, as he will know, this is very much a matter for the independent regulator, the Civil Aviation Authority, but I'm sure it is something that they will want to take a close look at. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I speak to the legislation the Government introduced in last week's Queen's Speech, I want to outline just some of the measures that we are already taking to improve transport links across the country. Our Levelling Up Fund gives local authorities the means to invest in infrastructure that improves the everyday lives of people across the UK, including upgrading local transport. The first round of funding will see 105 projects across the 4 UK nations benefit from £1.7 billion in funding. Certainly.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And Newcastle Tyne Bridge is a critical part of our transport infrastructure, as well as being an icon of the North East. It's peeling, it's rusting, and also my constituents are facing closures as the council assesses just how much money is needed to repair it. Can the Minister give assurances that all that disruption will not be in vain, and the government will support the restoration of this icon of our engineering?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady is a dedicated champion of this bridge, having raised it with me before during transport oral questions. It's something where the government continue to be keen to work with local stakeholders to enable the local aspirations to be supported. I know you will continue to champion this in every opportunity going forward, but I'm keen to continue to work with the Honourable Lady and others on this issue.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he will, I'm sure, agree with me that as we build transport links, they have to be sustainable and green. And I have certainly promised the young electorate in Shrewsbury to campaign to reduce CO2 emissions. We are working very hard to try to secure the electrification of the line between Birmingham and Shrewsbury, our regional capital of Birmingham. Will he please take an interest in this project, because it's very, very important that Shrewsbury is served by trains which are not diesel, and we are reducing CO2 emissions.
Minister.
My honourable friend makes a powerful case on behalf of his local rail line. I know it's something that my honourable friend, the Rail Minister, is looking at. Of course, we have a programme of increasing the amount of lines that are electrified across the UK. We have a good record over the past 11 years on electrification, but we want to go further and faster as we decarbonise the railways across the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't underestimate the scale of the challenge that families are currently facing as part of the cost of living challenges. That's why we recently launched the Great British Rail Sale, which saw over 1 million tickets sold and saved the public around £7 million. And we're taking action on fares too. Not only did we delay this year's fare rise, we also kept the rise far below the current rate of inflation. That's ensuring that we are both taking action on rail fares, ensuring a fair deal for taxpayers, and ensuring we can continue to invest in our railways. And it's worth reminding the House that rail fares, on average, rose faster under the last Labour government than they have under the Conservatives since 2010. Similarly, we are improving local bus services, spending £2.5 billion on bus priority lanes and cutting fares across 34 local transport authorities in England. And work has started on transforming rail journeys as part of our record £96 billion integrated rail plan. It will deliver 110 miles of new high-speed line, 180 miles of new electrified lines and increased capacity. It means more passengers across the Midlands and the North will benefit from faster trains more quickly and to more places. And soon members will have the opportunity to scrutinise the first piece of legislation that we intend to deliver with the Crewe to Manchester HS2 bill, creating the transport spine that will serve towns and cities across the North West, as well as helping trains travel further to Scotland.
Prior to introducing that bill, can the Minister assure the House that the Department have actually examined the change in working patterns with more working from home and the impact that that has had and is likely to have on the demand for intercity travel, and whether that has impacted on the core case for HS2, and even with several billion already spent, whether there is a case for spending another £100 billion in the light of those changes?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman and I will have to continue to disagree on HS2. I see HS2, as people across this House do, as a long-term investment in the future of our country. Therefore, passenger demand undoubtedly has been impacted by the COVID pandemic, but we are confident that it will rebound. And the part of the strategic outline business case that we published when we deposited the bill into the House sets out our view that there is still a value for money business case behind getting on with investing in HS2, not just phase 1, which is currently under construction, 22,000 people employed, 340 active construction sites underway at the moment, but also continuing to take those trains further with 2A to Crewe and with this new bill from Crewe all the way into Manchester. I'll give way again.
Thank the Minister for giving way again, but can I bring him back to the point that if there has been a long-term sectoral shift in demand for peak hour intercity travel as a result of working from home and also from Zoom conferences, if that's impacted, have they actually done the analysis of whether and why they think that that demand will return to previous levels?
Minister.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his further point. We have done the analysis and we continue to do the analysis and look at all the evidence. What I would say is if you look around the world, if you look at parts of the world which have been through pandemics before, we have still seen a growth of the cities in those countries around the world. We have still seen a desire for people to increasingly live in cities and to commute between those cities. HS2 is an investment in the long term, bringing the cities of this country closer together. And with Phase 1 not due to open at the earliest between 2029 and 2033, I think there is sufficient time for passenger demand to recover. I think as a country we've come very late to high-speed rail. Many other countries around the world, France and Italy in particular, have helped pioneer, along with Japan, pioneered high-speed rail services. I think it is long overdue that a government in this country gets on and invests for the long term. And that's why I'm proud that HS2 continues to have cross-party support across this House. I appreciate that we will continue to disagree, but I appreciate that there are many other members who really do see the benefits for us getting on and investing for the long term.
Will the Minister publish that analysis?
Thank you. We published a strategic outline business case, updating the business case for HS2 when we deposited the bill. We will continue to publish further analysis whenever investment decisions are made. Madam Deputy Speaker, I need to make some progress. Whilst there will be differences of opinions across this House on many issues, hopefully not too much on HS2, I hope that the transport bill announced in the Queen's speech last week will receive broad support. After all, I hope that we can all agree that we want a rail service that delivers day in, day out for passengers, one which provides comfortable, affordable services that run on time. And I'm sure we all agree that the current model isn't working. So I hope honourable members will support our plans to fundamentally reform the rail sector. We will create a new body, Great British Railways, which will act as the single guiding mind for the entire network, get a grip of spiralling costs, replace franchising with passenger service contracts, improve the passenger experience and simplify the ticketing offer. The bill also paves the way for the transport of the future, putting the UK at the forefront of new low-carbon technology. It will help the transition to electric vehicles by installing 300,000 public and private charge points across the country by 2030. It will set new safety standards and assign legal responsibilities to introduce self-driving vehicles onto our roads. This market, worth tens of billions of pounds and set to create 38,000 jobs, is a matter of when, not if. And UK consumers need to be reassured that the legal protections are in place. Similarly, rules are needed to improve the safe legal use of smaller, lighter zero-emission vehicles, such as e-scooters, which are only growing in popularity. Finally, I hope honourable members will recognise that this government is finally correcting the historic wrong which has long denied seafarers the same rights and protections as workers on land. This was ruthlessly and shamefully exploited by P&O ferries earlier this year, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, pledged at this dispatch box swift action, and his plans, I recall, received support from all sides of the House. The Harbours Seafarers Remuneration Bill will make it a condition of entry for ferry services to pay the equivalent of the national minimum wage to seafarers whilst in UK waters. It is not right that workers plying their trade in and out of British ports carrying passengers or vital freight are denied the rights that the rest of us enjoy. First, yes.
Thank the Minister for giving way. I may be preempting what the Minister is about to say on Hammersmith Bridge, which has been closed for 3 years, and Putney residents will really want to know that there's urgent action being taken. Can the Minister give a date by which Hammersmith Bridge will be reopened for vehicles, freeing up the roads in Putney from the congestion and pollution that they suffer?
It is, so this is an issue that the government continue to work with the local authority on. Obviously, we have said that we've committed funding towards supporting the repairs of the bridge, and I'm pleased that the work is underway. In terms of the timescale for those works, I would suggest that is a matter for the local authority, and it's not something I can answer today. But the government continue to support the swift use of that bridge brought back into use, and we have been critical of some of the delays in the past at getting the work underway. But I'm pleased to say that it is now underway. Does the honourable lady still want to give way? Sorry.
I'm really grateful to the Minister giving way. York's rail supercluster is now taking rail into the future, and I would like to know whether the Transport Bill will see investment in R&D to ensure that we can really build on the success of what is created in York and ensure that we can go further faster.
Well, I'm very pleased to say it will. We are very keen to support innovation in our railways and across the UK, not just in York, but in other parts of the country, before I get criticised. We have great clusters of particularly SMEs working in the rail sector, driving forward innovation. And can I thank her for not making a pitch for York to be the headquarters of GBR, because I thought that's inevitably where her question was going, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that will follow later on in the debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to leave plenty of time for the debate, so I will close by urging honourable members to recognise that far from holding back, the Government is fully backing our transport industry to help us build back better, to help us decarbonise our economy and to level up this country, and to give everyone, wherever they live, the tools to realise their talent. Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. for giving way. In relation to air connectivity, yesterday there was an event here, Hospitality Ulster. It became very clear from the people who were there there's a problem with connectivity from Belfast City to Heathrow. Not because the flights aren't there, but because the staffing isn't there. The staffing isn't there because they're trying to recruit and are unable to do so. Can I ask the Minister, is it possible he might have contact or details or discussions with the Heathrow in relation to solving this problem and therefore increasing and improving air connectivity? Thank you so much.
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. This is an issue close to my heart as someone who frequently flies to Northern Ireland and passes through the city airport. I know reducing delays at all the airports across the UK is something that the Aviation Minister, my honourable friend, is working on. So I will make sure that his remarks are brought to my honourable friend's attention, and we will see what more we can do in order to ensure that passengers are not unduly inconvenienced when passing through that airport. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are getting on with investing more money in our railway infrastructure than any government has since they were built, and it's why we're making funds available to local decision makers to restore railway lines, introduce cycle lanes and fix potholes. It's why we're carrying out reforms to make our trains and buses deliver consistent value for passengers, and it's why, from self-driving vehicles to micro-mobility to zero-emissions aviation and shipping, we are laying the groundwork so that jobs and travel habits of tomorrow are being prepared for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question is that this House has considered transport. Shadow Minister. Oh, the honourable gentleman surprises me, as I was expecting his colleague. Shadow Minister Sam Tarry.
Sorry to surprise, Madam. We've swapped buses issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, words matter. Days after the Prime Minister came to power, he said something crystal clear to communities across the North and the Midlands. I want to be the Prime Minister who does with Northern Powerhouse Rail what we did for Crossrail in London. And today I'm going to deliver on my commitment with a pledge to fund the Leeds to Manchester route. 60 times a Conservative government committed to deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail in full. Members opposite stood on a manifesto pledge to deliver it, and the eastern leg of HS2 on three separate occasions. Just last year at Conservative Party conference, the Prime Minister said it all again. This was a once-in-a-generation chance to transform opportunities across the whole country, rebalancing the economy and making it work for working people. These schemes would have created more than 150,000 new jobs and connected 13 million people in major towns and cities in our industrial heartlands. But last year, those promises got torn up. They haven't even got the gall to admit it. They promised HS2 to Leeds. They promised Northern Powerhouse Rail in full and a new line from Leeds to Manchester. They promised the North they wouldn't be forgotten. But the one thing we know is you cannot believe a single word the Prime Minister says. And this week, across the North, that has been repeated once again. On Monday, thousands and thousands of passengers saw their services cut back, with towns and cities across the North paying the price. Take Wakefield. 3 services to the nearby cities of Leeds and Wakefield removed altogether. The hourly Huddersfield-Wakefield train replaced with a bus service that takes twice as long. Services from Keighley, Dewsbury, Halifax and Hull, all cut back. Just 6 months ago, The Prime Minister's government said they would not protect and improve services on existing lines and not neglect shorter distance journeys, saying levelling up cannot wait. They're brazenly breaking the promises they made to communities time and time again. These towns and cities clearly deserve so much better. And what has the Transport Secretary said about these cuts? Well, absolutely nothing to date. He's completely missing in action. Perhaps he's still waiting for the missing Wakefield to Huddersfield train that's never going to come. In the middle of a climate and cost of living crisis, it is senseless to force people off public transport, he's probably flying actually, and cut them on his private little plane off from jobs and opportunities. It's time for them to step in and hand up for local communities a commitment to get services to above and beyond pre-pandemic levels. And the story on buses is no different. Yeah, give way on that point, Madam.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. I'm sure then he will welcome the £34 million being given to Lancashire County Council to improve the bus services, and that is exactly what this government is doing for areas like mine.
Any investment is clearly welcome, but the problem with that is that the amount of money that local transport authorities across the country were asked to bid in for came to a total of £9 billion. So your authority, £9 billion, was one that was actually one of the lucky ones to have received the funding, because actually the total amount of money dished out was only £1.3 billion. So actually, the reality is that dozens and dozens of transport authorities have been completely let down on the funding on buses. And since this government took power, I'll make a little bit of progress and give away. 134 million miles of bus routes have been lost, and bus coverage in Britain is currently at its lowest level in more than 30 years. According to the Campaign to Protect Rural England, hardly a left-wing think tank, this has led to the creation of transport deserts in communities up and down the nation. In response to the challenge laid down before us, the Prime Minister announced the National Bus Strategy, which he painted as the biggest sector shake-up in a generation. However, more than a year from its release, the government's ambition, which was further already limited from the outset, has declined even further. The cash, this is speaking to the Honourable Lady's point, went to fewer than half of the 79 English areas who were eligible and told to apply. Many areas, from Hull to rural Yorkshire, from Plymouth to Swindon, will not see the lower fares and much-needed improvements to bus services that the government promised. This isn't me, this is facts. The strategy offered nothing for those looking to be bold in their vision to reverse the millions and millions of miles of bus routes that have been lost across the country since this government's been in power. It was a missed opportunity to revolutionise the bus industry and ensure funds were properly directed to deliver the transition to clean, green vehicles it promised. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, bearing in mind that we're now spending over £63 billion a year on debt interest payments. Where would he get the additional money from to pay for all of this?
Well, the government are the ones that said we should be ambitious, and therefore the local transport authority said it should be £9 billion. My view is when you invest, you grow the economy, you create jobs, and particularly on things like HS2, that could have guaranteed jobs for hundreds of thousands of rail workers for decades to come. So not investing now is clearly short-sighted. Sure.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman who I had the pleasure of serving on the Transport Select Committee with, talking about HS2 and letting down the North. Given that the leader of his party voted to block HS2, was he letting down the North?
We stood in the last two elections on a very clear manifesto which the current leader of the Labour Party backed, and our current strategy now, as we said, including the leader of the Labour Party, has said very clearly that we back it. It's not us that have proposed that it should be cut, it's the government that's implemented that cut to the eastern leg. But you don't have to take my word for it. Tory councils are the ones that have joined a backlash against what the Prime Minister has done over this pathetic bus funding plan. And I'll quote to you, Conservative Don McKenzie of North Yorkshire Council said, and I quote, "We knew the Bus Back Better budget would have been severely curtailed, but I expected to get some money, not nothing at all. So I'm very disappointed." In Shropshire, Conservative Cabinet Member for Transport said she was devastated, Madam Deputy Speaker, adding again, and I quote, "We are at a complete loss as to why we've been completely overlooked." Yeah. It's a sad and sorry tale of so many Conservative councils across the country let down by their own government. And the sad truth is that for too long, the party office has been overlooking buses. 5,000 services have been lost since they came to power. 5,000 services. And that's a staggering quarter of all bus routes in the entire United Kingdom. And far from bus transformation, many will continue to see a managed decline. The underfunding by this government has become so severe that a recent report by the UN Special Rapporteur, Professor Philip Alston, highlighted a broken and fragmented system with skyrocketing fares, plummeting service standards, disappearing routes, depriving bus users of an essential public service. The report went even so far as to say we are failing our fundamental human rights obligations by allowing this essential service to deteriorate so severely.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman very much for giving way indeed? I do appreciate it. Would the Honourable Gentleman agree with me, though, that some of the issues of which he highlights that are affecting the places and councils across the country are as a result of continual multi-billion pound settlements having to be directed to TfL to bail out the Labour Mayor's poor decision-making of previous times?
My former colleague from the Transport Committee knows that that's a very scurrilous question, because the reality is that the money spent in London actually supports tens of thousands, many as 50,000 jobs outside of the capital. And in fact, actually, for every pound spent in London, over 50 pence is then spent outside of London. So actually, every time money is spent in London, it benefits the rest of the wider economy. I'll give way.
It's very kind of you, the Honourable Gentleman, to give way, but I think it's really important to note that even during the pandemic period, for 18 months, even on the TfL website, there is an extraordinary, quote, funding settlement of £4 billion to bail out some of the poor decisions of the Mayor of London. So I hope the Honourable Gentleman would recognise that actually it's not necessarily quite as clear as he may
say to the Honourable Gentleman. Actually, the reality is that the problematic decisions, the poor decisions, are by the chap that's now in Downing Street, the former Mayor of London. And the reason I say that is because he is the chap that cut £1 billion off of the budget that every year was given to TfL. So we are now, in TfL, in Transport for London, the only major, probably the biggest transit system in the Western world without any direct government subsidy until the pandemic. If you ask a transport system to wash its own face, paying through only fares, and then turn round when 90% of the fares revenue disappears, how on earth do you expect that system to survive? So look, let's have some serious economics here, not the economics of jokesters. The underfunding of this government has become so severe, as I said, that the Special Rapporteur of the UN has highlighted this as something that's hitting our poorest communities. In fact, in communities like those in Dorset. The report even went as far to say they were failing our fundamental human rights to people in rural communities. And I know that the Honourable Gentleman is very passionate about badgers, but you need to be more passionate about buses, I would say to you, and speak to your Prime Minister. The worst part of that is the same working people who have come to so shockingly bad services are bearing the brunt of the Conservatives' cost of living crisis. On fares, Madam Deputy Speaker, many are paying 50% more on rail and bus fares to get to work than a decade ago. And in March, the government announced that they would be going further still with a brutal 3.8% rail fare hike for millions of passengers, and bus fares are rising nationwide. As the Minister said earlier, great, a sale, £7 million worth of tickets. That's a drop in the ocean, as he well knows, in terms of the fares revenue from the rail fares box. Absolutely.
A lot of people have some sympathy with wanting to spend more on our transport infrastructure, but he's not really outlined any of the any proposals, any concrete proposals. So does he actually have any plans to spend more money, or is it just hot air from the opposition front bench?
Well, actually, the last Labour manifesto probably had the most comprehensive plan for running our rail and other transport networks ever put forward at an election. And what I would say is very interesting. A lot of the ideas that are now being implemented by this government are watered-down versions of what we put forward at the last election. So why not, instead of having weak lemonade, isn't it about time we actually had the full pint and instead actually had something that was serious? Incredibly, the Rail Minister, and this is incredible really, Madam Deputy Speaker, had the cheek to say that this eye-watering fare hike on rail would make rail more attractive. Many will wonder what planet ministers are actually living on if they think people can afford this. Because up and down the country, families are really paying the price of decisions made in Downing Street. And while the party opposite punishes local communities with sky-high fares and substandard services, Labour across the country is fighting for better, cheaper and more affordable transport. In towns and cities nationwide, our leaders in power have a plan to turn the page on a decade of decline, putting communities back at the heart of public transport and transforming public transport for good. The vision of these Labour leaders is simple: to build buses quicker, cheaper, greener and more reliably. Last year, Andy Burnham decided to move to franchising with a clear vision, and at the time he said a world-class integrated transport network which can unlock opportunity for all, providing access to jobs and education, cutting pollution, attracting investment and reducing isolation. Similarly, Tracy Brabin has promised to put in West Yorkshire people before profit by introducing simpler fares, contactless ticketing and greener buses. And in addition to investing millions of pounds into new routes and services, both mayors are set to cap bus fares at £2, saving passengers up to £1.50 in West Yorkshire, in some cases more than £2 in Greater Manchester. That is the difference Labour in power is making.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman again for giving way on that point? Because I think it's important that the House notes that actually one of the key reasons, if not the key reason, that the Labour Mayor of London required continual multi-billion-pound bailouts from this Conservative government, funds that would otherwise be invested in other parts of the nation, that the Labour Party is advocating making the same mistake again in Manchester, in the West Midlands and other places where he's advocating a fixed fare where the costs are completely unmanaged and therefore requiring the government to bail out the cost deficit again.
Everybody wants it.
I had the misfortune of catching a bus in Manchester about a decade ago when you had a variety of competing private companies charging more than £5 a fare. That is clearly not right. All around the world, progressive administrations, not just in this country, are making transport affordable. If we're going to be serious about climate change, we need to get people onto public transport, whether that be buses, trains or trams. And the reality is that actually the finances of London, as he well knows, are all to do with the crash in terms of ridership on the tube and on the wider TfL system. And obviously I'm happy to see that because of the work of our Labour Mayor in London, passenger levels are starting to return and to do so very quickly. Madam Deputy Speaker, what communities up and down this country really need is a government that will actually match their ambition, not tell them to be ambitious and then give them hardly any money at all. Because we need a transport system that's fit to tackle the climate catastrophe that is unfolding before our eyes, one which works for passengers and communities which rely on them. Labour would wrest our rail networks back in full from inefficient private operators. They'd put the rest of the railways that the government haven't put into public hands and give communities across the country London-style powers to reform bus networks to keep fares down and improve services. And we will invest in our vital transport infrastructure to boost economic growth and rebalance the economy, which will create thousands of good, green, long-term unionised jobs. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, unless the government matches their community's own ambition on local transport, it would have failed millions across the country, and its hodgepodge agenda will not be delivered in terms of levelling up. Instead, it will be lying in tatters.
I hope that we can manage without a formal time limit, and we will be able to do so if everyone keeps to around 7 minutes. If we can't do that, then I'll put on a time limit. Hugh Merriman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. It's with great excitement that I rise to speak in this transport debate. I could go on all day, but I'll be well aware of your time limit requirements. I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for giving us the time to hold this debate. He has great passion for transport, as we've seen from his time as Mayor of London. I also want to place on record my thanks to the Transport Select Committee members, some of whom are here today, and also to the Department and to the Ministers, who always engage proactively with us, have accepted many of our recommendations, and we continue to look forward to scrutinising them, but also coming up with the policy ideas that we think can make transport better, because it does matter, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the one department, the one policy area where pretty much every single person in this country and every single day is impacted by transport, and that's why I'm so excited to speak about some of the measures. So a quick canter through some of the modes, and then I want to talk a little about decarbonisation on each sector as well. This week we heard from the bus industry, or indeed representatives from local government. As has been said, the bus service improvement plan, the bids that went in, 31 of the 79 bids were successful. I know there's been some criticism that surely all local transport authorities should have funds, but I do believe this needs to be a competitive process where only the best ideas are funded, so that the best then gets taken on board by the other local transport authorities that perhaps aren't being given the money but can learn as to how it can be well spent. So I do think the lessons there are that local transport authorities, indeed county halls across the country, need to be aware that these bids, not just for transport, are going to continue to come through, and they need to have bidding departments that are successful in being able to bid, not just having the specialists. On rail, I really welcome the legislation which is forthcoming for Great British Railways. I think we have been concerned as a committee that those that have their train set in the Department for Transport don't particularly want to give it away to the mix of the public and private sector who will be taking it on board on an arm's length basis. I'd like to see the rail sector on the private side of things being given the opportunity to remain involved. It's the private side of the rail sector over the previous 20 years that have doubled rail passenger numbers. We need that type of attitude more now than ever, given the issues from the pandemic. I recognise and welcome the £96 billion worth of integrated rail plan funding. I think it always must be frustrating for the Minister to then hear someone say that and then demand more. But I would like us to look particularly at the station opportunities at Manchester, at Bradford, and indeed certainly at Leeds, where it does seem to be full on capacity. And also, as was made clear by the Mayor of the West Midlands, the Midlands Rail Hub will actually allow all of the new track that will be put in place to really be shared across the wider region in terms of growth. So I really welcome the Minister's commitment to continue to listen and involve that project where we can. On aviation, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must learn the lessons from the pandemic. We must have future-proofing so that if there is another variant of concern, then we know how to react and we don't perhaps disproportionately impact the aviation sector as we did, I would argue, previously. We also need help for the sector to recover. That means more flexibility on staffing, particularly security staff, so that they can be vetted and perhaps do some of their training as they go. On aircraft modernisation, the airspace modernisation, really need to see that deliver both for decarbonisation and getting more planes in the space. Heathrow landing charges, I hear the Minister that it's a matter for the independent regulator, but can ministers ensure that they are testing those numbers, because the industry, the aviation industry, say that the flights will be much greater than Heathrow are saying will be the case. And of course, the lower the numbers for Heathrow, the higher the costs, the more justification for putting up the landing charges. That would really hold us all back. And also slot allocation reform. As we've left the EU, we can surely do more now. And can we please, can we please have the airline insolvency review? I think I've stood here so many times calling for this. We keep talking about it, we don't deliver it. It shouldn't be the case that the CAA is the body that's repatriating customers stranded. I give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he does an excellent job in chairing the Transport Select Committee. I just wanted to ask him what he is doing to ensure that the road building projects that we secure for our constituencies, and we've secured over £50 million for the completion of the North West Relief Road in Shrewsbury, is still stuck in the planning process. Some of us are finding the planning process very laborious and complex. Is his select committee interacting with government to try to ensure that planning processes for the construction of roads are speeded up?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. And on road, of course, we've got the £24.5 billion RIS2 programme that we're halfway through. My call, I think it probably aligns to his, is that that's closely monitored. And for those projects that are going to be held up, then the shovel-ready projects that would have perhaps been in RIS3 can actually be put inside RIS2. And I think there's issues around the A303 on that front. So, yes, as a committee, we are actually pledged to look at that. And indeed, he takes me on to roads. I'm also really keen that on smart motorways we continue with that audit to ensure that those roads are safer with some of the retrospective fittings that perhaps should have been in there in the first place. Again, I recognise the Department's commitment on that front. And in the bill, can we have time for pavement parking to be prohibited outside London? It's worked in London since the early 70s. It's time to take it elsewhere. On active travel, 50% of all journeys will need to be in urban centres will need to be conducted via active travel by 2030 if we hit our target. Can we embrace the change, technology and innovation? I know some will speak about e-scooters and say that more needs to be done to tackle them. Personally speaking, they're out there, and at the moment they are illegal. Nothing seems to stop. Better to actually regulate them and actually control them, make them better, than pretend that they don't exist. How is it I can buy a bike, I can buy a car, but I can only actually hire an e-scooter? Surely it's time to catch up with science. On decarbonisation, very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the commitment to 4,000 zero-emission buses. I know that 2,000 have been funded, but I believe that there are not enough on the road right now, so we do need to do more to get those delivered. Not least, it really helps our manufacturing sector. They're unique to this country. On rail, we have 37% of our track electrified, but there's another 6,100 miles to go. Yes, we need to look at hydrogen, biomode, but electrification at the moment is the only game in town. If we had a rolling programme in place, then we'd perhaps be able to deliver it cheaper than the 2.5 million per mile it currently costs us. In Germany, they've got a rolling programme, it costs $500,000. So the more we do, the cheaper it becomes. On aviation, we need to back a winner. Sustainable aviation fuel is that winner. It needs a mandate, and it also needs a contracts for difference market, which is delivered for electricity, and the government can really do more on that front. And on maritime, as well as protecting seafarers, and I do think we need to look at the insolvency legislation with regard to employment rights all over again. We also know that there are moves with the European Union on biometric testing, which will absolutely hammer our ports and our short supply chain routes if we don't do more. And finally, on road, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the 2030 target, but it's going to be incredibly difficult to meet if we don't get more people buying electric vehicles. The zero-emission vehicle mandate is a great idea, but it only comes into force in 2025. We only have 6.6% of new cars sold that are electric. The second-hand car market is 0.3%. These may be previous year's figures. We are doing a lot more. Range anxiety will actually get less as the government invests more in smart charging, as it's doing so, and we have interoperability. But I'm really worried about delivering for those people, particularly the third of all households that don't have charging at home. And once all this is done, Madam Deputy Speaker, there will be a 4% hole in the exchequer. 4% of all tax receipts come from fuel duty or vehicle excise duty. That is £35 billion worth of funds. Only about 20% of that goes onto the road. So if we want to continue to invest in roads, but also schools, hospitals, we're going to have to find a way of replacing those taxes that won't exist once we all have electric vehicles. It's time for road pricing. Road pricing will work. We have the technology to allow it to work. And the beauty of it is that it's very similar to the current system. The more you drive, the bigger your vehicle, the more you would then pay. It's time to have bold decisions on matters like this and not wait until it's too late. And I know that this government is all about bold decisions and will work very closely with that regard. Thank you.
SNP spokesman, Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the chair of the Select Committee on which I serve. I agreed with almost everything he said, up until the last line of his speech, perhaps. Today's debate is very timely, because as far as I'm concerned, it's currently outlined by the government. The transport bill is a missed opportunity to drive forward transformational change and set an agenda for the years and decades ahead. Because at a time when transport is at the heart of the green industrial revolution, whether that be zero-emission buses on our streets, electrifying our railway, or new hydrogen and battery-driven trains, e-bikes and e-scooters fundamentally changing horizons for urban travel, or the moves towards 20-minute neighbourhoods to rebalance our economy and promote active travel, the paucity of ambition shown in the government's legislative programme is quite frankly embarrassing. No mention of properly ramping up the transition from diesel buses to zero-emission vehicles in our towns and cities. No mention of real high-level investment in active travel that matches the leadership shown by the Scottish Government. No mention of fully decarbonising the rail network south of the border. A net-zero future is also a future less reliant on energy supplies tied up in geopolitics or hostage to the whims of dictators and rogue states. Europe and the US are beginning the move away from Russian oil and gas. The UK could be taking the lead in accelerating the move away from oil and gas completely, and work with their colleagues in Scotland and across these isles and across the continent to decarbonise our transport networks. But that simply isn't going to happen anytime soon, with the limited horizons shown in the planned transport measures. We're in a climate emergency, but the government's plans simply don't meet the needs of our times. On a positive note, I welcome the Government's move to reform and improve the regulations relating to electric vehicle charging infrastructure and enforce things like interoperability and minimum service standards. Hopefully, we will see those regulations promised by the Government in March on the statute book sooner rather than later. But we are just 8 years away, I think, as my honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, said, from the Government's deadline of 2030 for the ending of new petrol and diesel car sales. Electric vehicle infrastructure needs a huge jumpstart across these isles, but instead the DfT seem intent on continuing their dismal record in England outside of London. I will do. Yeah.
I really thank the member for giving way. Does he agree with me? It's very, very difficult for bus operators to be encouraged to move away from diesel transport when their diesel is subsidised by direct subsidy. And if that subsidy was reduced or removed, it would encourage the purchase of hydrogen and other vehicles.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, that may well be the case, but the bus operators that I speak to would not welcome any decline in any subsidy. Far from it. In fact, the bus operators that I speak to, and in fact, I'm lucky in that Renfrewshire has got more electric buses or zero-emission buses than anywhere else in the United Kingdom outside of London, but they still obviously operate diesel buses as well, and so I'm not entirely convinced that they would welcome the removal of that subsidy at this point in time with the high fuel prices. But when fuel prices are lower, his idea is not obviously without merit. But to continue, as has become the norm for the Department for Transport, we have a glossy booklet for the Secretary of State to plonk on the shelf behind him while on camera, at least when he's not flying to New York for location filming and yet another cinematic masterpiece. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the folk at BAFTA are taking note of the Secretary of State's current videos on Twitter. But behind the gloss, the electric vehicle strategy is rather thin gruel. Whilst the Scottish Government plans to maintain a record as the UK nation with highest per capita number of public charging points by doubling their numbers by the end of this Parliament, the UK Government are letting England fall even further behind. Already England outside of London has been left in the slow line as charging infrastructure is rolled out. And that gap is only going to grow over the coming years, and as always, it will be the poorer and more rural areas that will lose out as private investment focuses on high-density, high-capacity locations, while intervention from the state is minimal. And that ideological direction has to change, and change soon. And the fact that home charging attracts the standard VAT rate for domestic supplies of 5%, whilst public charging points are still subject to the full 20%, isn't just a disincentive for people thinking of making the switch, it's also penalising electric vehicle users who don't have the benefit I own an electric car, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can charge my vehicle at home and make use of the cheaper rates. But those who don't have the benefit of a driveway or space to park are having to pay the 20%. Anyone living in a flat or shared space is paying a lot more to charge a car than those with front door properties. And that's clearly a tax, essentially a tax on the less well off. There is no word in the programme for government of any action to tackle this inconsistency, so I hope the Minister will be lobbying their colleagues in the Treasury to address this anomaly and ensure that everyone making the switch to electric is on a level playing field. On zero-emission buses, the DfT is once again miles behind Scotland, with Scotland having ordered nearly 3 times as many zero-emission buses per capita. And since the start of this year, those 21 and under, in addition to those over 60, will travel on those buses for free. Active travel seemingly does not merit a single mention in outline of the Transport Bill. After 2 years of LTNs, spaces for people, a continued growth of cycling, the move towards 20-minute neighbourhoods and the exponential growth of e-bikes and e-scooters, I find that rather staggering. Within 3 years, Scotland will be spending 10% of our entire transport budget on active travel, an unprecedented amount across these isles, and a level of spending that is genuinely transformational. The potential waiting to be unlocked in our towns and cities through this spending is huge. Yet down south, the DfT are still stuck in the same mindset. A funding scheme here, a bidding process there, dripping out relative crumbs of funding to local government. Scotland's active travel by 24-25 will add up to £60 per person per year, adding up to £320 million every year. Transformational spending, not just in terms of reducing emissions and offering alternatives to cars, but a huge boost to our town and city centres and local neighbourhoods. In England, the DfT plan to spend barely that annual amount over the next 5 years, and that works out at just over £7 per person, in contrast to the £60 per person. That's not just a lack of ambition, it's a lack of any kind of lessons learned from the pandemic. I give the Government credit for at least having the good sense to put Chris Boardman in charge of Active Travel England. He is someone backed by a cross-section of stakeholders, but without real resources behind his plans and real political commitment from this government, it is like expecting to win the Tour de France on a bike without pedals. So I really hope that the government front bench are taking note on the spending plans of the Scottish Government, because our interests in Scotland are England's interests too. There's little point in putting out the fire in your house if your neighbours are dousing petrol on theirs. We need the policymakers here and the Treasury to understand the importance of active travel and transition to zero carbon and boosting local economies to the benefit of both people and small businesses. And on rail, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are promised the establishment of Great British Rail. It's been clear for decades now that the fragmented and illogical mess left behind by the Secretary of State's predecessors back in the Major government and continued by the successors, both Labour and Tory, had to be radically transformed. Reintegration is to be welcomed, and having heard at the Select Committee from the transition team's lead, Andrew Haynes, the will and the experience is there at the operational level. But the hard fact is that building a better railway system across these isles needs political will and ambition. One look at the government's track record, contrary to what the Minister said in his opening remarks, track record since 2010 would lead anyone to conclude that that ambition barely exists. Umpteen electrification schemes dumped or hugely scaled down, key parts of HS2 serving the North of England scrapped, Crossrail £4 billion over budget. Everyone concerned with transport in the UK wants to see GBR succeed and begin to put an end to the wasted years that have seen the UK left in the sidings, while other European countries have quietly gone on with bringing their networks into the 21st century. But if the DfT and the Treasury can't match that goodwill with cold hard cash and a change in attitudes, I fear we'll be having these same debates in 5, 10, 20 years' time. If GBR is established without changes to how rail infrastructure is governed, that would be yet another missed opportunity to put full control of our railways where they belong, with the Scottish Parliament. I had a feeling he might pipe up at this point, and I'm happy to give way to my colleague in the Transport Sector.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman and colleague on the Select Committee for giving way? I think it would be fair to say that the rail operations in Scotland are delegated, of course, to the Scottish Government. He will know full well that there are great difficulties with the Scottish operation of the railway at the moment, not least because of copious strikes, and it's very clear that the Scottish Government have allowed the unions to run the railways in Scotland, hence the difficulties particularly at the weekends. What with this Government's commitment to the Union Connectivity Review and ensuring that throughout the United Kingdom we have an excellent connectivity that benefits the economy of the whole United Kingdom, would you not really think that actually, before we call for too much more of what he would like in terms of independence and delegating things away from Westminster, that actually really ought to get the House in order in Scotland first?
I don't recognise this situation that my colleague paints. The fact is, with the integrated approach to track and train in Scotland, ScotRail is actually exemplar for the rest of the UK in how to run a rail system. And as for his mention about Union Connectivity Review, obviously we had backed HS2 to come all the way to the Scottish border and provide high-speed rail from the central belt of Scotland and beyond. But I'm hoping the Minister, when she's summing up, can tell us when HS2 will actually get to the Scottish border and we can marry up those high-speed connections to Scotland, because I'd be very interested to hear that, because that's something the Scottish Government and UK Government agreed back a number of years ago. But ScotRail, as has been said by my colleague, is now in full public ownership. So now is the time to transfer responsibility, full responsibility for that infrastructure in the permanent way, currently in Network Rail's hands, to the Scottish Government, so we have a truly integrated rail network. This will also allow for reform of the current track access charge regime, which is sucking resources from Scotland's railways to be mixed into the Network Rail pot, rather than being invested directly in Scotland's track and infrastructure. Because the truth is, ScotRail are forking out twice the access charges of Northern Rail, despite a broadly comparable passenger network. West Midlands trains with an almost identical number of passenger kilometres as ScotRail pays only 1/3 of the charges paid by our publicly owned train operator. So if the Transport Bill is going to be mainly about implementing the Williams Review, it must fundamentally alter the structure and framework of track access charges and provide a level playing field for publicly owned companies such as ScotRail versus the private concessions that will continue to operate in England under the auspices of GBR. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome any action by any government that tries to put a stop to the shameful behaviour of P&O ferries. It is still shocking to recollect the Chief Exec not only admitting his company flagrantly broke the law in treating 800 loyal and hard-working staff with the contempt he and his colleagues did, but that he'd do so again. But it is the government that should be acting, not subcontracting their rollout to others. Palming off responsibility for employment law to port authorities, most of which are now privately owned, isn't what workers in the maritime sector need. They need real protections from the likes of P&O, protections that are enforced by government rather than subject to the decision-making of port owners. Privatising employment law must be the ultimate in Tory ideology. Who needs government to enforce the laws it makes when private enterprise is there to do their job for them? And Madam Deputy Speaker, it beggars belief that they're happy to transfer responsibility for employment law to the private sector, but still resist transferring it to a democratically elected Parliament in Edinburgh. The Scottish Government have made it clear they want pernicious employment practices like fire and rehire to be banned, but Scotland's workers are still trapped under the current antiquated system. If it's good enough for companies like Associated British Ports or Peel Ports, it's good enough for democratically elected government in Edinburgh. We know the importance our transport sectors play in our society and our economy, and since the last Queen's speech, we've seen chaos at our ports caused by Brexit, huge cutbacks in funding for public transport in England, and the continuing evidence from here and elsewhere in the world of the existential threat climate change poses to us and the rest of humanity. Those threats need radical action to help tackle the global challenges, but also those closer to home. Sadly, the government's programme on transport falls well short. No country can provide all the answers or claim perfection, but at least the Scottish Government is putting up a fight and trying to make the changes needed, some of which are tough and, dare I say it, unpopular, Madam Deputy Speaker. But if the UK Government doesn't want to make those changes, that is regrettable for all of us. But that shouldn't allow them to continue putting up barriers around Scotland's response. We can't be hindered by inertia and lack of ambition any longer. On transport policy, like so much else, it's for the UK to try and show why Scotland should continue to be part of the Union. On the evidence so far, they have an impossible task.
Andrew Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will I'll make a few points, but I'm going to be particularly aware of time so that other colleagues can get in and make sure that I don't overrun. The first point I want to make is that I think I agree very strongly with the point that my honourable friend made in his opening remarks, that the government support for the transport sector during the pandemic was very strong. It was necessary in the emergency that we faced. The message actually to go out and avoid public transport, whilst I understood its point, did undo some of the progress that had been made in getting people back onto public transport in the first place. So our task now is to encourage people to resume using public transport and for the government investment programmes to surge ahead. Though I recognise fully that it is actually tough times in transport planning with all of the uncertainties. And we're still facing problems from the pandemic when things like train driver training was cut back. But it is a bad mistake to think that the current level of passenger demand has stabilised and is somehow fixed, and service levels cut back accordingly. In terms of rail, we've seen some of the implications of that locally on the Leeds, Harrogate, Knaresborough, York line. The services that have been cut back are the early morning services to Leeds, and many people from Harrogate and Knaresborough commute to Leeds for work. Some will now find it impossible to be in work on time. And for other services, users, it's not possible now to connect with the Leeds to London services that will get you into our capital before 10 a.m. Now that's not good enough for business people, and Harrogate has a significant conference business from its convention centre, with many people travelling to and from it, and also obviously from across the country. The other cuts that we have seen in rail have created long gaps in the evening services and an earlier finish on the Knaresborough service. And these are obviously very bad for our nighttime economy. It's not great to see these things because we have been making such great progress. After all the years of Labour's no-growth northern franchise, we've got rid of the pacers, we have much better rolling stock. We have more services, especially the 6 direct London services per day using the new Azuma trains. Now, obviously, I've taken this matter up on a local basis, specifically with the chair of Northern Rail, Robin Gisby. Indeed, I have met with Mr Gisby, and it was a very positive meeting. It was clear that Mr Gisby recognised the significance of the services which have been cut, and he's working on reinstatement for later this year. But getting more drivers through training is a necessary ingredient for progress. I recognise the challenges in resuming full pre-pandemic levels of operation. We have lower demand at the moment and operational issues. And I think we can see comparable issues in other sectors of the economy and indeed in our public services. But lots of people have worked very hard to secure the rail improvements we've enjoyed over the last 10 years. And lots of people need the services which have been lost. And those services have a disproportionate economic impact. That's why we need them back at the earliest opportunity. So if I may ask the Minister to consider focusing upon ensuring the operational side of the catch-up is delivered as fast as possible, recognising, of course, that that is the industry's responsibility, but pressure from the Minister can indeed help. I'd like to just switch modes and talk a little bit about buses. We have many electric buses in Harrogate already. There was a step change some years ago when in 2018 a fleet of 8 electric buses went into service. That funding came from a Green Bus Fund initiative, something that ran for many years. And before anyone intervenes, I acknowledge I'm indeed marking my own homework here as a former bus minister. But the point is that we are now seeing comparable initiatives all across the country. And indeed, only in the last few weeks, the Harrogate Bus Company and North Yorkshire County Council, under the excellent leadership of Councillor Don Mackenzie, have won approval for their bid to the government's Zebra scheme. The County Council have secured £8 million, and the Harrogate Bus Company is investing £12 million to create a scheme that will bring 39 electric buses to Harrogate and especially to Knaresborough. I'd just like to quickly share the experience we have had in Harrogate. The bottom line is that these new electric buses are very popular. The customer response has been excellent. I've checked this with both passengers and the bus company. People like the ride quality and the quietness, alongside the fact that the vehicles are bright, airy and pleasant to be in, and they're obviously also emission-free, and that is highly popular. So when the new buses arrive, I know they'll be popular too. So the point of mentioning this is to encourage the government to put as much pace as possible into the Bus Back Better campaign. The 4,000 zero-emission buses that will come from it will be popular. They will drive passenger usage. They will help deliver our net zero objectives. And as the buses will be built across the UK, including in Northern Ireland, they will help deliver on the levelling up agenda. And there are not many policy areas that can tick that many boxes. So please look at how we can see the zero-emission schemes, how we have seen the zero-emission schemes implemented, because there are lessons to be learnt, and those lessons may speed deployment, more wins, more quickly. I have just a moment left, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I have one further ask of ministers, and that's to keep the House informed on progress in the single-leg pricing rail reform trial. Again, I haven't got some fingerprints on the issue, so I'm being upfront about that, but this trial is about simplifying fares on the London to Leeds, Newcastle and Edinburgh routes, simplifying fares so that passengers can mix and match, get more flexibility and therefore better deals. The initial feedback from LNER has been positive, and I'm not surprised by that because we're seeing passenger benefits. So can I ask if the Minister could keep the House informed? That would be great. And if the trial remains successful, perhaps it could be rolled out into other areas of the country so more passengers can get better deals. And a last point, we have seen an enormous amount of hot air this morning, today, from the benches opposite. Labour did nothing to invest in rail during the course of their time in office. They've just been listening to them suggesting they'd spend billions of pounds without identifying where that money would be coming from. Their track record was woeful. Just consider, Labour members, how many miles of electrified railway you delivered during the course of your term in office. It was woeful. So don't try to hide from your record. Recognise that things have changed under this government.
Thank you. The honourable gentleman did very well in sticking to the 7 minutes that I had asked for. I'm afraid that more people have indicated now that they wish to speak than I had originally been aware of. So I hope that we can now keep to a limit of around 5 minutes, but I still hope that we can manage without a formal limit, which gives a little bit more relaxation to the Well, okay, not relaxation. It should make for a better debate if we don't have time limits. So let's keep to 5 minutes and have some interesting interventions. Ian Paisley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 5 minutes is usually about clearing my throat, but I will do my best in this debate. I want to welcome the comments. I hope there's not going to be any hot air from me today in this debate, but I do welcome the comments being made by the previous Minister. And the Minister, both Ministers on the front bench know my commitment to Wrightbus in my own constituency, a company that was about to go into the doldrums, starting with about 55 people less than 2.5 years ago, now at almost 1,000 people. I remember the Minister visiting that plant with me, sitting in the new hydrogen development bus, wanting to steer it around the streets of Ballymena, and I know that those visits are incredibly important. Last few weeks I had the opportunity to meet with the Secretary of State for Transport, and I've encouraged him to make his next big visit to Northern Ireland to visit the bus plant at Wrightbus and to see for himself the great work, the pioneering work that's being done by the workforce there. They're immensely proud of the fact that they have produced the only workable hydrogen buses to scale across the UK. Indeed, they've produced something like over 1 million miles of bus activity on the UK roads. This is the future of public transport, and I hope that the government really grasps it with both arms, gives it a bear hug and takes it forward, because that is what is required for our industry to be successful. I'm also delighted that in recent days we've had new export deals between Wrightbus and Australia with the company Vulgren there, and indeed later this week it's going to be announced another deal with a European country for more hydrogen bus sales into Europe. That's very, very positive developments from a small 75-year-old company in Northern Ireland that is now a world leader in hydrogen-produced buses and in other low-emission bus technologies. And the job creation is significant. It adds to our union connectivity. Remember, 1,000 people employed in Northern Ireland is actually jobs equivalent of about 30,000 across the United Kingdom. That's very, very significant for a small place like Northern Ireland to have that sort of impact. So I do encourage the Secretary of State to visit, and I do encourage other ministerial visits because I think that they show how important bus development is there. I want to speak briefly about other union connectivity with regards to transport, in particular our Heathrow hub link to Northern Ireland. It's already been mentioned by a number of members, the civil aviation issue with regards to the interim price cap. This interim price cap is disastrous for connectivity to Northern Ireland. If I want to take a flight right now, emergency book it on British Airways to Northern Ireland, a single flight, Madam Deputy Speaker, will cost me £375. Think of it. You could fly to probably anywhere else in Europe. That price cap is going to cripple connectivity, and I would encourage the government to step in. I hear what the Minister said in his opening comments, but it really is not good enough to say this is a matter for the Civil Aviation Authority. This requires an intervention by government because of the strategic and security interests that are at stake for union connectivity. And I know there's difficulty for the Minister stepping in, there's all sorts of toes that he'll be treading on. I would just say, do the Northern Ireland thing, get your retaliation in first, put on your hobnail boots and tread on those toes and make the point that this is damaging trade in Northern Ireland, damaging investment, damaging connectivity and damaging the union. And it's important, therefore, that that point is made and that we address that issue. I want to take a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to congratulate TransLink that operates in Northern Ireland. It's currently doing some significant work on our railways across Northern Ireland. It's improving a village in my own constituency, Collybackie and Dunloy, and the links to Ballymoney Town. They're very, very significant transport links, again, for connectivity and for business across Northern Ireland, and indeed the Road Service Division of Infrastructure that is trying to turn what I can only describe as the Swiss cheese-like roads that some of our people drive on in Northern Ireland, trying to improve that road network with a very limited budget. And again, government here should be encouraging our government in Northern Ireland to get on with developing those roads. Very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister in his opening comments mentioned the Levelling Up agenda. This Levelling Up agenda has significant opportunity to change the UK for good if it is applied correctly. On transport specifically for Northern Ireland, if we can get Levelling Up funding into new airport routes, into new airline companies operating across Northern Ireland and on into the rest of the world. That will make a very, very significant difference for trade and for my constituents in Northern Ireland. On the final point, I would like to raise the issue of, as I chair the Motorcycle APPG, I would like to encourage the Minister to meet with the APPG to discuss with us the point that the Transport Chairman of the Transport Committee Chairman mentioned about regulation of e-scooters and other e-vehicles. This is an important development and we need to get ahead of the curve in that, and I hope that the Minister would meet with our APPG soon. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Laura Farris.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I had the pleasure of joining the all-party parliamentary group on Crossrail for my first trip across the city centre, and I have to say it is a triumph of engineering and creativity. From the cloud atlas that is constructed as the ceiling as you descend at Paddington Station to the pinstripes that have inspired the entire construction of Liverpool Station. By its design, it tells really the story of our city. Its construction also revealed more of its history. Some of the construction workers told me about the discovery they made of more than 3,000 victims of the Black Death who were buried at haste and without dignity beneath the old Bethlehem Hospital when they were excavating the tunnel at Liverpool Street. And of course, the train plants a flagpole in our own national story, being unveiled as it is in the year of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee and indeed christened after her. It hasn't been all plain sailing. It is over budget, it is overdue, and it couldn't have got there without significant government intervention. I have certainly cursed it repeatedly over the years for the chaos it's caused at Reading Station, for the way it's carved up the Tottenham Court Road when I've been crawling through on the bus. But despite that, I've had a Damascene conversion. It is an extraordinary piece of new infrastructure. It is incredible that you can travel from Paddington to Liverpool Street in 10 minutes. And it's actually more incredible still that you can go from my constituency, from Newbury Station to Canary Wharf in the heart of London Docklands in exactly 1 hour. Everyone, I think, who worked on it should feel proud. It will change our city and it will transform rail transport across a lot of the southeast. I have to say it comes at a slightly bittersweet moment for West Berkshire, because it is only 2 months since we learned that Great Western Railway was withdrawing 3 intercity express trains from the track between Bedwin and Paddington, something that my honourable friend, who's not in his place, the member for Devizes, and I have been talking to ministers about ever since it was decided. And I have to thank the Rail Minister, who's also not in her place, but for the help that she's given to us to reinstate the 1907 route from Paddington to Bedwin, which is really popular with commuters. But she will understand, as I hope all the front bench will, that when that train was introduced, it was something that my predecessor, who now sits in the other place, worked on very hard, and it meant that people moved to villages like Kintbury and Hungerford because they believed that they were commutable from London. GWR are doing a great job of trying to improve the connection times, but they've also said that it's their ambition to reinstate the IET trains, and I hope the front bench will understand if I keep up the conversation and keep knocking on their door about that over the months ahead. The final issue, I'm going to be quite brief, I wanted to talk about is the bus back better work that the government's doing. And I do differ strongly, actually, from the opposition front bench. We have had indicative funding that is generous, and it enables us to realise perhaps not all of our plans, but then we've got lots of creative ideas in West Berkshire, but certainly some of them. And I'm going to just use one bit of my speech now to focus on a campaign that I've been running for close to 18 months now. And I think the ministers may understand why I raise it, because bus funding is often siloed in individual counties, and it is rarer for counties to correspond and try and secure a bus route that goes between the two. But I have been campaigning for a bus that will link I have been campaigning for a bus that will link Newbury to Oxford with stops along the way, not just because these two great metropolises ought to be joined, although they should, but because I do think it meets the department's BSIP criteria to maximise passenger growth. The route along the A34 between West Berkshire and through South Oxfordshire is home to some of the most exciting technology and science enterprises, actually, well, in the country, I was going to say, if not the world. The Harwell Science Park, just north of my constituency border, is creating 10,000 jobs over the next 5 years. It's already heavily recruiting talented apprentices from Newbury College. And the same can be said of the Science Park at Culham and at Oxford and the Business Park at Milton. They all run up the same route. And the only way one of my constituents can access those places if they get a job is to get 2 trains and a bus at a journey time of about an hour and a half for a distance that is less than 20 miles. And of course, what most of them do is get in their car. So, something we would want to limit. I am so grateful for the energy and enthusiasm that Oxfordshire County Council, West Berkshire Council and Thames Valley LEP and many others have shown for my proposal for a direct bus route, recognising we need to give people a cheaper, greener and faster way of getting to work to these important growth destinations. West Berks and Oxfordshire have both made this request of the DfT in their BSIP proposals, but ultimately the decision rests with you, and I hope I can impeach you, or it can encourage you strongly to approve it.
Yeah.
Abina Opongasari.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member from Newbury. I welcome the opportunity to speak about transport issues today. I'm regularly contacted by constituents raising issues from poor public transport links to the lack of availability of electric vehicle charging points, and I'll be covering a couple of these issues today. But I want to start with some good news from many of my constituents, as you know, the Honourable Member for Newbury has also spoken about. After years of waiting and a number of years before starts, Crossrail, renamed as the Elizabeth Line, it finally opens next week. One of its 2 eastern branches terminates in Abbey Woods, in my constituency. Having had the opportunity to also visit the station and ride the new trains, I'm certain that this will be a transformative new railway for many of my constituents and indeed the whole of London. So I want to also pay tribute to those that have made it happen, including the many thousands of people who worked on this colossal project. But I also want to point out that Crossrail got the green light under a Labour government and a Labour mayor. There are of course lessons to be learned about the significant delays and cost overruns, but I'm confident that the Elizabeth Line will increase opportunities for many of my constituents and encourage more people to visit my part of South East London. I can recommend the beautiful Lesness Abbey Woods near the Abbey Wood station. I remember inviting the Madam Deputy Speaker in my amazing speech, followed by a pint in the Abbey Arms, but I like to have a glass of wine. I do want to raise the point about ensuring as many of my constituents as possible benefit from Crossrail. To achieve this, we do need a well thought out and regular bus route links to communities across Erith and Thamesmead to the Elizabeth Line at Abbey Wood. Constituents have raised a number of issues, such as the TfL extending services, but without increasing the number of buses on those routes, you are so left with lower frequency. All too many buses are being channelled down small roads, causing congestion problems, and there are still parts of the constituency which are badly served, particularly at night, making it more harder for shift workers to get to and from work. Ultimately, we do need good, reliable and regular bus routes across Erith and Thamesmead, which reflects the needs of local people. This also brings me onto a wider issue of transport connectivity. My DLR campaign. Thamesmead in my constituency is currently very poorly served by public transport. This cuts off people from work or educational opportunities, or means they have little choice but to drive. My Next Stop Thamesmead campaign is about finally putting Thamesmead on the transport map. I'm backing plans supported by the Royal Borough of Greenwich, Newham Council, Transport for London and Peabody to extend the DLR from Gallions Reach in Newham over the river to Thamesmead. This proposal will unlock significant new housing on both sides of the river, but would crucially also increase connectivity for existing residents of Thamesmead and nearby areas. So when I raised this issue with the Minister in February, she said that the work was ongoing with the Home of England to assess the potential options. I'll be grateful if the Minister could update me on that work. My constituents do deserve the benefits of transport connectivity that many others across London already enjoy. Now is the time for the government to commit to this project, to back it with proper funding and to get building the DLR extension to Thamesmead. I want to end by talking about electric vehicle charging points. Many constituents have contacted me about the lack of availability of electric vehicle charging points near their homes and places of work. Increasingly, my constituents are keen to switch to electric vehicles. They want to do their bit for the environment while also avoiding rising fuel prices, but too often they are prevented from doing so by a lack of charging points and the difficult processes they have to go through to request one from my council. The availability of on-street charging points is a particular issue. Too few of my constituents across both Greenwich and Bexley have charging points on their streets. Now, while the provision and there's application of the charging points is a matter for local councils, I firmly believe the government must take a more proactive approach to ensure that everyone has access to charging points. And I do fully agree with the Transport Committee's report from last year, which said charging on electric vehicles should be a convenient, straightforward and inexpensive. Owners should not have to face postcode lottery. Local authorities do need powers and funding to deliver charging points across our local communities. For instance, we should be looking at whether councils can be given more powers over charging points in supermarket car parks and other similar locations. And then the rollout of on-street chargings in front of people's homes needs to be accelerated. We cannot afford to dither and delay on this issue. The public are ready and willing to switch to electric cars. They must not be let down by this government's inaction. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sarah Brickliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To truly level up, we need to make sure that we provide the suitable connections for our constituents to get to those opportunities that exist, whether that be by road or rail. And this is one of my key focuses for the residents in Harburn and Haslingden. But we've got some serious issues with transport and connectivity. An example being that a journey to Manchester by road, which is around 26 miles away, can easily take over an hour, by train just under. With my colleagues in Westminster, we worked together just after being elected to save the vital X41 bus service, which goes from my patch to Manchester, and this is because the bus routes are key, especially when we're encouraging people to use more public transport, but they have to exist, be reliable and affordable, and that's why I welcome over £34 million of funding from the government for Lancashire's bus service improvement plan, and I'll push for much of the investment to go into Harburn and Haslingden. Reliable services by train are vital, but our stations also have to be accessible. That's why I'm pleased to see investment into Accrington train station through government funding, and we're already seeing £300,000 worth of work being done on a compliant ramp on the Burnley-Bound platform side, which came from the DfT mid-tier funding. I've also lobbied for other stations to become accessible for all, such as Church and Oswaldtwistle, Rishton, and further measures for Accrington, and I am pleased that option selection reports and diversity impact assessments have been submitted to the DfT for all of these stations by Northern, who I've worked closely with, and I'm really pressed that these be looked at favourably by the department, as this investment would make a transformational difference. Now, coming on to some of the more of the schemes that I've been lobbying the government on with colleagues. Firstly, we have the Skipton to Colne railway line, and I need to thank the campaign group CELRAP for their hard work and dedication to the campaign. The reinstatement of just 13 miles of track removed during the beaching cut would have a huge benefit to our area and would finally link up Yorkshire and Lancashire by rail, and I would sincerely welcome a meeting with the Minister and other colleagues involved to further discuss this. And as the Haslingden MP, my full backing is also behind the Rottenstall to Manchester line through the Restoring Your Railways Fund, and I was pleased that the government granted £50,000 to Rosendale Borough Council for the feasibility study. Madam Deputy Speaker, along with the local authorities, the LET business leaders, East Lancs Chamber of Commerce, we've been working together to get a freight terminal in Huncourt, which will be hugely beneficial for Lancashire and beyond, bringing jobs, investment and economic growth. So that is something that I want the government to be quite aware of. And finally, I just want to talk about some of the key issues with our roads across Hyndburn and Haslingden. Firstly, speeding. Roads like Hoodhay, Blackburn Road, Burnley Road, Manchester Road and Fielding Lane are just a few of the roads where we've got severe problems with nuisance and, quite frankly, ignorant drivers who use our roads as racetracks, putting innocent lives at risk and creating excessive noise. And I've been working with our local police in the county on this, and I'm currently in the process with the above mentioned of putting together our application to be one of the areas to trial the noise cameras that the government has put forward, and I do hope our application will also be looked on favourably. And also that we have a big issue in Lancashire and beyond, and one of the things that we've been talking about a lot is the use of speed cameras, but what I've been told by authorities is that the cost of just a single speed camera is quite a significant amount of money, so I wonder whether there is a pot of funding that could potentially go to local authorities from the government so they can actually put these into the communities that need them, such as mine in Hyndburn and Haslingden. Finally, I'd just like to end with the issue of congestion in areas like Clayton, specifically around Worley Road at peak times. This is one of the main routes linking the Ribble Valley to Hyndburn, causing huge problems at rush hour and significant air pollution. To solve this, it might be a relief road or something like that, and I would welcome further discussions on what we could potentially do in Hyndburn to make sure that we create something that's suitable for that area. And to finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that our bid in Lancashire to make Preston the home of the Great British Railways HQ will be carefully considered by the government, because this is just the kind of investment we need in lovely Lancashire.
Yeah. Rosie Duffett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the reports currently at the evidence stage for the EFRA committee on which I serve is rural mental health. Time and again, our expert witnesses mention isolation, loneliness, and the problems of basic connectivity as factors leading to poor mental health in rural communities. Added to the many financial pressures, Brexit uncertainty and added bureaucracy, this is sadly all part of a deeply worrying pattern. Rural communities are especially dependent on reliable, regular, affordable transport links, and when local bus services are cut, the effect is immediate and has catastrophic consequences. What exactly is a single parent supposed to do, for example, if their routine involves setting off for work, knowing their teenage child will leave for the bus 20 minutes later and arrive safely in time for registration, if they are told one day that that bus route will no longer exist? Anyone who regularly uses a route for medical appointments, social reasons, going to college or work, what exactly are they supposed to do if it's gone overnight? School and work are essential activities, so therefore those buses are essential too. My constituency already has far too many cars clogging up the few main routes in and out, contributing to increasingly dangerous levels of air pollution, growing rates of childhood asthma. But what choice do people have when their buses simply disappear? We're building more and more houses, inviting in more and more cars, even building more roads to accommodate those cars, and threatening our much-loved and historic green spaces, such as the Old Park area in Canterbury. Does this sound like a recognition of the climate emergency? It's hardly progressive, Madam Deputy Speaker. Canterbury, Whitstable and our villages simply want to be able to move from A to B, get to school without damaging the planet and everyone's lungs. But we won't achieve that if local bus services are constantly disappearing. Cuts to school buses like the one serving Spires Academy in Herne Bay, a school attended by many pupils living around Canterbury. How is it more efficient for Kent County Council to have to source other modes of transport, particularly for otherwise stranded children with SEN needs and additional needs? The cost of a school travel pass is now almost £400. There's no way a single parent, possibly with 2 or more children, can magic up money like that. I had to borrow the money to pay for my 2 children's bus passes when they cost half of that several years ago. It's really easy to forget how dependent people are on public transport, whilst we here go around Westminster. Everywhere we look, there are affordable buses on every corner. When visiting London, my constituents can jump on a bus for £1.65 to go anywhere, but pay over £7 to travel about 20 minutes from Canterbury to Whitstable and back. The bus route through Rough Common, one of my villages, the number 27, is causing so many real problems as it's about to be cut, and my constituents are dependent on it. There's also cuts to Route 922, 925 and number 7. Now, I know that despite being one of the largest local authorities, Kent County Council does not have an endless supply of money. Our county has to deal with the horrors of Operation Brock, one of the many so-called benefits of Brexit, the recent collapse of P&O ferries, which was a disaster for our area, and I'm sure we'll hear about that later from the member for Dover. The P&O ferries and the pause of Eurosol services from Ashford and Ebbsfleet have also had a catastrophic effect. So our local authorities need help urgently, direct financial assistance and help to tackle these huge issues. Canterbury City Council has committed to building far too many new homes without the basic infrastructure needed. Can the government help us to update our outlook and aims as a county so that we're not simply choking our children as a result of outdated car dependency? We need help with a cleaner, greener, more people-focused overview of transport, keeping our rural communities moving, keeping East Kent as an inviting and buzzing tourist destination. Let's model ourselves a bit more perhaps on our European neighbours and have more pedestrian-friendly town centres and cheaper, more environmentally friendly and reliable transport. Let's help our local authorities and big bus companies work together in consultation with national government to adequately fund the active travel scheme to achieve a more ambitious, greener vision for local transport across the country. Thank you.
Yeah. Natalie Elphick.
Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow my honourable friend, and I thoroughly endorse her comments on the importance of rural bus services in our area of East Kent. May I start by welcoming the Conservative government's very robust action in holding P&O ferries to account and the work underway to better protect seafarers, as announced in the Queen's speech. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend for Bexhill and Battle and the combined Transport and Business Select Committees and all members from across the House for their support on this issue, which is so important to my constituents. Representing such an incredibly well-connected and successful area as Dover and Deal, transport is central to both our economic and community life. We have the one and only, the original, the first of the high-speed lines, High Speed 1. This sees us benefit from trains whizzing from Dover to London in just over an hour and high-speed connections right through to Deal. But while the train line is excellent, since the pandemic, we have not had services fully restored to their pre-pandemic timetable, and the cost of tickets is nothing short of exorbitant. An anytime day return ticket to London is more than £85. That's simply not affordable for many in my area. An off-peak return, almost £50. Annual season ticket, nearly £7,400. That's more than £2,000 more to travel from Dover than to travel from affluent Tunbridge Wells or leafy Sevenoaks. It represents over 23% of the average earnings for Dover, compared to around 17% of average earnings for Tunbridge Wells and around 13% of average earnings for Sevenoaks. And it's a pleasure to see my hard-working and honourable friend for Sevenoaks in her place. The Dover tickets are more expensive than travelling from Cambridge, Southampton, or even Birmingham to London. That cannot be fair, and it doesn't make economic sense either. Our country has invested millions of pounds in great rail services for our area. If people can't afford to use them, then we all lose out, nationally and locally. Now, as the House will know, Dover has a national strategic role as well as a local one. We are home to our country's most successful and busiest port of its type, the Port of Dover. And it's vital to keep a balance between the national interests and the community interests, between a trade corridor and a great place to live. Kent is served with not one but two motorways, the M20 and the M2. Dover, however, is not. As lorries and cars thunder along the motorways, the last few miles of the approach into Dover on either side of the town are not motorways. They are A roads, the A20 and the A2. The A2 is mostly single carriageway, peppered with residential roundabouts that crisscross the homes, shops and workplaces of our local people. The A2 is now so overloaded that planning permissions for local homes are objected to by national highways on the basis of capacity constraints. This is a road that has been identified for an upgrade for nearly all of my adult life. It is now in the road investment programme, and it really now must go ahead, because Dover is becoming as famous for its traffic queues as for its white cliffs, and it's time the roadblocks are cleared. This matters for national growth as well as local growth. Geographically, we are the closest point to continental Europe. The short straits route transits 60% of our trade with Europe. Dover alone manages up to 10,000 freight vehicles, 25,000 cars and 90,000 passenger movements a day at peak times. Contrary to the doomsters and gloomsters, when Brexit transition finally came, the sky didn't fall in, the seas didn't rise, and there weren't hundreds of miles of tailbacks to the Midlands and beyond. But there are days when the traffic grounds to a halt. There were before we left the European Union, and there are now, because of weather, strikes, and many other reasons. These are part and parcel of having a major transport hub, be that a port or an airport. But the fragility of the road network has increased in recent decades as the activity and growth has soared, that growth being international, national, and local. The roads are long overdue for investment, and at the moment, the Kent road system operates with a sort of sticking plaster, or should I say, a series of sticking plasters. They're called TAP, Stack, Brock, and the euphemistically named Active Management Protocol, which means police standing on the edges of the corners of the main arterial roads directing traffic. Yes, a few traffic lights and police in high-vis jackets to manage local community traffic, those 10,000 lorry movements and up to 90,000 passenger movements at peak time. This sticking plaster and piecemeal approach is letting Dover down, and it's letting down UK PLC. It needs proper investment, and I renew my requests for urgent planned strategic investment to keep Dover clear and make the most of Britain's opportunity to trade with the world. And finally, I end just to say that Dover and Deal is a wonderful place to live and work. I want to see our area thrive and develop, grow and prosper even more. Getting the right infrastructure in place will deliver for our community and for our nation alike. In these financially constrained times, it is more important than ever to put national investment where it can deliver most bang for the buck. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that means investing in Dover and Deal.
Please let's keep it to 5 minutes, or else I will have to put on a time limit. Sarah Olney.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a real pleasure to contribute to this transport debate, because transport is so central to so many of the challenges facing us as a country, from net zero to levelling up and even to the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister seems to want us to use our bus services as a refuge from unaffordable fuel bills. But I think for me the most important issue that transport needs to tackle is decarbonisation. And I think for local communities right across the country, we need better transport options that are not only greener but more accessible, reliable and affordable, more and cleaner buses. I'm delighted that 2 of our main bus routes in Richmond Park, the 65 and the 371, are now electric, which will have great, really positive impact on the air quality in both Kingston and Richmond. And not only that, you can plug your phone in. That's a real win. But I really think the government need to go a lot further on their transport decarbonisation strategy. They've pledged £27 billion on new or upgraded roads, a raft of ambitious goals and targets for phasing out carbon-emitting vehicles, but a distinct lack of detail in how those targets are going to be delivered. I just want to echo the comments for the member for Newbury and the member for Erith and Thamesmead about Elizabeth Line and how marvellous it is that that's been opened. But the delays and the extra costs, I think one of the benefits that we really need to leverage of the new line, not just the extra connectivity and all the opportunities that offers in London and the South East, but also the opportunity to learn lessons from what went wrong on the Crossrail project project that we can apply to some of the other big transport infrastructure projects across the country, not least HS2, of course, which has a huge potential as an engine for economic growth across the North and the Midlands. But it's so disappointing to see the Leeds leg scrapped, because I think that really does diminish the opportunity to deliver on the government's levelling up agenda. While we're investing in new rail across the country, I really want to see the government focusing on accessibility and step-free access for passengers of reduced mobility. It's such an important issue. And while we're investing, while we're building those railways, while we're investing in new track and railway carriages, we should just build in that accessibility at the very start. And I also want to renew my call for more tactile paving across the network for the partially sighted. We've seen some horrific cases in London where blind people have fallen off the platform because there's no tactile paving, and there has been deaths. On that note, really pleased to see that the planning application has gone in for lifts at Barnes Station under the Access for All programme. That's going to make a huge difference to people with limited mobility in the area to be able to use the station. But over 40% of stations across the UK do not offer that step-free access, and that's something that really does need to be addressed. For my constituents living in Barnes, of course, can I just mention Hammersmith Bridge, following on from the member for Putney? Really do want to see the department engaging with Hammersmith and Fulham on the funding for the strengthening. I know the business case is in preparation, and I urge the department to do everything they possibly can to support that work, because my constituents really need it. And I want also the government to think about a strategic plan for bridges right across the country, because when you get the catastrophic failure we've seen in Hammersmith Bridge, it is too much for a single local authority to fund. Can I quickly ask also about rickshaws? I would really welcome an opportunity to meet with the Minister to talk about legislation for the regulation of rickshaws. The member for Cities of London and Westminster brought forward legislation in the last session. It's something I think could actually be a real game changer for those of my constituents and elsewhere in London and other cities who cannot access active travel in the same way. I think it could be a really interesting opportunity, and I would welcome the opportunity to take that forward. Can I also mention that Transport for London really does need a sustainable funding package so that they can invest for the long term in some of these projects like Hammersmith Bridge, like rickshaws. And I don't want to forget rural areas. We talk a lot about urban areas and solutions for urban areas, but too many rural areas are still very dependent on cars. And in the southwest, for example, in Devon, the cost of diesel is 0.5% higher than the national average, and that really does disadvantage people in places like Devon from using their cars. And finally, can I just talk about electric vehicles and expanding opportunities for charging electric vehicles, and in particular, can we think about a temporary reduction of VAT on electric vehicles to encourage take-up? I know, and again, the member for Erith and Thamesmead made a great case about where we really need to be investing in electric vehicle charging points, but if we want to accelerate the uptake of electric vehicles, then I really think making it more attractive price-wise is going to be really urgent. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy.
Chris Lurcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me in this debate. It's a pleasure to contribute and to follow the Honourable Lady for Richmond Park. Madam Deputy Speaker, I should draw the House's attention to to the Members' Register, and also that I worked for the Railways for a long time before I was elected to this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud of the Government's ambition and determination to level up the UK. I'm particularly proud to hear all the bills that have come forward in the Queen's speech, but of course particularly pleased as well to hear about the Transport Bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to focus my remarks on rail, on bus and road as part of this debate. First of all, the Great British Railway proposal is really good for the United Kingdom, the whole of the United Kingdom. I'm particularly pleased that the model that I think has probably got to the end of its life, and that life has been a very good one, because we've seen passenger numbers increase 100% over that period since privatisation began. But I think the government have fully understood that things do need to change. But I would like to draw the government's attention particularly to some initiatives that could be further opportunities within the GBR initiative. We see in other countries, and I'll take Japan for example, where the relationship between real estate and funding for railway operations is very, very close, to the extent where often we actually don't see any, or the Japanese don't see government investment required because of the model of which they adopt. It is something that's very worthwhile to be considered, and I would urge the Minister to ask her civil servants, her officials to consider it. But as part of the enormous amounts of money that are invested in transport, I think it's really important that we do not get carried away with the number of billions that is going to be spent. We need to be more concerned about the specific outputs that we see rather than the amount of money that's going to be spent. Because from my perspective, we are seeing X number of billions. I mean, I think my honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee, mentioned earlier I want to say 27.4 billion that Highways England had. I'm sorry, I can't remember if that was quite right. But an enormous amount of money that's been given to Highways England, yet for years and years and years we can see consultation after consultation before we actually see any spades in the ground. And that, of course, is the same within railways, particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Rail Network Enhancement Plan. That's been a long time coming. We've seen some really good announcements for the Midlands and the North. The Integrated Rail Plan is bringing £96 billion to the Midlands and the North. Regrettably, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the South West, we haven't got anything yet. And what's even worse, where we've had previous announcements from Network Rail about the investment in re-signalling to enable more capacity or more flexibility, those schemes at the end of the last control period were deferred with no hope in sight of the most basic re-signalling programmes. And I think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that whilst we in this House talk a lot about the tens of billions, and I know the party opposite want more than 96 billion, forgetting, of course, that we pay £82 billion a year in interest at the moment, we must remember the other parts of the country, particularly the rural parts, and specifically the South West. The local challenges we've had have been immense in Dorset and Somerset, and I'm grateful for the Minister's support with returning the frequency and the direct services on the Waterloo-Exeter line and the Waterloo-Dorchester and Weymouth line, which have come into effect at the last timetable. I would like to give a particular mention to GB Rail Freight, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are a freight operator who I think we should be incredibly proud of as a parliament in this country, because they are taking important steps to decarbonise the freight sector of the railway. They have recently introduced their first Class 99 hybrid locomotive that will eventually succeed the diesel power Class 66, and I think will go a long way to decarbonise the freight network, and we have much to learn from them. I would also, Madam Deputy Speaker, like to mention the fact that the railways in the Ukraine and the help that we give to transport and railways with the Ukraine is not often spoken about in this House. We have great pride in some of the things that we as a nation have done in decades past to help those escaping tyranny by train. But this is an area we haven't done very much. And I know we're not a neighbouring country to the Ukraine, but I would urge the government to participate and to actively support initiatives such as I have with All Rail, which is a group of European train operators who have operated up to the border, the Polish-Ukrainian border, and brought people out of the Ukraine across Europe. It would be a wonderful statement for the government, on top of all the wonderful work it's done so far, to participate in such initiatives. And I would encourage the Minister to consider that, if I may. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just like to briefly cover off finally the bus service improvement plan. That, for something for Dorset, has been quite painful. I fully recognise it's been good for the country in many ways, but for Dorset and many other rural areas, we've not been successful. And I think it's important that the government considers what can be done to support rural areas. I'm not talking about financial bungs necessarily, about what tangible initiatives can be done, and that would be very much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for West Dorset and a pleasure to speak in this debate, which is of huge importance to my constituents in Putney, Roehampton and Southfields. And I'd like to say at the beginning that I'm a member of the APPG for Cycling and Walking. And I'd like to invite you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my fun bike ride at 11 o'clock on Sunday, leaving from Putney Embankment, and part of the celebrations of the 150th anniversary of Wimbledon and Putney Commons. It's my contribution to active travel as part of those celebrations. It won't surprise you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will be raising the issue of Hammersmith Bridge closure to start with. This is causing huge congestion, pollution, danger for cyclists, in fact stopping potential cyclists from cycling in Putney because of the additional 500 to 4,000 vehicles a day which go through Putney as a result of that closure. I would like to urge the Minister to stop playing party politics. Every answer I get in this House is about, oh, it should be Labour, Hammersmith and Fulham Council. No, they should be working together. People in Putney are absolutely sick and tired of not having enough urgency on this issue. Please stop expecting the Council and TfL to pay 2/3 of the over £100 million cost of this heritage restoration. So I would urge the Minister today, and I hope I'll be hearing about this again, for a date to be fixed by when the bridge will be open to vehicles, and then to see the action which will be taken together with Hammersmith and Fulham Council and TfL, but to pay for that bridge. And for a toll not to be the answer for that, because a toll on that bridge will still result in lots of vehicles going through Putney. I would also like to echo those comments from other members about disability access to our tube and train stations, and to make the case again for East Putney Station to have step-free access. It is a very high passenger use station, very high potential use for those with mobility issues and for parents of small children, and yet it has very unusually high, steep stairs going up to it, so many people in that area cannot use that station, Madam Deputy Speaker. COVID has paused those schemes for disability access to train and tubes, but that cannot be an excuse any longer, and I would urge the Government and for Ministers to work with TfL to move ahead on access schemes and to put East Putney Tube Station at the top of the list. On active travel, I was disappointed by the lack of comment on active travel in the proposed transport bill and the speech earlier. In 2020, the Prime Minister announced £2 billion of ring-fenced funding for the next 5 years for active travel, which is only about a quarter to a third of what is needed to meet the Government's own active travel targets. After 3 years of allocations, the Government is not on course to deliver that £5 billion. And in the meantime, local authorities do not have the funding they need for active travel. So in Putney, many constituents write to me saying, we do not have safe cycle routes and safe places to store cycles, and the council do not have the funding yet to be able to deliver all that is needed. But the amount of people who would cycle would be huge if our local authority had the funding. So I would urge ministers to step up, release the funding already promised, but also to beef this up in the transport bill. I would also look for the transport bill to have far better connection between cycling and trains and cycling and buses. On the continent, there are many buses where you can put your bike on the front of the bus, so you can cycle up, take the bus, and it enables you to have longer journeys and for people who would otherwise need to use a car to not use a car. This should be the same for trains as well. It should be far more easy to take your bike on the train, far more spaces allowed for bikes and far more of an easier booking system. This would transform urban transport for areas, for example, in Roehampton, which has very poor transport links. I would also like to see much more emphasis on cleaner and greener buses. We have many greener bus routes through Putney High Street, which is essential for increasing our clean air, which is a real problem in Putney. But the bus routes, for example, of the 39, 93 and 424, I'm following other members in actually naming numbers of bus routes. I think it's important to get them out there. So these bus routes need to go green. We need to have no more diesel buses on our bus routes. And on e-scooters, I welcome the inclusion about e-scooters in the transport bill. It's so important. I've met with constituents who are blind or have visual impairments who now will not leave their home for fear of e-scooters because of the silence of them and the speed of them. So regulation is absolutely key. E-scooters are here to stay, for sure, but we need to make sure that we don't inadvertently entrap people in their homes because of the e-scooters, and it was heartbreaking to hear. So I welcome this in the transport bill. Finally, I'd like to mention very briefly the Road Collision Investigation Branch. The Government has consulted on proposals to set this up. Last year, 55 pedestrians and 9 cyclists were killed in London. And we must have more investigation into the reasons for those deaths, not only in London, but across the UK. A road collision investigation branch would be able to do that far more effectively. And I'd like to hear from the Minister if the forthcoming Transport Bill will include powers to establish such a body. I look forward to seeing inclusive, ambitious and transport policies which increase active travel and cut air pollution. Thank you very much.
Anna Firth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Putney and to hear all the contributions from around the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, a famous politician whose name I forget once said that his priority was education, education, education. But when it comes to economic growth, we all know that what is required is better connected location, location, location. So the new city of Southend has location in spades, but its connections are not all that they should be. Southend City is situated on the world's most famous working waterway. It's served by 2 fast train lines. It has a world-class multi-use business park next to Europe's fastest growing airport. The city of Southend is ideally located to be the best seaside city in the country. Over 7 million tourists visit Southend every year, contributing over 470 million to the local economy and supporting 16% of our local jobs. Our advanced medical technology industries, amongst others, contribute 3 billion to the exchequer every single year. Yet despite this extraordinary contribution, there is one area where Britain's newest city lags behind other UK cities, and that is our transport infrastructure. Long-term underinvestment and lack of planning from Southend City's Labour-led council has led Britain's newest city with a disjointed and deeply unsatisfactory transport network. The Chancellor himself said great cities need great transport, and Britain's newest city now needs and deserves serious investment in our public transport network. Of course, I welcome the fact that the UK government has committed almost 7 billion to levelling up transport across the country, but sadly nothing of substance has yet made its way down the line to Southend, and levelling up must include our coastal communities. As the UK's newest city, we deserve to bus back better. Our buses are old-fashioned, irregular, too expensive and liable to be cut without proper notice. In 2020, Arriva withdrew our eco-friendly bus fleet and replaced it with second-hand, polluting diesel buses from another city. Another city's cast-offs are not good enough for Britain's newest city. Only last month, First Essex buses axed the very popular number 26 route with only a few days' notice when the Labour-led council withdrew support funding. This vital bus route has cut elderly residents off from the hospital, from shops, from essential surgeries, and also, very importantly, from their constituency surgery. Currently, there is no bus service for elderly people in my constituency to go to the seafront or to go to the town of Leigh-on-Sea. And I regularly get letters that old people are left standing in the cold and the wet because the bus and the train is not connecting. Roads. The A127, one of 2 trunk roads into Southend, is in desperate need of an upgrade, and our roads and pavements are literally crumbling. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of this must change. Number 1, we need a new overarching integrated transport plan for the new City of Southend to turbocharge our local economy and attract even more investment into our city. We've already seen what can be done when proper investment happens, and I welcome the announcement this week to make Chalkwell Station in my constituency fully accessible to all, and indeed I would be delighted to invite the Minister to come and take the first ride in that lift at Chalkwell Station, along with the brilliant local campaigner who's helped to make this possible, Jill Allen King. 2, our trains need overhauling. We need greater capacity and a real improvement in the ticketing system. There is nothing more dispiriting than standing on the station, as I do myself, queuing for the one working ticketing machine and seeing your train pull away without you on it. All stations in Britain's newest city need to have contactless ticketing. Thirdly, buses. Buses are a lifeline for our elderly community. And I echo everything that's been said by the Honourable Member for Canterbury in this regard. They're essential not only for economic prosperity but for well-being. And our buses must be overhauled. And I do hope that we will receive some of the government's planned 4,000 hydrogen buses. Most importantly, no bus service should be allowed to be withdrawn without proper notice and consultation. And this must never happen again. Finally, roads. The A127, as I've mentioned, needs to be upgraded, and we must stop prevaricating over this. We also need safer provision for cyclists in the city, and all residents just want the council to get on with fixing the potholes in our roads and mending our pavements. Finally, as a new city, it's time to implement major projects that would have a long-term impact on Southend for generations to come. If the Elizabeth line was extended from Shenfield to Southend, there would be major local and national economic benefits similar to those that Reading is now enjoying. It would be the only direct route linking London's Heathrow Airport with London's Southend Airport. Better connecting the city of Southend to London would better connect London itself and unlock the biggest opportunity for growth in the South East.
Julie Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak in this transport debate and a very great pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Southend West. I would like to focus on 2 local projects which are of great importance to my local community in Hertford and Stortford. But I did have the opportunity to speak yesterday in the final debate on the Queen's speech on economic growth. And I made the point that it really is a key part. Delivering infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure, is such an important part of the government's agenda, along with delivering skills and innovation. And I really do welcome the government's commitment to infrastructure and transport projects up and down the country, which will deliver economic growth, improve productivity and spread opportunity across our nation. And of course, we need sustainable, creative, innovative, green solutions, which leads me neatly on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to HART, the Hertfordshire to Essex Rapid Transport Proposal, which is being consulted on and developed right now with public engagement across the relevant counties, Hertfordshire and Essex. HART will deliver accessible, reliable, affordable, sustainable east-west transit in my constituency. I have 2 towns on the west, 2 towns on the east and a rural piece in the middle. And east to west transport is difficult. Buses are less than reliable and it is difficult. So this is a really creative, innovative solution to that issue. And it will go much further than my constituency and benefit both counties as well. It really is a forward-looking vision and it will create and support jobs, growth and accessibility for our community. And I look forward to continuing its development and engaging with the department to realise this long-term project. I would also like to highlight the brilliant bid for which we have been shortlisted for Bishop Stortford to become the headquarters of the new Great British Railways. I would like to pay tribute to all of those involved in putting this brilliant bid together as part of the Shaping Stortford Group. East Herts District Council, Hertfordshire County Council, Bishop Stortford Town Council, Hertfordshire's LEP, Solent, the Bishop's Stortford bid, and all of the local residents who have engaged so constructively and proactively. The proposed site, the Goodyard site, dates from 1842, and it's very fitting to have the possibility of returning rail to this historic site, which is itself a key town centre regeneration project. Our area has its own pockets of deprivation, and the jobs this would deliver and would be a huge boost for our community and overall a great addition to our expanding but beautiful market town, which is so brilliantly located as the gateway to the eastern region, at the heart of the Cambridge-London Stansted Innovation Corridor, Stansted Airport itself, and linked by road and rail to London. Madam Deputy Speaker, both Hart and the Great British Railways HQ bid are projects which are a credit to Hertford and Stortford and to the people who are involved in them. I heartily recommend them to the Minister, and she does have an invitation to come and visit at any time. Thank you.
Robert Largan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for squeezing me in at the end. I want to talk about a few different issues. First of all, something which a lot of other members have touched upon, which is reduced rail timetables as a result of COVID. That's still something which is very significantly affecting commuters across much of the High Peak, particularly in places like Glossop, New Mills, Buxton and Whaley Bridge, where we're seeing significant reductions in timetable, which Northern have said is still due to COVID staff shortages. The latest timetable they've announced reduction will still continue all the way till at least December, which is very disappointing. It's particularly difficult, especially in Glossop and Hadfield, Dinting, that area where there's also major roadworks going on for 20 weeks in the main road out of the town. So those two things happening at once is causing a lot of problems locally. So there's a real need to get the full timetable back. Over 2,000 local commuters have signed my petition so far calling for Northern to restore that. So I hope that we can get that back as soon as possible. The second thing I want to talk about is obviously the transport bill which is coming forward and the Great British Rail reforms, which I very much welcome to try and sort out the franchising issues there and get a better passenger experience across the country, something I wholeheartedly welcome. And on a similar vein, I also welcome that Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, is finally, after 5 years after being given the powers by the government to do bus franchising, is starting to pursue that as well. I think that's a very positive move and I support him in that. And given that Derbyshire County Council have just been given a significant sum of money by the government to do bus improvement on our side of the border, it's really important for those cross-bus routes between Greater Manchester and Derbyshire that we get that right and that we work together properly so we can see improvements, particularly restoring the 236 bus and the X57 buses which have been lost, and trying to get a direct bus service through to Tameside Hospital from Glossop, which is much needed. Next, I want to talk about what I think is really the heart of transport, which is the desperate need to get transport right to fix the productivity gap which we have in our economy. The government rightly spends an awful lot of money, and a lot of time and focus has been put on skills and putting a huge amount of effort into that, and that's spot on. But much in the same way that record sums of funding into the NHS will never be enough until we fix the social care system, huge sums of money into skills will never be enough until we get connectivity and transport right. A lot of the work that I've been trying to do, trying to bring employers together, doing a High Peak Jobs and Apprenticeships Fair and a High Peak Apprenticeship Exchange, which I've been setting up, a huge issue that comes back from so many employers is that they can't get recruitment simply because people can't get to those locations. They can't get to college, they can't get to where they want to work on time for 9 AM. So all the money and effort going into apprenticeships, skills, won't be enough unless we make the connectivity work too. And that's particularly important for addressing regional inequalities. Quite a few members have mentioned Crossrail and the Elizabeth Line opening, which is fantastic. It's a brilliant scheme, but we really need to see that in other parts of the country. The shadow minister who represents a London-based constituency, who's not in his place, referred slightly with distaste on his lips to having once ridden a bus in Manchester. for those members who don't have the pleasure of representing somewhere in the North and Midlands, the level and the disparity between transport is absolutely enormous, and this is key to fixing the productivity gap. So many people are arriving late to work, they're arriving stressed and exhausted to work, or having to leave early just because getting to work is so difficult because the transport links are so poor, and fixing that is absolutely essential. So how do we do that? It is that focus on infrastructure, improving our transport. I think the government have done a lot of really good things. Our bit of the Northern Powerhouse Rail project, the upgrade of the Manchester to Sheffield route, the Hope Valley line, construction is already underway, and that will make a huge difference to the passengers in places like Newmills, Chinley, Edale, Hope and Bamford. But we also need to connect that up with the bus services and active travel, which is why I'm so pleased that we've just this month approved the Travelling Light £120,000 funding project for the Hope Valley Climate Action, which I've been supporting. So that's going to really help join things up too. At the same time, we need to get it right when it comes to road. Buses go on the road network. If we're moving towards electric vehicles and low emission vehicles, we have to get our road network right. The Mottram bypass, which has been promised for over 50 years, we've got the money committed, we have a contract signed, we need to get on and build it, and then build the second phase of that bypass around Tintwistle too. So hopefully we can get that. I'm very optimistic. And it's all very well and good talking about improving rail, but there are whole swathes of rural areas which have no access to rail whatsoever. Two examples I want to flag very quickly. Chinley, where there is no step-free access, we have an access for all bid that's just gone in, and I'd love to see transport ministers come to the village and see just how important that is, because there is currently no step-free access in either direction. And also, I regularly get accused of being like Cato the Elder, of mentioning this in almost every speech I make, the desperate need to build Gamesley Station. This is one of the most deprived areas anywhere in the country. It has very low car ownership. It was promised a station back in 1968 when it was built. They never put it in, and it is badly needed to regenerate one of the most deprived areas. It would completely transform life chances for the residents there. So there's lots of really positive things that the government is doing, but there needs to be a much greater focus on delivering transport infrastructure, improving rail services, and integrating it all together so that the smaller villages and areas which don't have their own stations can also access it. Thank you very much.
Shadow Minister Tanmanjit Singh.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is an absolute honour to be responding on behalf of Her Majesty's opposition for this extremely important debate on transport. We have heard insightful contributions from so many honourable members. The Shadow Transport Minister, who opened the debate along with the Transport Minister, of course, he referred to transport deserts, the decimation of bus routes, especially for rural areas, with indeed many Conservative controlled councils even complaining, and despite the inadequate funding from government, the incredible work being done by the Labour Metro Mayors. I fully agree with the Chairman of the Transport Select Committee with regards to the future proofing of the aviation sector, especially after the industry pleas during the pandemic for support were largely ignored by this government. I also agree with him on the need for investment in sustainable fuels to decarbonise transport, and I also agree there's a lot of harmony breaking out, Madam Deputy Speaker. I indeed agree with the SNP spokesman on the need for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, because the government is missing out on its targets. And indeed, there is the anomaly of the VAT of 20% for public charging points compared to 5% for those with home charging points like mine. That is, in essence, a tax on the less well-off compared to because those who can't install a point in their apartment or home, they miss out. The former Rail Minister, the Honourable Member for Harrogate and Knaresborough, spoke of the difficulty his constituents are facing of getting to work on time because of the cuts to rail services and the need to simplify affairs. The Honourable Member for North Antrim spoke about the importance of the government supporting pioneering and innovative technology such as that for hydrogen buses, and indeed the need for regulation of e-scooters. My Honourable friend, the member for Newbury, spoke of her Damascene conversion after having experienced the Elizabeth Line preview, and indeed I know she does a great deal of excellent work as co-chair of the APPG for Western Rolling to Heathrow, along with my good self, and the need for that infrastructure project to finally be realised. My honourable friend, the member for Erith and Thamesmead, spoke about the need for ambition. For example, Crossrail being conceived and pushed through by the last Labour government, and indeed she spoke about the need for more proactiveness of on-street vehicle charging points. The honourable member for Hindburn spoke about restoring the local railway lines, especially after the beaching cuts, and indeed my honourable friend, the member for Canterbury, spoke very eloquently about rural connectivity, or the lack of it, which then has a devastating impact on the mental health of those individuals who are cut off from other communities, and indeed the cuts that have been inflicted to school buses and the rising cost of school bus passes. The Honourable Member for Dover spoke about HS1 and the issue of still no services from Kent to continental Europe, and of course we all agree with her with respect to the diabolical behaviour of P&O ferries. The Honourable Member for Richmond Park spoke about the need for regulation of rickshaws and the failure of this government on step-free access and levelling up after having reneged on manifesto promises with regards to the HS2 Eastern Leg and of course Northern Powerhouse Rail. The Honourable Member for West Dorset spoke about the need to stop endless consultations for highway projects, and my honourable friend from Putney, who is indeed a champion when it comes to speaking about the need to clear the logjam on the Hammersmith Bridge closure, spoke about the work of the cycling and walking APPG and the need to integrate cycling with rail. And the Honourable Member for South and West spoke about the need for more investment for electric buses and mending potholes. And my honourable friend, the member for Hertford and Stortford, spoke about the need for green solutions such as the local HEART scheme. And of course, the honourable member for High Peak, I think we saved the best till last perhaps, lamented about the reduced timetables. And I know that many honourable members have spoken about the upcoming transport bill and the need for investment infrastructure in stations such as that championed by my honourable friend, the member for Stockport and Bradford. In closing remarks for this general debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to focus on rail, in particular, where sadly the backdrop to today's debate is bleak. The 2010s can only be described as a disastrous decade for rail, fares rising twice as fast as wages, cuts to rail services up and down our country, a government set to miss its own decarbonisation of the railways commitment, not by a few months, not even by a few years, but by over 40 years, showing that despite the Tory rhetoric of investment and expansion, the government's actions on rail speak far louder than their words. Put simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, passengers travelling by rail today, compared to 12 years ago, are paying twice as much for a lot less, while wages across the UK have stalled, with weekly median earnings increasing by just 23% since 2010, and household budgets are being squeezed by a pressing cost of living crisis. How does the Minister expect people to be able to keep up with these brutal hikes? The solution appears, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be the Great British Rail Sale, touted to offer huge savings on many off-peak intercity routes, but even this is unfortunately a sham, with Labour findings suggested that these discounts would only be applied to a mere 1% of all journeys taken. This is nothing more than a gimmick, as rail unions and rail staff and passengers have pointed out. No wonder it has been relabelled as the Great British Rail Fail. Short-term sales and political stunts should not be the future of our railways. A permanent, affordable, efficient and green network should be. Given the steep cost of travelling on our railways, passengers would be expected to experience an equally steep improvement in services. Sadly, this has not been the case. Instead, the government are looking to make things worse with their plans to impose a 10% cut on operators, something I know is already being felt by communities across our country, with over 19,000 pre-pandemic services yet to return. My honourable friend, the Shadow Transport Secretary, was at a school in Bradford last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the consequences are stark. Cuts to their rail services will see hundreds of pupils being forced to wait for hours after school, or taking an unreliable and lengthy rail replacement service on West Yorkshire's already clogged up roads. And in Wakefield, some services will face a staggering 4-hour gap between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m, making it impossible for both students and workers. And in the midst of all this, frankly, the Transport Secretary is missing in action. Jetting off to an overseas conference without having notified Mr. Speaker, rather than answering questions on the real disruption families face here and at home. He and the government should stop washing their hands of any responsibility in the middle of a climate crisis and a cost of living crisis. It is indeed senseless to force people off public transport while simultaneously cutting them off from jobs and opportunities. It is time for them to step up. I would love taking interventions, but Madam Deputy Speaker has said that I only have 9 minutes. I just want to get all of this off my chest. It is time for them to step up and stand up for local communities, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a commitment to restore services to pre-pandemic levels, with a genuine plan to get there. Because right now, they are brazenly breaking the promises that they made to communities. Just 3 months ago, they claimed, and I quote, "We will protect and improve services on existing lines and not to neglect shorter distance journeys," saying that levelling up cannot wait. Yet passengers are suffering the consequences of those broken promises. Ministers may claim that these cuts have not been made not been made because there has not been an increase in passenger numbers. But this is simply not true. In Yorkshire alone, we are told that passenger numbers are surging back, up to over 90% of pre-pandemic levels. Cuts on this scale will force passengers onto crowded, congested services. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that under the Conservatives, passengers are paying more for less. So when the Minister comes to that dispatch box, will she please tell us what plans the government has to bring back these lost services and provide passengers with a future in which rail travel is better value for money? And I hope that the Minister will be ensuring that those commitments that they made during the manifesto are upheld. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. And just before I call the Minister, I'd like to make it clear that I have observed, just in case no one else has, that neither the Minister who opened the debate nor the Shadow Minister who opened the debate is present here for the wind-up speeches. This is unacceptable. It's discourteous to the House, and I wouldn't like to think any new members would take it as an acceptable behaviour. So I'm making this point clearly and positively, that if someone has opened a debate or taken part in the debate, they must be here for the winding up speeches. It's a simple matter of courtesy. It isn't some archaic, old-fashioned rule or me being difficult on a Thursday afternoon. It is a matter of courtesy, and it is quite appalling that neither of these honourable gentlemen are here at this moment. Minister Trudy Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is my absolute pleasure to close this debate, and I welcome the spirited contributions from members across this House, because it is absolutely clear that transport elicits strong feelings across the House, indeed across the country, and rightly so. The frequency of people's local bus or train services, the road congestion that poisons our air and slows our economy, the ability to walk or get on a bike safely. All these things affect not just our quality of life, but the quality of life chances. Transport links connect us to economic opportunity, education and training. And whilst we know that talent is distributed right across this great country, we must also ensure that opportunity, so often enabled by transport, is also realised. This government wants to deliver world-class low-carbon transport infrastructure right across the country. This is how we will level up and reduce inequalities that have persisted for far too long. My honourable friend and Minister, the member for Pendle, outlined the significant transport investments this government is already making, as well as our ambitious plans for reform. And he described the measures which are essential for building back better and fairer. I want to set out how we're reducing transport emissions, our largest contributor of greenhouse gases, making up 27% of our total UK emissions. This government has made world-leading pledges. We want all new road vehicles to be zero emission in the next 2 decades, from the largest HGVs to the smallest motorcycles. Electric vehicles are key to that ambition, along with the general electrification, sustainable fuel and hydrogen production. And the transport bill, announced last week, will help drive an electric vehicle revolution, delivering 10 times the number of public charge points by 2030. It will give us powers to ensure local authorities not only plan and deliver EV charging, but also address private charging, including for those living in multi-occupancy buildings. Briefly.
Can the Minister help me understand that if all the charging points that have been demanded and asked for are actually delivered, would there be sufficient capacity for the production of electricity to charge and drive those vehicles? My fear is that there wouldn't, and therefore we need other solutions as well as the electricity one.
Of course, the generation of electricity is a matter for BEIS, but I work closely with that department on exactly that point, and the Prime Minister has set out that all electricity generated in this country will be low carbon in the future. I think that's also an incredibly important point. We already have one of the largest charging networks in Europe, with 30,200 publicly available charge points, of which 5,400 are rapid. And with EVs cheaper to own, run and maintain than their petrol and diesel equivalents. With drivers able to save hundreds of pounds by going electric, it's no wonder that their market share has doubled compared to last year. But the future's not just electric, it's also active, with this government committed to ensuring half of all journeys by 2030 are cycled or walked. It's a commitment which will be delivered by the first dedicated government cycling and walking body, Active Travel England. Its role will be to ensure that walking and cycling is the easiest choice for local journeys, to help design the right infrastructure and ultimately to usher in a golden age of active travel. And I thank the members from Putney, Canterbury and others for their enthusiasm for active travel. We are certainly not wasting any time. Just last week, we announced a £200 million investment to boost the take-up of cycling and walking. 134 schemes will create new footways, cycle lanes and pedestrian crossings across 46 local authorities outside of London. 19 authorities, including in Nottinghamshire, Hull and Manchester, will receive funding to develop the Mini Holland feasibility studies. And we'll accelerate the take-up of electric cycles by offering short and long-term loans. Active travel is one of the best returns on investment decisions that this government can make. It makes us healthier, saves the NHS up to £1 billion a year, reduces congestion on our roads and makes our economy more efficient. And it's a zero-carbon way to travel, cleaning up our air and reducing emissions. We saw that happening in the pandemic, and that's why we're investing £2 billion in our Active Travel Fund, because we are determined to make sure that the recent rise in cycling and walking is not a passing fad. Honourable members have raised important themes throughout this debate, and I know that the subject of electric vehicle charge points was raised by members from Erith and Thamesmead and Richmond Park. As I've said, we are 10 times in the amount of EV charge points, and that was set out in our EV infrastructure strategy. Several members have raised the levels of rail service across the UK, including the member from Newbury, who also really celebrated Crossrail's opening. It was great to hear. And the member for Hyndburn and her champion of CellRAP to join Yorkshire and Lancashire together over that 13 miles of newly instated railway crossing that was a problem from the beaching cuts, and also the member for Hertford and Stortford. To make sure that people could get to where they need to be during the pandemic, the government committed £16 billion of support throughout the pandemic to keep rail services running, and demand continues to recover. We're working with operators to ensure services are fit for the future and carefully balance costs, capacity and the performance passengers rightly expect to see on their railways. Turning to the Wakefield and Yorkshire area, members will, I'm sure, be aware of the £830 million awarded to the West Yorkshire Combined Authority under our City Region Sustainable Transport Settlements, helping to strengthen public transport across this area. A number of members have raised questions about bus services. I'd like to start by commending the member for Antrim's consistent, fantastic championing of right buses, which I had the joy of visiting both in Ballymena and actually just last week at a heavy goods vehicle launch where we committed to a £200 million zero-emission road trails freight programme. Other members from Southend City and Harrogate have also mentioned the importance of buses. We've provided over £2.5 billion in new funding to support improvements of bus services and are on track to meet our commitment of £3 billion for bus service transformation. Members have noted the level of fares on rail and bus networks. Regulated rail fares increased in line with inflation by 3.8% on the 1st of March, as in 2021 we temporarily delayed the fares increase, enabling passengers to purchase tickets at last year's prices throughout January and February 2022. The spending review settlement agreed last autumn will see government investing £360 million in rail fares ticketing and retailing, delivering a major overhaul to the way in which rail travel is bought and paid for. Last year, we also announced new flexible season tickets, which are helping to reduce the cost of rail travel for commuters. I want to pay particular tribute to the member for West Dorset, as he is a real champion of the rail industry, but he also mentioned freight and the work that we are doing with freight operators up and down the country, and also the member for Dover, in the way that she champions her area and the balance that she has to manage between those local, national and international interests. I know that many people in the House, many members in the House, are concerned about the cost of living, and as my right honourable member for Pendle outlined, the honourable member for Pendle outlined, we recently launched the Great British Rail Sale, available throughout the network and across a wide number of routes, including cross-border journeys with Scotland and Wales. These tickets support business and commuter markets and help drive leisure demand. This promotes local economies at destinations in scope who receive a boost from this increased activity. Over 1.3 million tickets were sold in the sale, offering around £7 million worth of savings for passengers. The member for Bexhill and Battle is just the most fantastic advocate of champion. He scrutinises our work but also supports the changes that we need to make. We are providing over £525 million for zero-emission buses this Parliament. We've supported the funding of nearly 2,000 zero-emission buses in England so far. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot begin to tackle some of the most pressing challenges, be they cost of living, levelling up or climate change, without a world-class transport system. We were elected to be a reforming government, unafraid to make the big decisions to shake up our transport industry so that it drives economic growth, and that's exactly what we're doing. Across road, rail, sky and sea, delivering world-class infrastructure, ambitious reform and record investment.
Thank you. Yes, we're only 6 minutes over schedule. Not the Minister. Everybody all together, and those taking part in the next debate can curse those in the last debate if they don't get long enough. The question is that this House has considered transport. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to the general debate on NATO and international security. I call the Secretary of State, Ben Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss NATO and international security today. The ongoing war in Ukraine underlies the fact that we are living in a dangerous new reality where aggressor states like Russia are ever more willing to take risks and violate our international rules-based order. But it also reinforces the ongoing value of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the most successful alliance in history. Since its formation in 1949, NATO has been a beacon of freedom. 12 founding members, of which the United Kingdom was one, came together to protect their common values and the precious freedoms so recently won in the Second World War. Freedoms that until recently many of us have taken for granted. Over the last 70 years, NATO has more than doubled in size to 30 members, but each of them still bound by the common values of that founding treaty: freedom, democracy, human rights and the rule of law. And contrary to allegations that emanate from the Kremlin, people choose NATO, NATO does not choose them. Those founding principles have stood the test of time. Whilst other authoritarian, oppressive regimes have been found wanting, but whilst our principles have remained, our military and diplomatic strategies have continued to evolve. Madam Deputy Speaker, NATO's strategic concept is the master plan for the alliance. It reaffirms the alliance's values and guides NATO's future political and military development. It provides a collective assessment of the security environment and drives the adaptation of the alliance. Yeah.
Thank my right honourable friend. He will have seen sight of the 1922 Defence Committee report and its recommendations. Does he agree that, without wishing to put him on the spot about higher defence spending, it is wise for the West and for this country to talk softly and carry a big stick, and to resource those capabilities accordingly, because you're more likely to be listened to when talking softly if you have the hard assets required to ensure that?
Makes an important point about resource. Look, I've always said that as the threat changes, we should consider, obviously, changing how we and what we deliver in defence. That is one of the key planks of my tenure as Defence Secretary, to be a truly threat-led organisation. If the threat goes up or down, we should adjust accordingly. Otherwise, we end up fighting yesterday's battles, not tomorrow's. That, of course, includes resource, and I think that is also very important to make sure that the machineries of both NATO and our department, or the Department of State, reflect that and move quickly to deliver it.
The Secretary of State, and indeed I, having served as a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I'm glad that both the government and Her Majesty's opposition are of the firm opinion that NATO must be a cornerstone of our defence policy. But what exactly is the Secretary of State doing to assuage the concerns of Turkey to make sure that the likes of Finland and Sweden can acquire the NATO membership that they desire?
Turkey is an incredibly important member of NATO and indeed a strong contributor to it. And we should always remember that NATO covers a very wide frontier from the high north, the Arctic in Norway, all the way through to the Black Sea and to Turkey. And it is very important, one of the oldest members of NATO, that we understand in this environment what NATO is what Turkey is concerned about, and address them in order to make sure that the 30 nations come together to support and accept Finland and Sweden. I will be speaking to my counterpart. I speak to him regularly anyhow, the Defence Minister, and I've listened to the words by President Erdogan about worries about PKK terrorism groups, and whether members are doing enough to deal with it. I think there is a way through. I think we will get there in the end, and it is very important that we listen to all members and their concerns in that process, and we will certainly be listening to Turkey. I was in touch with my counterpart over the weekend exactly about that. The plan of the NATO strategic concept, Madam Deputy Speaker, is updated every 10 years. And in the wake of Russia's atrocities in Ukraine, it's critical that we make sure it is updated to reflect what's going on today. The 2010 strategic concept has served us well, but clearly needs modernising to reflect the new security reality we face. For example, in 2010, the concept states that the Euro-Atlantic area is at peace. The next concept will reflect how NATO is accelerating its transformation for a more dangerous strategic reality, calibrating our collective defence to Russia's unacceptable invasion of Ukraine and the new challenges posed by countries further afield, such as China. Whilst it will reaffirm our commitment to freedom, openness and the rules-based order, it must also embed the UK-led work to ensure the alliance is fit for future challenges in line with NATO 2030 agenda. This includes modernising and adapting to advanced technologies, competing and integrating across domains using military and non-military tools, and improving national resilience. The UK has been at the forefront of this strategy's development. We have full confidence that the 2022 strategic concept will reshape the alliance to ensure it's fit for purpose and for future challenges, in particular adapting its deterrence and defence posture on its eastern flanks by expanding the alliance's forward presence from a tripwire to a more credible and combat-effective model, grounded through effective, enabled and equipped-in-place forces, supported by persistent, rotational and rapidly scalable forces from elsewhere.
I again put on record the thanks for his leadership during the present crisis. One of the challenges that's facing NATO, which might seem quite boring to many people, but that's the issue around logistics and the resilience in terms of transport networks and others across the NATO alliance. How does he see this going to be addressed at Madrid? Because certainly from the NATO PA point of view, when we talk about it, is one of those issues that comes up time and time again.
Well, I think NATO and many of its member countries are no different from the United Kingdom, that many of the sort of unglamorous but key enablers have been disinvested in. Whether that is bridge strengthening in the Eastern Europe that would allow heavy armour to get to front lines, which used to be a total norm in every design in the 1980s and at the time of the Cold War, whether it is logistical hubs, whether it is transport to get people rapidly to the front, all of that has been effectively the Cinderella of defence spending for too long across many of the alliances, including the United Kingdom. One of the ways through that is NATO common funding, and Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary-General, has an ambition for significant increase in that funding, and we will look sympathetically at that request, obviously balancing our own budget requirements, but also making sure that it is going to be used for those purposes. And it's also here, Madam Deputy Speaker, where places like the EU can complement in its enabling. I mean, the EU has published its, I think it's called its Strategic Compass recently, and I was very keen to make sure that the EU complemented NATO, didn't compete. And what can the EU do well? It can coordinate in sub-threshold areas like cyber, transnational crime, transnational migration, disinformation, and also infrastructure readiness across its member states. And I think that is a very, I've been incredibly supportive of the EU doing more in that space. It would complement and it would make the NATO response even more effective. So I do that, and then the honourable member there.
Everything he's just said I completely agree with. Hasn't he just made the case, though, for the UK to have a defence and security treaty with the European Union?
We've got a defence and security treaty with the 30 members of NATO, of which nearly every member is in the EU. I don't think we need to replicate treaties, but I think we should also recognise that where we can encourage the EU not to compete but to complement NATO, we should be full supporters of that. And if necessary, join them in that. And things like the PESCO mobility study, which is about the United States, have joined as well. We should be open to joining that.
Well, I'm sorry he missed the opportunity to ask for actually the SNP policy on NATO, or which one they're on this today. But what I was actually wanting to ask about was in terms of logistics and transport, was it not a strategic mistake to pull the army out of Germany? And how far advanced are we in actually reinstating ourselves in those bases, far more accessible to where a theatre of operations might be?
First of all, I was one of those soldiers in north-west Germany at the time, and I think, look, there was always been a desire after the Cold War that we would effectively bring forces back. The Dutch, everyone did that. Also, with unification of Germany, with the accession of those Baltic states, you know, Germany is a long way from any front line. I mean, it's a different world. It was a few minutes' drive in my day to the Iron Curtain. It is now a long way. So if there was any desire to reinvest in mainland Europe near, effectively, the new front lines, then I think that is something we would look at openly. And I think that's what we're looking for from NATO in this next phase, is their long-term planning, how they are going to contain Russia post-Ukraine, how they are going to provide resilience to people, to a number of those countries that can't do it on their own, and how are they going to provide reassurance. That could be permanent basing, that could be rapid readiness, be able to deploy quickly instead of being stuck in a big base in one place. And all of that, I think, is up for development, and I think that's incredibly important. 2014, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a wake-up call. With Russia annexing Crimea, NATO was beginning to steadily transform itself to the increased danger. Thanks to the leadership of the United Kingdom, it enhanced the NATO response force, created the enhanced forward presence, and launched the Framework Nation concept. Since 2019, it has developed a new NATO military strategy and a new deterrence and defence concept for the Euro-Atlantic area, the DDA, and it has recognised space and cyber as operational domains, and we have agreed strategies on artificial intelligence and emerging disruptive technologies. Reflecting the themes of our own integrated review, we want to ensure NATO is flexible, agile, and has a resilient multi-domain force architecture with the right forces in the right place at the right time. In particular, the UK has been pushing to instil a culture of readiness in the alliance. The combat forces that deliver the NATO Readiness Initiative include 30 major naval combatants, 30 heavy or medium manoeuvre battalions, and 30 kinetic air squadrons. In English, that's fighter planes. I never know what a kinetic air squadron is. Only in the MOD. They are being organised and trained as larger combat formations for reinforcements and high-intensity warfighting or for rapid military crisis intervention. I'm proud that the UK has made the largest offer of any ally to the NATO Readiness Initiative by allocating our carrier strike group, squadrons of F-35Bs and Typhoon, and an armoured infantry brigade. I'm also proud of the role we have played in developing two significant UK-inspired military concepts, the DDA and the warfighting concept, that will further strengthen the alliance's ability to deter and defend against any potential adversary and maintain and develop our military advantage now and in the future. We will continue to play a leading role in the implementation of these concepts. Madam Deputy Speaker, the recent war in Ukraine has helped recover NATO's original sense of purpose. In the wake of this senseless invasion, President Putin imagined he would find NATO weak and divided. Instead, he has found only strength and solidarity. From the outset, the alliance made clear any attack on Russia on its neighbours, including one of NATO's enhanced opportunities partners that Ukraine was, would result in the imposition of significant economic, political and diplomatic costs. And so it has proved. NATO allies, supported by further friends from across the globe, have imposed unprecedented costs on Russia, starving the Kremlin's war machine of resources. In a matter of weeks, President Putin has destroyed decades of economic progress for the Russian people. Allies are providing substantial financial and humanitarian aid, including by hosting millions of refugees across Europe. I'm proud again that the UK has been at the forefront of these efforts. We were the first European country to provide lethal aid to Ukraine. To date, the United Kingdom has now sent more than 6,900 anti-tank missiles, including NLAWs and Javelin, 8 air defence systems, including Starstreak anti-air missile, 1,360 anti-structure munitions, and 4.5 tonnes of plastic explosives, alongside thousands and thousands of tonnes of non-military aid and humanitarian aid, and also military aid such as helmets and body armour, etc. And we will soon see the Stormer armoured vehicles being deployed into Ukraine when training is complete. Madam Speaker, the Ukrainian crisis has not just tested NATO's ability to support a neighbour, it has rightly led to a re-evaluation of our collective security. As I've said to the House on previous occasions, the greatest irony of this conflict is that President Putin has secured a larger NATO presence on his borders, the polar opposite what he claimed he wanted to achieve. For the first time, we have deployed the NATO response force for defensive purposes. Over 40,000 troops are now under direct NATO command. We are also setting up 4 new multinational battle groups in Slovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria and Romania, doubling NATO's presence in the region. As part of this effort, the UK has increased our readiness to respond to all contingencies. This includes sending 4 additional Typhoons to Cyprus and Romania to patrol the southeastern European skies, in addition to the 4 Typhoons already conducting NATO air policing from Romania. It includes sending ships to the eastern Mediterranean and the Baltic Sea, and it includes temporary doubling our military presence in Estonia to 1,700 personnel. Article 5 is perhaps the most well-known article in the 1949 NATO founding treaty. It's the centre pillar of collective defence, that an attack against one ally is an attack against us all. This principle binds NATO's members together in a spirit of solidarity, committing them to protect each other. But contrary to popular belief, Article 5 is not automatic, and a member invoking still requires the consensus of all allies. It's important to note that once invoked, Article 5 gives member states a range of options in their responses, including but not limited to military. Article 5 has only ever been invoked once in NATO history by the United States in the wake of 9/11 terrorist attacks. In contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, the less well-known Article 4 of NATO's founding treaty has been invoked on 7 occasions since 1949. An ally or group of allies can invoke Article 4 if they perceive a threat to their security, territorial integrity or political independence. On the 24th of February this year, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania and Slovakia invoked Article 4 in response to Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine. As with Article 5, the actions that follow in Article 4 can take a number of forms, and on this occasion, as I've already outlined, allies agreed to significant additional defensive deployments of forces to the eastern part of the alliance. Madam Deputy Speaker, our ability to honour these treaties comes at a significant cost. But in this area too, the UK is leading. We are currently the largest defence budget in Europe. Not only is Putin discovering more NATO presence, but his belligerence has paradoxically ensured more investment in the alliance. At the end of 2020, the UK, anticipating the resurgence of Russia, increased our defence budget by 24 billion over 4 years. Since the outbreak of war, other NATO nations have begun following suit. Denmark has established a defence diplomacy of 1 billion for the year 22 to 23. France has indicated it will increase its defence beyond the substantial increases already planned for the next few years. Poland has announced it will increase its defence spending to 3% of GDP from 2023, while roughly doubling the size of its military. And most notably, Germany has dramatically reversed its historical position on defence, announcing legal changes to ensure it meets the 2% spending pledge alongside 100 billion for the Bundeswehr, effectively doubling Germany's defence budget. But what we spend our money on matters as much as its sum total. That's why NATO is putting the onus on spending more on research and development to develop the disruptive capability we need to defeat our adversaries. As part of our settlement for defence, the UK has ring-fenced over £6 billion for R&D, so I'm delighted that NATO recently selected the United Kingdom alongside Estonia as the joint host of the European headquarters of the Defence Innovation Accelerator for NATO, Diana. Sweden and Finland have both taken the bold step of seeking NATO membership, and the UK will be strong in its support for them in that process. If Sweden and Finland are successful, then all 10 nations of the Joint Expeditionary Force, from Iceland to the Baltics, will be in NATO, and this 10-nation alliance will be well suited to train, exercise and operate together within the NATO alliance, with Britain as the framework nation.
And he said if Sweden and Finland are successful, surely they have to be successful. If having made application as militarily equipped democracies, their application has to succeed. Nothing should stand in its way.
I totally agree that when Britain says we want to support them, we want them to succeed, we will help them succeed, and I believe they will succeed. And he is also right that they must succeed. Having applied, we need to demonstrate that nations such as Sweden and Finland are welcome into that alliance because, as I said, they people choose NATO, but NATO also recognises the values that those two countries stand for, and indeed their professionalism of their armed forces that Britain already integrates very strongly with. And indeed, only a couple of weeks ago, I went to see British heavy tanks in Finland, I think the first time in history that they were deployed there. Of course, there also remains a lot of challenges, Mr. Deputy Speaker. While we have seen encouraging signs of countries rising to the spending challenge, it's nonetheless the case that as of 2021, less than a third meet the pledge to spend 2% of GDP on defence. The Russian government's invasion of Ukraine has of course presented new challenges to NATO members. That's why in March I asked NATO to produce a long-term plan on containing Russia, providing that reassurance to its members and contributing to improve the resilience of countries on the front line. I'm pleased to say that earlier this week the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Todd Waters, provided his initial thoughts on this long-term posture, and members will be discussing this between now and Madrid. Mr. Deputy Speaker, events since Ukraine have reminded many of the use of the importance of NATO as being a guardian of European security. There are many in this House who have been consistent supporters of our membership. Putin's strategic miscalculations have been so great that he has even now recruited new supporters to the cause. Not only are Sweden and Finland applying, but the Scottish National Party has now come out in full support of NATO, something that we on this side of the House welcome. Yes. Let us not forget, however...
I just want to say, I'll come to this in my own remarks, but it was 10 years ago this policy happened, 10 years this autumn.
Alliance there, isn't it?
Well, when I sat in the Scottish Parliament, I think NATO and the Scottish National Party didn't go together. Yes, maybe it was. But let's not forget, it is a nuclear alliance, NATO. And there is a danger that the people of Scotland will pick up the slight contradiction that is, while the Scottish National Party simultaneously campaigned to rid Scotland of the deterrent that has kept the whole of the United Kingdom safe for over 50 years, they are campaigning to join a nuclear alliance. And in that nuclear alliance, it is Britain's deterrent that is effectively allocated to NATO. So there would be an irony there if the wholehearted support of the Scottish National Party for NATO meant they were reliant on an English nuclear deterrent if the SNP got their way. And Welsh. I welcome the close working and clear support from the Labour Party on Ukraine and NATO over the last few months, and I noticed the Shadow Defence Secretary, the Honourable Member for Wentworth and Dean, article in the Times today for the opposition to have a greater involvement in the process of refining the strategic concept for the next 10 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know as well as anyone that I'm always keen to be inclusive and above partisan politics, and I'm happy to discuss with the front benches the strategic concept as it develops over the next few weeks and months. But I'll also add that NATO does have a number of mechanisms to contribute to such decisions, not least the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, of which a number of members of this House serve on. There are 6 members of the party opposite alone on that Assembly. And I think it's important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that both in opposition and this government, I don't think we pay enough attention to many of our members who serve time on a number of those committees abroad. It's often the sort of afterthought where, in fact, it should be embraced wholly. They can give both ways. We can learn what people are thinking in NATO. For example, when it comes to solving the Turkish issue, we should be using those members on that assembly as much as using ministerial contacts. But it's not always the case that parties opposite are so necessarily supportive of NATO. Only a few months or years ago, the previous leader of the opposition was a man whose aim was to disband NATO, and there is an individual on the Labour front bench who recently said he hoped Russia would successfully hack the nuclear deterrent in the United Kingdom. And I know that the Right Honourable Member opposite doesn't share those motives or indeed views, but we shouldn't forget that in that sharing we remind ourselves that not everybody all of the time agrees with those positions. And every party is free to change its position on alliances like NATO, as have the SNP, etc., although a certain member of Islington is, I think, still on a different track. NATO's upcoming summit in Madrid on the 28th to 30th of June, Mr Deputy Speaker, is an opportunity to address the new strategic reality and agree abiding changes to our deterrence and defence posture in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Our aims at this meeting will be straightforward: to maintain NATO's momentum, to ensure its forces are credible and combat capable in the East, to expand the alliance's forward presence from a tripwire approach to a more effective model based on well-equipped, in-place forces, supported by persistent, rapidly scalable forces from elsewhere, and to strengthen neighbouring countries and the global partnerships that underpin freedom and democracy. Critically, NATO nations will be looking to agree on new strategic concept, which will set the direction of the alliance for the next decade. For more than 7 decades, NATO has protected our way of life and the democracy, justice and freedom that go to the heart of who we are. But peace must be defended in every generation. And as we confront a dangerous new reality in which those values and the international system that underpin them come under sustained assault, it is vital that the alliance is stronger and more united than ever before. I know this is a desire shared by members of both sides of the House. Rest assured, Britain will be doing all in its power to make sure NATO keeps delivering by upgrading its defence and deterrence, helping adapt to the face of the 21st century threat, and making sure it remains, as it has for nearly 3/4 of a century, the greatest bastion of our security and the greatest guarantor of our peace.
The question is that this House has considered NATO and international security. John Healey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I start by paying tribute to the men and women in Britain's armed forces who are deployed across the NATO alliance as part of air policing operations, multinational battle groups and maritime deployments. We play the leading role in some of NATO's most important missions, both on the front line and in strategic command, like the British-led but multinational NATO Maritime Command that I was privileged to visit last month in North London. So the steps the government has taken to reinforce NATO allies since Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine have had and will continue to have our full Labour support. We're proud in Labour, Mr Deputy Speaker, that Britain is NATO's leading European nation. We don't want to see this status damaged or deflected by the Prime Minister's trumpeting of the Indo-Pacific tilt. The first priority for Britain's armed forces must be where the threats are greatest, not where the business opportunities may lie. And this is in the NATO area: Europe, the North Atlantic and the Arctic. Overway.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. And you mentioned there some points about the Indo-Pacific tilt, which we've been looking at the Defence Select Committee. There has been a miscalculation where Putin has got away with too much for too long. We cannot make the same mistake. While we've got to focus on the current threat, we also, does the Shadow Minister agree, we've also got to focus on the future threats. And that's why the Indo-Pacific tilt is also still relevant and important.
Of course, the Honourable Gentleman is right, but the first and most acute threat, underlined by Ukraine and the brutal invasion that Putin has undertaken there, reinforces the necessary recognition that this is where our first duty lies, it's where our neighbourhood lies, it's our primary obligation to our closest allies. And it forces us to confront the fact that we can no longer take peace and security in Europe for granted, as we have done really since the end of the Cold War. And we must now face a future of persistent confrontation with Russia. Ministers have said to me and said to the House over recent weeks that it's perhaps too early to learn lessons from Ukraine. But one lesson I do take is that despite the gung-ho, go-it-alone promotion of global Britain, almost no nation can do anything alone. And Britain is a bigger force for good in the world when we act with allies. I'll give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman, then I'll just underline the point that I have just made.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. And while not disagreeing with the fundamental points he makes, does he accept that way back in 2007 in Munich, Putin told us what he was and almost what he was going to do? And the point is not that we have a confrontation with Russia now, but we had a confrontation with Russia when it went into Georgia, a confrontation with Russia when it occupied Crimea. The point is we simply didn't do enough about it at the time.
I think there would be no one on our front bench and no one in the House, I think, who would disagree with that analysis. Our response was too little. It was regarded as too weak. It was certainly too little and too weak to deter Putin believing he could take the sort of steps we've seen in the last 3 months in Ukraine. I will.
Just on that point, I agree. I think we took the eye off the ball, but I'm not going to have lectures from the Honourable Member for Somerset, who was the one that drew our troops down in Germany in the Rush Defence Review, with a great statement, I remember at the time, saying we will never see tanks rolling across the East German plains again. Well, we're actually back there, and I think woe in that decision that was taken then.
Well, my honourable friend is right. I really don't want to make these sort of points this afternoon, but actually the Prime Minister in recent months had declared before the Ukraine invasion that the period of tank battles in Europe was over, and justified the Indo-Pacific tilt, the deployment of defence priorities to areas outside the NATO area. But the point that I want to make, and it's really in part to recognise the role that the Defence Secretary has played, is this, that we are in Britain a bigger force for good, not when we act alone, but when we act with allies. So I take this example from the Ukraine experience. Britain's supply of anti-tank, anti-air missiles into Ukraine is a fraction of the total weapons provided by the West. But we've helped a great deal more by calling donor conferences, coordinating the logistics of delivery, and by reinforcing the will of other countries to help as well. And so Labour's full backing for the government in providing military assistance to Ukraine will continue as we shift now from crisis management of the current conflict in Donbass to delivering the medium-term NATO standard military support Ukraine will need for Putin's next offensive. Before I give way, can I just, in parenthesis, say to the Secretary of State, the House is still looking forward to the figures he promised to lay in the library on April the 25th about the total weapons delivered into Ukraine and the UK contribution to those. I'm going to give way to the Secretary of State because I've addressed him directly, and then I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Just out of courtesy, given the delay in that is simply the other country's willingness to verify what we can tell. It's their information. So as soon as we have the other countries sign off about what they want to publicly announce, or they haven't, then we'll keep them up there. That's the only reason for the delay.
I'm grateful for the progress report from the Secretary of State on that commitment, which I think he implies remains. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, and I'm glad that he's making the point about closer cooperation. Indeed, having undertaken a visit to Norway recently because of the excellent Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, I saw some of the amazing work being undertaken by our Marine Commandos out in Norway. And does he agree that we need to have closer cooperation, especially with those Scandinavian nations, because of the increased Russian threat?
I do indeed, and I'm sure my honourable friend also discussed the Norway contribution to something the Secretary of State mentioned, which is the Joint Expeditionary Force that was set up in 2015 and led by Britain. The fact that with the accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO, that becomes a full 10 NATO nations. It becomes even more flexible as a potential operational first responder in the Baltics and in the Nordic areas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bravery of Ukrainians, civil and well, indeed, and then perhaps I'd better get on, given that we've...
He's being very generous, but very briefly, he mentioned weapons systems. Isn't one of the lessons from Ukraine so far is how quickly one gets through the weapons systems that are being delivered? And it reminds us of the need for deep stockpiles of such weapons and ammunition, and indeed security of supply lines at times like this, something we should not underestimate when we factor in defence spending.
The honourable gentleman is exactly right, and some of the most useful and effective weaponry for the Ukrainians had proved to be the British-supplied NLAW anti-tank missiles. But we very rapidly ran out of our UK stocks on those. We've been very slow in getting fresh production underway, and we've had to raid the stockpiles and the production supplies set for other countries in order to continue to supply, as we must, the military assistance that Ukraine needs. So I think the question of procurement, and I will touch on this later, is one of stockpiles, it's one of sourcing, and it's also one of speed. And those three S's, if you like, are part of the failures of the present military procurement system that really does require now deep reform. I will, of course.
Thank him for giving way, and he's touched on what seems to be the key lesson of the recent procurement issue, and that is the maintenance of productive capacity, not just in main equipment suppliers, but right down through tiers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And doesn't that require a steady flow of orders? And shouldn't that be a clear focus of the Ministry of Defence, particularly procuring from domestic industry to maintain that productive capacity, which can be then ramped up?
I think it does, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It requires a steady flow of orders. It requires a stronger commitment to design and make in Britain. And it requires a long-term strategy so that defence industrial producers and their workforces aren't faced with a stop-go of uncertain contracts and very often, in the recent past, a competition that may put them at a disadvantage with overseas suppliers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm looking around momentarily before I proceed, and I'll proceed now. The bravery of the Ukrainians, the civil and military alike, has simply been extraordinary, and we pay tribute in this House to them again today. Beyond his misjudgment of Russia's military competence and capabilities, Putin has made two fundamental miscalculations. First, on the fierce determination of Ukrainians to defend their country, and second, on Western unity, and I believe they're linked. Because just as Russia's invasion of Crimea and the Donbass in 2014 strengthened Ukraine's national unity and resolve to resist Russia, so this full-scale invasion of the sovereign Ukraine has strengthened NATO's international unity and resolve to resist Russia. NATO is becoming stronger. President Biden has doubled down on the US commitment to defending every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And led by Germany, a dozen European countries have already rebooted defence plans and defence spending, while Finland and Sweden have overturned decades of non-alignment, with their centre-left governments now bidding for NATO membership, a move that we fully support as the official opposition. And Putin is right to say that this Nordic NATO expansion does not pose a direct threat to Russia. NATO is a defensive alliance. But the man who's waging war in Europe is certainly in no position to demand conditions on countries seeking NATO's collective security. The Secretary of State this afternoon described NATO as the most successful alliance in history. He's right. It is the most successful alliance in history because of the strength of both its military and of its values. It pools military capacity and capability in cash with a collective budget of more than $1 trillion to protect 1 billion people. And alongside the solemn commitment to collective defence, the values of democracy, individual freedom and the rule of law are also enshrined in its founding treaties. And I'm proud that the UK's post-war Labour government played the leading role in NATO's foundation, and Labour's commitment to the alliance remains unshakable. And I say to the Secretary of State, having said he didn't play party politics, he then did exactly that, but just gently say to him, the position of Labour's leadership, its unshakable commitment to NATO, its commitment to the UK nuclear deterrent, has been a settled position from Kinnock to Corbyn, and from Blair, Brown and Miliband in between.
You missed one. No.
position.
Very clear. Check the record. I will, indeed.
Would he agree that the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, originally conceived in 1968 under the government of Harold Wilson, was an enormous step forward, is universally supported by most non-nuclear powers around the world, and that Britain could play a very positive contribution to the NPT Review Conference in August this year? And would he agree with me that it would be very helpful if the government did that, so that we could start down the road of ridding the world of nuclear weapons and signing up to the nuclear ban on nuclear weapons?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend is right in many respects, and some of the most significant arms reductions and arms controls treaties have been negotiated and signed by this country under Labour governments. It was true under Wilson, which he cites. It was also true under Blair. And I think he's also right to remind the House that part of our unshakable commitment to NATO and to the deterrent has been also that commitment to leading multinational arms control reduction and disarmament talks. We may have lost sight of those in recent years. They've certainly commanded little attention over the last decade from the party opposite, but it is part and parcel of pursuing the fundamental values of NATO, of this country, and of this party, certainly on this side of the House. I will give you.
I concur what my right honourable friend said, but isn't it the case now that what we need to be doing is just making the case for deterrence? So when Putin is providing maps and threats of nuclear destruction for the Western Europe, we actually say very clearly what the response would be. And it's that deterrent stance which has kept peace since the Second World War. And we just need to keep reminding him, when he's making those threats, the reason for why we have retain a nuclear deterrent.
Indeed, my right honourable friend is right. Clear, consistent communication is part of having in place an effective deterrent. It isn't simply the weaponry at hand. I would, of course.
Would he dare to go a little further and acknowledge the truth, which it is in fact the responsible possession of nuclear weapons by responsible democracies that has kept the peace, and it would be a mistake ever to get rid of nuclear weapons entirely? It would increase the likelihood of major state-on-state warfare, as we saw before nuclear weapons existed.
I would agree with the contention that possession has helped hold the peace, but as my right honourable friend has just pointed out, possession is a necessary but insufficient component of effective deterrence, and the communication that my right honourable friend has just talked about in his intervention is actually part of a picture of effective deterrence and political leadership of countries and alliances with that important deterrence as well. I'm going now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the House will allow me, to move on to the strategic concept and the weeks ahead. Because the Secretary of State says that next month member nations will set NATO's strategy for the next decade, with all democracies now facing new threats to their security. NATO's last strategic concept was indeed agreed in 2010. Today, the Euro-Atlantic area is at peace, it declared then. It sought a strategic partnership with Russia, it had limited reference to terrorism, and it made no mention at all of China. Well, the proximity and the severity of the security threat in Europe now demand a clear break with the principles-based platitudes that have been the hallmarks of NATO's previous public strategic concepts. The nature of the threat is both clear and urgent. Russia has attacked Ukraine, it's overridden the NATO-Russia Founding Act, it's breached Geneva Conventions, it's buried the Helsinki Final Act, it's made unilateral threats of nuclear attack against NATO, and it stands accused of crimes against humanity and genocide. As the Secretary-General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, has said, regardless of when or how the war in Ukraine ends, the war has already had long-term consequences for our security. NATO needs to adapt to that new reality. And most importantly, NATO has to adapt its primary task of collective defence. When our Labour leader and I visited to thank our British troops in Estonia in February, Mr Deputy Speaker, they talked, as the Secretary of State mentioned this afternoon, about NATO's tripwire deterrence, with forward forces giving ground when attacked before retaking it later with reinforcements. I have to say the horrific Russian destruction of Ukrainian cities, the brutal shelling of civilians makes clear that such a strategy of deterrence by reinforcement is no longer conscionable, and NATO must instead aim for deterrence by denial, which of course is the operational consequence of NATO leaders' commitment to saying they'll defend every inch of NATO territory. Now, I'm not sure whether the Defence Secretary's combat effectiveness, he told the House earlier, covers this, but for me this implies a very serious strengthening of military capabilities, more advanced systems, more permanent basing, higher force readiness, more intense exercising.
Forgive me for not being here at the beginning of his speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, but when I saw him on the screen, I rushed here to hear what he had to say. This reappraisal, which is consequential on recent events, needs to recognise, does it not, that contrary to predictions until very recently, that all future warfare would be high-tech, would be entirely different from what we've known before, we now see that actually much of what's happening in Ukraine is very conventional, rather old-fashioned in some ways. The horror of street-to-street, trench-to-trench fighting requires a reappraisal, which may mean, for example, that we need just as many or more troops on the ground, that we need more tanks, more of the things that we were told not very long ago that were redundant. And if you would allow me, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you might say the same of security more widely, and in particular terrorism, which has become tragically and awfully adapted to use very ordinary, everyday things. Cars used as weapons, for example. The recent terrorist attacks have been rather low-tech rather than high-tech.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if the honourable gentleman means to catch your eye, but there were several important points he made in that intervention. He's right on this last point about low-tech, and in many ways some of the high-tech can become then low-tech weaponry. Some of the unmanned aerial vehicles, or let's say drones, it's very easy to conceive of those in the wrong hands, so they could be almost flying car bombs. But the important point that he first made about high-tech, it's really important that we do continue to invest in and develop high-tech systems. That's what gives us the edge and some of the deterrent effect that we require. But one of the lessons from Ukraine that I take, like he does, is that actually in the reality of battle and conflict and confrontation now, we also need now-tech, not just high-tech. And that is one of the flaws in the procurement system his right honourable friend, the member for Billericay, was, I think, pointing to in his earlier intervention. Take it away.
On this very important point, would you agree with me that one of the difficult things that all of us have to deal with is the apparent willingness of the Russians, in certain circumstances, to use theatre nuclear weapons?
It is indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's certainly a willingness to threaten to use them. And the escalation of President Putin's rhetoric at times in this conflict has been reckless. What that requires, I think, of responsible leaders in the Western Alliance is to be careful, measured and consistent about the rhetoric that we use. That's not always what we've seen from some of our ministers. And it requires us also to be implacably clear that any use of such weaponry would be met with a strong special response, and that the universal opprobrium that would befall Russia must make a contemplation, even in the Kremlin, even in circumstances in which they may feel they are losing ground and losing the conflict, unthinkable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am going to press on because many other members, actually much more expert than I, want to contribute to this debate. I'd like to make this point. Whatever the points that the Secretary of State has made, and I've made so far, NATO's new strategic concept has to be a major diplomatic agreement on geostrategic goals first, and a plan for force generation, doctrine, deployment and procurement second. The NATO 2030 plan will spell out how we're going to contain Putin, what forces we'll generate, what new technologies will accelerate, and how we'll strengthen our homeland societies as well. It must set out also a strategy for our open democratic societies to deal with China, which the 2030 Reflection Group now rightly described as a full-spectrum systemic rival rather than a purely economic player or an only Asia-focused security actor. So as that Reflection Group prepared NATO for these decisions, it has said the line between civilians and combatants is being blurred. So we want the alliance also to set democratic resilience as a new core task for NATO when its member nations meet in Madrid next month. You can't go far online without finding someone to tell you that Western democracies are just as bad or even worse than Moscow or Beijing. Putin spends billions a year trying to divide and degrade our democracies. We've seen this from meddling in elections, to misinformation about COVID, to criminal corruption. And the waning belief in our own values has perhaps become the West's Achilles heel. Just as we defend against attacks from beyond our borders, so we must respond to attacks within our borders too. And the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's recommendations for this new strategic concept stress also the central importance of resilience in our democracies and our societies. It's the way we can counter both hybrid warfare and shore up support for our defence commitments. Now, within days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Chancellor Scholz declared it a watershed in the history of our continent. He overturned decades-long German defence policy and boosted defence spending by €100 billion. This is now day 85, and the government has taken no action to reboot our own UK defence plans. Instead, we're told by defence ministers the invasion of Ukraine has proved the integrated review right. Well, the integrated review was billed as a threats-led strategy. It has a prominent section on the Indo-Pacific, yet no section on Europe. It confirms threats to Britain are increasing, yet it cuts the army by a further 10,000 troops. It makes no mention of a Taliban takeover in Afghanistan or a Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I just say to the Defence Secretary, all democracies must respond to the newly realised threats to national and European security. And that's why we're arguing he and the government must rewrite the flaws in the integrated review, must review defence spending, must reform defence procurement, must rethink those army cuts, and must reinvigorate UK leadership in NATO. So in the run-up to Madrid, 30, or I hope 32, democracies and their civil societies will rightly demand a say in the priorities set for NATO for the next decade. As the opposition party who intend to govern Britain in the near future, so do we. Yet this is a closed process, confined to governments. It's closed to the public and it's closed to non-governing parties, despite the fact that national elections are due within 2 years in 19 out of the 30 NATO countries. So that's why I'm asking the government to open up the UK process to create a common British vision for NATO. I welcome the Secretary of State's offer in response to discuss the strategic concept with us as it develops, but I'd urge him to go further. I'd urge him to lay out for the public in this House the UK's view of NATO's strategic goals and military priorities, as well as the contribution Britain will make to our collective defence. I want the UK to be driving debates as NATO gives a greater focus to defence alongside deterrence and diplomacy. I want UK leadership within NATO to anticipate areas of future Russian aggression, to respond as the Arctic opens up, to settle the alliance's relationship with the EU and to challenge and compete with China. I will indeed.
I thank my friend for giving way on this point, and particularly the remark he just made about diplomacy in the future. Does he not think that at this moment when defence expenditure is rising so rapidly all around the world, this presents a big problem, and that we should be looking also at the role the United Nations could and should play, and regret the very long delay between the start of the awful Russian invasion of Ukraine and any kind of diplomatic initiative by the UN? There has to be a world of peace that basically has got to come through agreements via the United Nations.
Well, I don't see it as a big problem. I see it as a necessary response. He's right about the paralysis of the United Nations, and that's because Russia is one of the 5 permanent members on the UN Security Council, so that any UN action to try and deal with the conflict and the Russian invasion in Ukraine is stymied before it starts. I want the UK to have a unified commitment to NATO. I want our commitment to be bipartisan. I don't want it to be a conversation simply for current ministers behind closed doors. And let me use, finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, let me use NATO's own reflections group to underline this point. Political cohesion, it said, is the basis of effective deterrence. And it said also political consultation remains the most important means by which NATO can reinforce political cohesion. Bipartisan support has strengthened Britain's action to help Ukraine and confront Russia. It will also strengthen Britain as the leading European nation in NATO.
Order. As you can see, a number of members want to participate, and this is a relatively short debate. Now, whilst I'm not putting a time limit on the chair of the Select Committee, I know he will show enormous self-time restraint because we've only got just a little over an hour before the wind-ups begin. So, Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for calling me so early. And having discussed these sort of subjects for a very long time, it does become rather difficult to avoid simply saying the same things over and over again. But on the principle of trying to say at least one new thing that I have not contributed, I think, to a previous debate, I would like to refer to the role of formerly neutral states in the formation of NATO. It comes as something of a shock to me to realise that it was in 1975, which I see is substantially before the admirable defence spokesman for the Scottish National Party, for example, was even born, that I had a conversation with the late, great strategic historian, Professor Sir Michael Howard, on the proposed subject of my doctoral studies, which was how the British Empire, as it still was at the time, prepared to adopt a strategy for after the defeat of Germany and Japan, and how the revival of Germany and Japanese threats gave way to a confrontation with our erstwhile ally, the Russians. What I was surprised to find was that the first thinking about this went back to the end of 1941, when Trygve Lie, who was the foreign minister in exile of the Norwegian government, made an approach to the British Foreign Office, and he was soon joined by the foreign ministers in exile of Belgium and the Netherlands too. What did Belgium, the Netherlands, and Norway all have in common? It was that in 1940 they had all been neutral, and in 1940 they had all been invaded and occupied nevertheless. And the proposal that those three foreign ministers put forward, which in the fullness of time led to the Brussels Treaty and eventually the formation of NATO, was that Britain should be offered strategic bases in their countries once they'd been liberated and once the war was over, so that they could never again be occupied, despite their pacific intentions, by another European power. And therefore there is a certain appropriateness in the decision now of two countries, Finland and Sweden, with a tremendous history of neutrality, albeit strongly armed neutrality for purposes of self-protection, to apply now to NATO in order to prevent themselves being exposed and suffering the fate that Ukraine looked as if it was going to suffer, and which Belgium, Norway and the Netherlands had suffered in 1940. And that leads me to the only other point I will make in this short contribution, which is that I've said before and will continue to say that despite many years of thinking about these matters, all I can come up with in the end are three concepts summarized in half a dozen words. The three concepts are deterrence, which is carried out by nuclear weapons primarily, containment, which is carried out by conventional weapons primarily until such time as your potential enemy has had a chance to evolve or implode, but either way until it can no longer cause a threat. And finally, the unpredictability of future conflicts. And that has two subsections: the unpredictability of when or if they will arise, and the unpredictability of what will happen when they do arise. And my mind goes back to the 24th of February, the day of the invasion, when there was an exchange with the Prime Minister on the floor of the House. And at that stage, the best suggestion I could make, because let's face it, none of us expected Ukraine to resist as successfully and as courageously as it has so far been able to do. The best suggestion I felt able to make at that time, with that mindset, was that, well, can we at least offer a Ukrainian government in exile a home here in Britain if they get, as would appear to be likely, overwhelmed by massive Russian firepower. Now, the answer, of course, is that so far at least there is every sign that such an offer will not have to be made. But the lesson that we must take away from this is that you always have to have a full range of military preparedness, because you do not know what the threat is going to be, you do not know when it is going to arise, and you do not know how it's going to turn out when it happens. So I end up by saying, as I've said so many times before, we used to spend 4.5 to 5.1% of our gross domestic product on defence as recently as the mid-1980s, and several years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, we were still spending 3.5% of GDP on defence. And successive defence committees have now called, even before the present crisis arose, that we should raise our target, not from the minimum of 2% of GDP, but at least to 3% of GDP. It is a matter of priority, and what's happened to Ukraine shows where our priorities must lie.
Thank you very much. Stuart M. MacDonald.
Well, it's always a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I'm afraid to say that at the beginning of his speech he somewhat misled honourable members, because he said he wasn't going to say things that he'd said before, and at the end of his speech I am pretty certain, in fact it tends to be whenever I follow him, he made those points before. But as always, he's worth listening to. And I would commend the way in which the Secretary opened this debate this afternoon, despite his attempts to try and tease the Labour front bench and myself. More of that to come, I'm sure. I thought he opened it in a suitable fashion. One might even say, Mr Deputy Speaker, he had in mind a future position in Brussels that might come up at NATO at some point later on this year. Far too popular for the Prime Minister that the Secretary of State could be here for too much longer. But I do want to bring it to. I'm sure he'd be most welcome in the Scottish Parliament. But I do want to come to some of the issues that have been raised, and I'll try and be brief because I'm conscious of time. NATO clearly is one of the two main pillars of Euro-Atlantic security. The Secretary himself identified the European Union as a strong player in some of the non-hard military capabilities required to underpin peace on the continent of Europe. And it is undoubtedly correct to say that NATO is at the forefront of providing hard military defence and security to its member states. But it is also the case that Europe leads in other areas that are out with that. The Secretary mentioned some himself in terms of cyber and other fronts, but we should also look at issues around energy, trade, resilience and crisis management. So he's right to say, and I support him when he says, that the two institutions shouldn't compete but should complement one another. But Britain is in a slightly different role in that it has recently left the European Union but still remains a member of NATO, and so is only tapping into one of those two pillars of Euro-Atlantic security. And I would repeat what I said earlier, and I suspect we will end up there at some point in the future, although I accept perhaps not under this government, that a comprehensive defence and security treaty with the European Union is something that we should be giving serious consideration. The Secretary went through some of the history of the alliance, not least its doubling in size over the past 70 years, and we now have before us two applicants in Sweden and in Finland who, should they get through, which I suspect he's right, they will make that through despite the noises from Turkey. Undoubtedly, both countries will be positive, contributing, producing members of the alliance, producing strong defence, strong resilience and strong security. And the Scottish National Party absolutely supports them through the application process. I do want to come to the strategic concept because, as the Secretary mentions, we've had from the European Union, and I think there's still some bit to go, the strategic compass. But the strategic concept itself, second in importance only to the Washington Treaty, undoubtedly is a major turning point, I would say, in the ongoing Euro-Atlantic security debate. And the Shadow Secretary is right. It is a shame that this is open only to governments to participate in, but I accept and take up the offer generously made by the Secretary of State to have a discussion with him and his officials about that before the concept is published next month in Madrid. But I am slightly worried about some of the noises that come from the Foreign Secretary. And if the media is to be believed, I would understand it so are some of the members on the government benches. This concept that she has repeated without any detail at all, that we need a global NATO, causes me concern. The strategic concept should absolutely underline NATO's primary area of focus is the Euro-Atlantic area. We do not need NATO to be gallivanting around the world. I know the government has this obsession with the Indo-Pacific tilt that it wants to try and implement, but surely February the 24th, if not 2014 and 2008, has told us that the Euro-Atlantic area needs to become the primary focus of NATO, not a global NATO. And although there is no detail on what the Foreign Secretary actually means by that, I would reject it in its entirety. In terms of... Certainly, yeah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for allowing me to give way. I had a long conversation with Ukrainian politicians on Monday and Tuesday on the border. They stressed to me how vitally important it was and how the lesson of what's happened since the 24th of February is that the United States stays deeply committed to Europe and NATO.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm not sure if he's perhaps misunderstood the point I was making, but I don't disagree with what he's just said at all. The United States is clearly very important to NATO, but NATO's primary area of focus and operation is the Euro-Atlantic area on the map, and my concern is that the Foreign Secretary seems to want to take that further with talk of a global NATO. But given we don't actually know what she means by that, perhaps I've already given too much time to it. But it does cause me a concern. Back to the strategic concept. I think we do, as the Shadow Secretary says, need to try and open this up when it comes to future strategic concepts. No organisation, no multilateral international organisation, no matter how important it is, has a right to exist. It always requires work to get the consent of the public. And I think undoubtedly NATO has that. It's proven this year alone just how useful it is. But it does need to democratise, and the processes in for future strategic concepts do need to be opened up, not just to political parties, but NGOs and others as well. We want to see, coming out of that strategic concept, a focus on resilience, a focus on emerging disruptive technologies, ensuring that the eastern flank of NATO is enhanced, as the Prime Minister of Estonia, the new Iron Lady she's being called, has been calling for. We would support that. And in terms of Ukraine itself, the Secretary knows that we have supported the government on every move it has taken to support Ukraine militarily, economically, and in many other fields. Our only criticism, and it is a deep one and a profound one, is the incredibly slow way in which we are helping Ukrainian refugees. But that's perhaps not for this debate here this afternoon. But I am interested to tease out of the Secretary or the Minister in his summing up where we are in terms of planning to help rebuild Ukraine. I think the Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee was correct when he said that no one expected Ukraine would fight so valiantly and last as long as it has against Russia, or that Russia would prove to crumble in the way that it has. No one saw that coming. So getting on to a debate about rebuilding Ukraine is hugely important, and clearly the Ministry of Defence has an important role to play in that. And I think that is something that we, on both sides of the House, need to start engaging in, not least because, Mr Deputy Speaker, they're expecting to host the Eurovision Song Contest next year, which I see the Secretary himself has said, one way or another, it will take place on the territory of a free Ukraine. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will conclude my remarks because I'm conscious many others want to come in. But the Scottish National Party supports Sweden and Finland in their accession to NATO. We are analysing that process very, very closely indeed, as members might well understand. And we support the government in going into the strategic concept if it is going to be serious about democratising it, and if it's going to be serious about facing the challenges in the Euro-Atlantic area that we are facing. Because as the assault on the international order that has happened by Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, and the fraying and testing of that in other parts of the world continue, and the technologies that are dispensed with to deepen and hasten that, then I think we do need to work together, irrespective of the differing political and constitutional views that are present in this chamber this afternoon. We do need to work together because we do share values, and those values also don't deserve to exist just because we think so. We always need to make the case for them. We always need to make the case for them robustly, even where there are disagreements. So with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish the Secretary well for the upcoming strategic concept and look forward to discussing it with him before he heads to Madrid next month.
The wind-ups will begin no later than 20 to 5. There's 2, 4, 6 people wanting to participate, so really I should be looking towards 7, 8 minutes to give everybody a fair whack, beginning with Sir Bernard Jenkin.
I'll be as quick as I possibly can, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Glasgow South, who made an articulate and thoughtful speech. But I wonder why he said nothing about the SNP's attitude towards nuclear weapons, because it is now beyond any credibility, and it devalues everything he contributed to this debate. Because Scotland, by far the greatest contribution that Scotland makes to the defence of Europe is the hosting of the nuclear deterrent at Faslane. And the idea that this would be uprooted by an independent Scotland and that Scotland would then present itself as a good member of NATO is utterly ridiculous. And, what is more, we now know from Ian McWhirter's article in the Herald yesterday that this opinion is completely out of step with Scottish public opinion. 58% of Scots want to retain the nuclear deterrent, only 20% want to get rid of it. So when is the Honourable Gentleman's Party going to change their policy and adopt the nuclear deterrent as their policy? I give
I've just given a long speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, but when we put this to the Scottish people in elections, they always return a majority of members who oppose the deterrent hosted in Scotland. That's not just my party, it includes the Scottish Labour Party as well. But on that being in Scotland and independence in NATO, is the Honourable Gentleman really suggesting that the entirety of the UK's nuclear capability should be exclusively hosted in a foreign country, a sovereign foreign country, no matter how friendly and neighbouring that country is? It would be unprecedented in world history, and I suspect he doesn't support it himself.
I think the answer is that it's one of the policies that encourages Scots to vote to remain in the United Kingdom, which was, of course, the outcome of the referendum that was held on Scottish independence. I want to concentrate my remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, on a background debate that's been going on, that this crisis, the 85-day crisis we're now in, is evidence that somehow NATO has failed. And I wish to contest that idea. It became axiomatic for decade after decade that war between major powers was unthinkable. It became our ingrained expectation. I was born 21 years after the end of the Second World War. Now it is 77 years after the end of the Second World War. There are generations in this House and in our country that have no even folk or family memory of one of the defining moments, if not the defining moment, of our national history. Western Europe and the free world, to that extent, has become a victim of the success of NATO. Success being peace in Europe, and indeed beyond Europe, for decade after decade after decade. And that success was based on two fundamental foundations. Firstly, nuclear deterrence, and second, NATO. Not just because it provided collective security in Europe, but because it was binding, and still is binding, the US and Canadian security guarantees into the European security guarantees. And it is the joining of transatlantic security that has made NATO so effective. And incidentally, it's one of the tragedies of the European Union that it's gone down the path of trying to create a separate, autonomous defence alliance outside NATO, which has corroded that automatic assumption that the United States and Europe will always act together. Still, some say NATO has failed because of Ukraine, but NATO never declared it would defend Ukraine, so it is hardly to be accused of failing to deter Russia's invasion of Ukraine when it's something that we said we never specifically would seek to deter. Yes, there have been political failures in the governments of NATO members over recent years, individually and collectively, as my right honourable friend, the former Defence Secretary, said earlier. It was all laid out at the Munich Security Conference in 1927 by President Putin himself, and then we've had Georgia, cyber attacks, the Litvinenko murder, the violation of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. Incidentally, that was unilateral rearmament by the Russians rather than disarmament. The invasion of Crimea, the Salisbury poisonings, hybrid warfare, the weaponization of gas, the destabilization of the Balkans. We ignored all these signals, the clearest possible signals. The failure of the UK, the United States, the German government, the French government, is a failure of our national strategies, not a failure of NATO. Moreover, we can now say NATO conventional forces are rather less inferior to Russian armed forces than we might have feared. Russian forces, much larger and more extensively equipped than our own, have proved catastrophically incapable of delivering their intended effects. They are riven with corruption, poorly maintained and poorly designed equipment. Their armed forces are poorly led. They're incapable of conducting air superiority operations over a neighbouring country with meagre air defence of its own. They can't defend their ships and they can't run their logistics effectively. In addition, we are finding NATO nations supporting arms to Ukraine that Russia has not dared to attack NATO countries even when they are actively supporting the resistance in Ukraine. And I would say if there's the first important lesson to take from this conflict is that we started out feeling much too timid about provoking escalation in Russia. Maybe the timing has been perfect, but I think we could have moved quicker and faster, and I'm delighted by the scale of the United States' response to this crisis now, and I wish it had come earlier. Still, we must be ready to respond to Russian escalation, the possible use of chemical weapons, the possibility even of a tactical nuclear strike in Ukraine, and that risk would rise significantly if Russia declared that captured Ukraine territory was now sovereign Russian territory, because that would trigger a whole set of defence doctrines in Russian military doctrine that would legitimise in their own minds the use of tactical nuclear weapons. I don't expect the government to comment on this point, but I have every confidence that NATO's shape the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe in Belgium will be wargaming escalation scenarios and not ruling out a vigorous response, as even the Shadow Defence Secretary adverted to, involving coordinated retaliation in order to make sure that escalation was met with sufficient deterrence. The second key lesson became evident, if it wasn't obvious already, that the world is watching this conflict. The outcome in Ukraine, the global implications are profound. President Putin must not be seen to have gained from his illegal aggression because of all the consequences for every other autocratic regime eyeing the neighbouring territory of some other sovereign state. And if we want to deter China, North Korea, and any number of despotic regimes from thinking that this is the way they can behave, we have to think in the same way as John Major and President Bush thought about the invasion of Kuwait, and the same way that Margaret Thatcher insisted we had to think about the Falklands. This is not just a watershed moment in European history, it is a turning point. The outcome of this will be a turning point in the history of the world, and we must succeed and ensure that the Ukrainians win their war.
As I say, about 8 minutes, and then everybody will get equal time. Kevin Jones.
Speaker, can I begin by thanking the members of our armed forces, men and women who work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to keep us safe. I'd also like to put on record thanks to our NATO partners as well, and the men and women of their armed forces. And today our thoughts have got to be with the people of Ukraine and the brave members of their armed forces who are fighting the Russian aggression in their homeland. We, Mr Deputy Speaker, are at a dangerous pivotal point in Europe's history since the Second World War. It's an attack that's going on in Ukraine, not just in terms of contesting territory, but I would also argue it's actually the more dangerous point of this is to try to undermine the rules-based order which we've come to live with and accept, that came out of the dark days of destruction of the Second World War, that this is a fundamental attack on that rules-based order. The case and the value for democratic governance, the rule of law, freedom of speech, things that we all take for granted. And I think we actually all occasionally ought to step back sometimes and actually just think about what that privilege we have in this country. And I do also get concerned sometimes with some populist agenda these days that attack alternative opinions because they don't agree with them. Well, that is the beauty of democracy. You can have that disagreement. It doesn't make those people wrong. It makes the fact that we're allowed to have that different opinions in our democracy. So don't shout people down. Listen and argue. Do not get to a point where we have just one narrative that we've got, for example, in Russia, which is state-controlled. Now, there's been a lot of talk about increase in defence expenditure, and I've got to say, I think one of the downsides of the invasion has been I think armies, we've got literally armies of armchair generals that are coming up with instant solutions. I've got to say, even some on my own committee, on the Defence Committee, for solutions what should be done. And I accept the point about increased defence expenditure. I'm not one that will argue for that yet. I think what we need is a sombre look at the lessons from Ukraine. The integrated review, I think, was right in its analysis. It has got, and the government have to admit they're going to have to update this at some point, but that's got to be done in a thoughtful and factual-based way. The other point, which I would just like to put on the record, I'm sorry the Minister's not in his place, but is this, is we've also got to ensure that the Treasury do actually pay for our support for the Ukrainian armed forces. That this is not going to be coming out of the defence budget in some way that will limit what we can do. And I think that's a message that should be made loud and clear universally across this House to the Treasury. The money's got to come out of the Special Reserve, not out of the defence budget. Now, the Defence Secretary mentioned the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I have the privilege of being the Deputy Leader of our delegation to NATO, and last week, along with the Honourable Member for Wolverhampton South West and the Leader of the delegation, the Right Honourable Member for Elmut, we visited Latvia and Estonia. And if there's one clear message, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's coming from there, is that they now consider themselves, they are on the front line. They're small former Soviet republics who have been, I think it was referred to as being the canary in the coal mine in terms of the hybrid attacks that have taken place over the last few years. But what's clear in people's minds is they see the threat of invasion from Russia. And it then, I think, leads to some questions for Madrid, the NATO Madrid summit. The Latvians, I think, have always been a supporter of the enhanced forward presence since 2016. We had the honour of visiting the EFP in Latvia, and can I pay credit to all those 9 nations, and also our forces in Estonia. But the idea of tripwire, that was going to be reinforced, I think, is now, because of the events in Ukraine, needs to be revisited. It is unthinkable for both the Latvians and Estonians that they want to be invaded. They look across at the events in Bucha and other Ukrainian cities, and it's quite clear, talking to, for example, as we did to the Latvian Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, when he said there is no space in geopolitics, your enemies will occupy it, and we had a similar message from the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Estonia, when he said that Estonians do not want to be liberated. And I think we need to take that on board. And I think what needs to happen from Madrid, and certainly if we can get Finland, and I do welcome Finland and Sweden joining NATO, applying to join NATO, we have got to come up with a new Baltic Security Pact. Now, we are playing a very important role in that in terms of in Estonia, but we do actually need to think how that happens. So we do need going to actually have a permanent presence, not just in the Baltic states, but I think across the eastern flank of NATO, because the idea of rotating troops through I think is one that I think has served us well till now, but certainly not now we've had the situation with the invasion of Ukraine. The other thing that came out from our visit last week was this, there's one key thing, is that in NATO we need to be united in our response to Putin's aggression and that's not just in terms of our help and support for the people of the armed forces in Ukraine, but it's also against, for example, destabilisation, cyber, the refugee crisis, the weaponisation of refugees, and the disinformation that takes place. Now, this is not going to be done without investment, and I've got to say, in terms of a certain amount of pain, because there's one thing this is not going to be, is free. And that is going to put pressures, I think, in terms of all NATO nations, not just in terms of defence budgets and how we actually refocus them, but also on our populations as well. And credit to both Latvia and Estonia, they've stepped up to the mark in terms of supporting the efforts in Ukraine. But I think I'll finish, Mr Deputy Speaker, with a quote that it did strike me, and it's from Christina Rake, the director of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute, when she said to her, "Freedom isn't priceless." Sorry, freedom is priceless. And it's those words to me which means that if you're on the border with Russia, which those two countries are, those of us who have the geographical advantage of being further away, we need to ensure that those core values which we are defending against Russia and Ukraine, the ones of freedom, democracy, freedom of speech, and the rules-based border which we actually all live by, they are worth fighting for, then they are priceless in terms of defending, and that's what we've got to continue to do.
Thank you. Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the Right Honourable Member from North Durham, who I've actually learnt a lot with sitting on the different committees, Armed Forces Bills and Parliamentary Assembly together. And he raises a very good point that we can have differing views and we don't always agree, but we can do so in a respectful way. And ultimately the people here are looking to see we have the best armed forces we can possibly have. There isn't anything I'm going to say about the formation of NATO that hasn't already been said or will be said. But what I want to put across is my personal experience, both past and present, with NATO. And if I look back to a young, fresh-faced soldier many years ago, I served on operations in NATO, under NATO, in both Bosnia and Kosovo, and I got to see the front end of what that looks like. And then now, over 20 years later, I'm in Parliament sitting on the Defence Select Committee and hugely honoured to sit on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I thank the Secretary of State for what he said about that, because some of the information that we get and the access to other MPs and NATO members is priceless. When you hear last week when we were in Latvia, when I've got an MP from Latvia telling me that yes, they take it seriously because he doesn't know if he's going to be fighting on his streets defending his family and his country. That's how really, really serious they take it. And he says all the words that we say have such an implication to what happens over there. So we must choose carefully the words we say within that. So I talked about some of the recent experiences we've had within the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. And I've had the fortunate experience to look on the Russian border from Norway down further south and look at the Ukrainian border of the build-up of troops. Now, in 1999, I witnessed the build-up of NATO in Kosovo. And it's a very strange experience of what you do when you see what was normal towns, villages, with the might of a mass military organisation taking over and setting that up. And we at the time lived in derelict buildings or old factories. There weren't bases at that time. But I saw it and I witnessed what it was. In 2003, I witnessed that on a bigger scale in Baghdad, when you had the might of the Russian, the US military and many other NATO members around. And you're seeing everything in a different level, where they're even setting up Burger Kings and everything like that. but you're seeing how this military moves forward. Now, I've just witnessed something again on what we are calling now the eastern flank. I'm witnessing a build-up of multiple NATO member states across not one country, as we saw in Bosnia or Iraq, but multiple countries. We need to get our heads around this to understand this, because this has never been seen since the Second World War. What I have experienced is how they are working in unison and how they are pulling together for a common goal that they take very seriously. I'm also proud when I go and represent the UK, because I hold my head up high. I'm proud to represent this House when I go overseas, but we are always met with great respect. The way the UK has led, and I thank the Secretary of State, the Defence Ministers and the whole team, they have got it right, I believe, on every step of the way on the response to Ukraine. And that is clearly told to us when we're overseas with other MPs. Very, very clearly, they hold us in such high regard. And they look to us and they look to see what we're doing. I believe we have the most professional armed forces in the world. And I have not wavered from being one of those forces right the way through to now, and then looking forward. And I think on this debate, really, there's a couple of key points that I wanted to put back to the MOD as a discussion and a viewpoint. And we're always hearing about numbers or percents, and I take nothing away from people with those viewpoints. I was only elected in 2019, and really this is the first integrated review I've got to analyse and review. Before that, I never went into much detail. I just sort of carried out what the requirements or the changes were. Now I've had to look at it, and I look at it probably quite differently to a lot of people. And I saw the integrated review as a change in a mindset and quite a revolutionary way of thinking that I believe in 10 years' time we'll look back and go, that was a pivotal time in the defence of our nation, because it was focusing on how we will be preparing warfare with our NATO allies and what we'll be looking at. And I do get the Indo-Pacific tilt and everything else, and I don't want to mistake threat from risk, because the threat was identified as an acute threat. Now, that still remains, and there is still a long-term threat, I believe, from China, and we must keep one eye on there and not have the same miscalculation as we've had long ago in the past by giving Putin a free rein, and we must keep an eye on that. But I do respect what members say about having that clear and present danger on our borders, on the Russian border at the moment, and we've got to identify that. So I think we need to look at the integrated review, not necessarily lessons learned at this time, because there is an evolution of warfare. We cannot take what is happening in Ukraine as a blueprint for what will be the next battle that we face. So I think we need to look at evolution, any short-term lessons to learn, but the concept of the integrated review, I believe, is bang on. The argument around numbers and things like that mustn't come at the cost of lethality and agility. Now, one of the questions that we get raised over with the enhanced forward present over in Estonia, people have mentioned putting a division there, things like that. Do you want to put a division in that confined a space? There's a whole strategic argument around different areas for that. But the one thing that we need to look at is persistent, or what they're calling now permanent presence. 5-month pre-deployment training, 6 months over there, that's almost a year by the time you've put the R&R in for the troops. We can look at probably a model like the Secretary of State and myself both served in Germany, and you can look at maybe a permanent deployment that has a different mindset shift in line with the integrated review that sets us up better, so we can use our deployment around the world cleverly with the numbers that we've got to create that agility and lethality. And it's not an open and shut discussion. There is debates around that of how we move with that. I would always ask for more money and more troops, but not at the cost of agility and lethality, and looking at the real world of where we are today. But I've been delighted to speak on this and to watch the evolution from a young soldier to a politician being able to contribute this. Thank you.
Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yesterday
Yesterday afternoon, I had the privilege to chair a fascinating discussion with members of both houses through the auspices of the British group of the Interparliamentary Union. And we also had with us the British ambassadors to Poland and to the Ukraine as well. And what came across very, very clearly in the discussion we had was a number of things. Firstly, it is pretty clear to them who participated that the war in Ukraine will not be over quickly. And that has already been said by the member for North Durham. This is a fundamental challenge, not just to Ukraine, but to the entire rules-based international order by Vladimir Putin. And the significance of that cannot be underestimated. People are unclear about what Putin's objectives may be, but it seems highly likely that his objective really is to defeat Ukraine and to occupy, by hook or by crook, whatever timescale is necessary, the entire country. Now, I think the implications of that are very, very serious and has certain implications for us all. Of immediate concern, I think, is what may be happening in the south of Ukraine with Russia's slow but steady advance towards Odessa, and then a possible link-up with Transnistria, which has declared a kind of UDI at the behest of the Russians, and the destabilisation which would follow for Moldova as a whole, and the implications of that for NATO and indeed the European Union. These are big issues which we have to consider carefully and soberly and over, let's be honest, a significant period of time. But I think it is also very clear that it is not too early for us to learn some lessons about what has happened and what is happening as we speak. The lessons have already been learned in Finland and Sweden. They put forward their applications for membership of NATO, and I'm sure, despite the reservations which have been expressed by Turkey, their applications will be accepted, and that is something we all must welcome. A number of countries are rebooting their financial commitments to defence, and in particular Germany, as we have heard, is reorientating the whole scope of its economic development away from dependence on Russian energy, more to a self-sufficiency and a greater inclination towards the West rather than the East. Significantly too, and this is a pretty profound change for Germany, they have committed a €100 billion increase to their defence budget in the current financial perspective in Germany, but also they've committed themselves to increasing their defence budget from 2022 to 2% of GDP. And what is significant too is not just those pretty bold and emphatic statements, but the fact that there is a cross-party consensus to a large extent in Germany about the need to do that. And that underlines the need that we too accept that there is a fundamental realignment taking place of foreign policy which we must engage in and be fully aware of its implications. And I would say for the United Kingdom too, there are very important issues which we must get to grips with very, very soon. One of the most important is that the cuts to our armed forces, the army in particular, do really have to be reversed. It is indefensible, quite frankly, that the government is still entertaining a reduction in the size of the British Army by 10,000. In the present context, such a reduction is ridiculous. And I also think, as the Defence Select Committee has been saying consistently for some time, there does need to be a consistent strategic increase in the amount of monies that we allocate to defence. 3% of GDP, I personally believe, should be the absolute minimum of our future commitments. We also need to set in trail, I think, a fundamental sorting out of our defence procurement process. OK, it's been a problem for a long, long time, and fingers can be pointed in a whole host of different directions. But what is absolutely true, given the importance of defence procurement, it really does need to be sorted out once and for all. And a cornerstone of a new strategy must be the development of sovereign capability. We must have a properly well thought out, well structured, strategic industrial strategy for the development of the defence capability of this country, based on the need to rely on our indigenous entrepreneurship and workforce and talents. The integrated review has been referred to by a number of members. It is an important review. That is absolutely clearly the case. But the tilt to the east, which has been referred to by many members, while it's all well and good, and I understand that we mustn't turn a blind eye to what is happening with China, of course not. That is a long-term, possible, real threat. But we must recognise that the priority here and now is what is being posed by Russia. And our alliance with our allies in Europe must be reinforced and deepened. That requires going beyond the debates about Brexit and so on. Let's put that one side. It's happened. We all accept that. But we really do need to cooperate with our European partners who have a like-minded view, as we do, on defence matters and foreign affairs generally, so that we speak and act with our allies in the United States with one concerted, determined voice. But I would say we need to do something else also. And my list is by no means exhaustive. But I would say it is of critical importance, long-term, that we all make a real effort to engage with the population of this country. All too often, it's been easy for people to see defence over there and the population's priorities over here. We must find a way, consistently, over a long period of time, like they've done in Scandinavian countries, Sweden in particular, for everybody to have an understanding of the need for the country as a whole to have a stake in its own defence. And I think that is something that we need to have a discussion on cross-party if necessary, to make sure that that begins to happen in the United Kingdom. In other words, what we need to develop is a national unity of purpose. And the events in Ukraine, as we are seeing, make that an absolute necessity. And I would conclude my remarks by saying that it's well worth going back to what Ernie Bevan, the United Kingdom as Foreign Secretary, a Labour Foreign Secretary, said in May 1949. He said, "We support NATO and," I quote exactly, "we shall act as custodians of peace and as determined opponents of aggression." That was absolutely true in 1949, but it must be true also in 2022. Thank you.
The ongoing terrible events in Ukraine remind us that we need to make sure that we not only maintain our defence expenditure, but that we invest wisely in capability that will ensure that we remain a credible NATO ally. Now, we have seen recently in Ukraine how good equipment can blunt the attacks of the most aggressive invader. Orbital, which began in 2015 in response to Russian aggression in the Donbass and Crimea, has been a successful training mission to equip Ukrainian forces and is paying huge dividends now as the Ukraine's army has risen magnificently to the challenge. This is the best possible example of the value of investing in training and equipment. Now, the history of the last century shows us what happens when countries seek to appease dictators and are willing to trade other people's freedoms for their own security. It is for this reason that the Washington Treaty, signed in 1949, bound the founding members of the Atlantic Alliance together with a pledge enshrined in Article 5 that an attack on one member was an attack on all. Since then, the Atlantic Alliance, the most successful military alliance in history, has helped to ensure the freedom of this country and Western Europe, especially during the Cold War, in the face of an aggressive Soviet Union. A mark of its success is that the original group of 12 founding nations has expanded to 30 today. And it's no coincidence that as soon as they were able to escape the yoke of Soviet tyranny, our neighbours in Central and Eastern Europe sought to join NATO. And the fact that now both Finland and Sweden, a long time bywords for neutrality, have taken the first steps to join the NATO alliance shows the attraction of it as well as its reputation. Now, this country has always placed NATO at the heart of its defence policy, and the Ministry of Defence characterises the UK's armed forces as allied by design. And unlike Russia, this country has allies and partners around the world, and our NATO allies know that the UK will stand with them. We train together on a regular basis, something which should never be sacrificed on the altar of savings by the Treasury. We must increase our defence expenditure. As a former British Defence Secretary, Dennis Healey, another gunner, who was the military beach commander at Anzio, said in 1969, once we cut defence expenditure to the extent where our security is imperilled, we have no houses, we have no hospitals, we have no schools. We have a heap of cinders, or as we're seeing in the Ukraine, piles of rubble. The invasion of the Crimea by Russia in 2014 was a much-needed wake-up call for the Atlantic Alliance, but it was not an easy matter to stir up all of its members. In 2016, President Obama spoke of European free riders who relied far too much on the US for their security under the nuclear umbrella. In 2019, President Macron accused the alliance of being brain-dead. Now, since 2014, the UK has contributed elements in the air policing mission in the Baltic on 5 occasions, as well as on the ground in Estonia, in the NATO battle group since it was established in 2017. Now, one of my sons, Michael, a 4th-generation gunner, a bombardier with 1 Raw Horse Artillery, has served in Estonia with his regiment and has just returned from a major exercise in Germany. I'm very pleased to see now that we have a brigade headquarters in Estonia. Now, if Putin thinks he can unsettle the NATO alliance by his casual reference to Russia's massive nuclear forces, he is very much mistaken. Now, predictably, that has led to some calls from some in this House, namely the SNP, that we should rid ourselves of the nuclear deterrent. To those who say we can never use it, I would gently remind them that we are deploying it and relying on it every single day. And talk of the use of tactical nuclear weapons by Russia must also be dealt with by leaders being firm in their resolve to maintain the alliance's undertaking that an attack on one is an attack on all. Now, events in Ukraine have given the international community a shock, but Russia's actions remind us all that rogue nation-states still retain the capacity to act violently when they think they can get away with it. We were beginning to get used to the idea of counterinsurgency, grey zone, cyber warfare, believing that this is the pattern for future conflicts. Putin might have been encouraged by the weak Western response to the situation in Syria and the weak response to his initial aggression in Georgia and the Crimea. It is worth reminding ourselves that the mission in Afghanistan was a NATO one. It was begun as an Article 5 mission, the only time Article 5 has been invoked so far, I would say, and after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. So the shambolic abandonment of Afghanistan to the Taliban sent a very dangerous perception of weakness of the West and NATO to our enemies around the world. Now, Russia is attempting to weaponise its gas supplies. This has long been foretold by those of us who warned of the dangers posed by the Nord Stream gas pipeline. So alongside deterrence, we must relearn the need for resilience, both in our supply chains, as well as our food and energy security. Now, I hope that the government will give serious consideration to reinforcing our sovereign defence manufacturing capability. And while we congratulate ourselves on our united stance against Putin's aggression, there were some members of the NATO alliance who were initially very reluctant to commit to it. Now, in the MOD command paper, the government announced the creation of the Ranger regiments. This and the sort of training missions we have seen in our orbital will boost the ability of our NATO allies to defend themselves. So I would say, Mr Deputy Speaker, the message from this House has to be to our allies that as long as the UK remains a leading member of NATO, we will invest in our security to ensure our freedom, and we would recommend that all of our NATO allies do the same.
Wind up's no later than 4:40. Mr Barron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
May I first start by commending the Secretary of State and indeed his front bench team for their leadership over Ukraine. But I'd also like to commend both front benches for their contribution in the debate today, and indeed, I think all contributions in this debate, because this is important. If we are going to move the dial on this issue in this country when it comes to defence spending, then it will require collaboration on a cross-party basis. And we should not underestimate the importance of that if we are indeed going to convince the country that we need to spend more on defence. Because, as we all know, the defence of the realm is the first duty of government. We need our leadership, our leaders, respective party leaders now, to wake up to that. But also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having served myself in the 1980s in Berlin, Germany, Northern Ireland, and with the UN elsewhere, I think we are all very much in agreement in wanting to commend the men and women who serve in our armed forces today and in the past, who have been prepared and are prepared to put their lives on the line and make the ultimate sacrifice in the defence of the liberties we enjoy in this country today. I would suggest, and a few colleagues have referred to this, that the invasion of Ukraine is indeed a wake-up call, and it has given NATO perhaps fresh purpose, reminded of certainly of its original purpose. I would contend that for too long the West has indeed been complacent. The end of the Cold War, we believed that the very concept of democracy would sort of sweep the field. It had everything right about it. Who could argue against it? But democracy is a fragile concept. We only have to look at what happened in Capitol Hill a few years ago in the US to be reminded of that fact. It needs nurturing, it needs encouraging, it needs defending. And this was brought into sharp contrast, if you like, by the recent vote in the UN, when over half of the world's population, as represented by their governments, failed to condemn the invasion of Ukraine. It is a stark lesson that perhaps with the coming of the new Cold War, we do indeed need to properly resource, and I would argue spend more, both on our hard and soft power capabilities in order to win the argument. Now, some of us in this place, on both sides of the House, this is not a party political thing, have been warning of the dangers of potentially hostile states, including Russia, for some time. And I would humbly suggest, and I know many would disagree, but I would certainly suggest that instead this country became distracted, and I think the West generally, by a number of, I would term, foolish interventions, starting with Iraq in 2003. That is now history. But what we do need to remember is that Russia still occupies roughly a fifth of Georgia, which it invaded in 2008. These are very real dangers now, and it is the present with which we have to deal. Now, against this backdrop, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was appointed chair of the 1922 Defence Committee. I was tasked to solicit the views of Conservative backbenchers as to what our priorities should be on defence. Our report was released last week. It is now with the government. We had a good discussion with the Defence Secretary on Monday, and I'm looking forward to continuing this discussion with the policy unit at number 10 and indeed with the Prime Minister. But in the few minutes that are left to me, I just thought it might be helpful to this debate if I gave a very brief summary of the main themes that emerged from the report. There was very wide consensus that the integrated review, and perhaps more importantly, the associated documents that followed it, required, like the Command Defence Paper, required revisiting. The integrated review was predicated on peacetime conditions, which frankly no longer exist. It does need updating, not tearing up and rewriting from scratch, but it does need updating. And an examination carried out as to what equipment and manpower Britain needs to protect its and its allies' security. We suggest in the report that there should be a moratorium in the meantime on any defence cuts until this exercise is complete. There is little point in shedding personnel, weapons, tanks, aircrafts and whatever, and finding out that you may then need them. Backbenchers on this side of the House are also adamant that defence spending should be meaningfully and substantially increased. And instead of targeting a certain percentage of GDP, which is affected by the ebb and flow of the economy, Britain should, in light of this review exercise, work out which specific capabilities it requires, both in terms of manpower and material, and bid to achieve those, rather than linking spending to a fraction or a percentage of GDP. Now, in addition, the report suggests that the costs of military and MOD civilian pensions should not come out of the defence budget, nor should the costs of the nuclear deterrent, which is, after all, a strategic asset. It should be completely separate. And the games that have been played in the past by including the nuclear deterrent cost into the defence budget to make sure we hit a certain percentage, frankly, should be left in the playground. We are dealing here with the defence of the realm, and we need to attach to this debate the severity and sincerity that is required to make sure we do what is right, not playing politics with figures. Now, the report makes a number of other recommendations. Very, very briefly, it talks about concluding that the government should take steps to expand homegrown talent and the skills of our defence industry. This would boost the defence sector, as well as our sovereign defence capabilities. It makes the point that we should adopt a more strategic view when deciding whether to allow foreign bids for defence companies. On procurement, it recognises that reform is being introduced to the MOD's procurement systems. It doesn't have the best reputation, as we know. But the committee also concluded that the MOD should give greater thought to buying off-the-shelf equipment rather than going down the bespoke route. A weapons system which is 80% perfect and available at speed and scale is sometimes preferable to a system which is 100% perfect but unavailable. We talked about the importance of having a deep stockpile of advanced weapons and ammunition. Ukraine has shown just how quickly you can get through your stockpiles. We have run out of serious weaponry in this country, and we need to make sure we learn the lessons from that. At the bare minimum, we need to ensure that a rock-solid supply chain is in existence so these weapons can be produced even in wartime conditions. We also suggest that consideration should be given to improving pay and accommodation, because this is not just about weaponry, it is very much about personnel, and we must never forget that, those on the very front line. So improving pay and accommodation is of great importance, as well as ensuring greater support is available to support soldiers' mental health. We also suggest, and I have, like everybody else who's served in this place, I have a vested interest and I declare it, but recruitment should be taken back in-house, associated with the county associations that made the regimental system so strong and was a major source of, I suppose, endurance at times on the regimental front. Outsourcing, I would suggest, certainly has not been a success. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would suggest that we stand at a pivotal point. Given how fragile the concept of democracy is, we need a rounded, all-encompassing approach incorporating both hard and soft power assets which require an additional funding to ensure we do indeed talk softly but carry a big stick. Because if we do not embrace that concept of ensuring we have a full range of capabilities relative to our assessment of the risks which have now increased since Ukraine, while always pursuing diplomacy, conflict will become more likely. And I sincerely hope, as we all do in this debate, that the lesson of Ukraine
will be the wake-up call that it is.
And that's Luke Pollard.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Labour's commitment to NATO is unshakable. 85 days ago, when Russia illegally invaded Ukraine, we faced a choice as a parliament, and as a country, and as an alliance, to let Putin divide us, or to stand strong together with our allies in Ukraine, and we chose well. 85 days later, NATO is more united than ever before. A historic bid from Finland and another from Sweden, member state after member state rebooting their defence plans. Let us say very clearly that Putin's gamble to fracture us has backfired. And Labour is proud to be part of this united front, as we've heard from colleagues today. Just as we are proud of the men and women in Britain's armed forces who are deployed across the NATO alliance and further afield, we are also proud that NATO and the principle of collective security is stitched into the history of the Labour Party, thanks to the Attlee government, which played such a pivotal role in bringing the alliance into being in 1949. But just as we look at the history of NATO, we must look at the future of NATO as well. And there are some big questions. How do we best support our Ukrainian friends through the new phases of this conflict? How should we approach NATO 2030, the new strategic concept for the alliance? How do we keep Britain as a leader when it comes to international security, truly a force for good? And as was said by my right honourable friend for North Durham, how do we protect the rules-based order? And as the members for Caerphilly and for Billericay have called, how do we make sure that there is a renewed cross-party unity of purpose to make this case free from sometimes the party political distractions that does this debate no service? I'm grateful for the member for Billericay for his speech. I was very interested to read the 1922 committee report that he said, but I believe he may have summarised it so effectively that he does not need to leak a copy to the opposition. I think he will find actually that across the House there was an awful lot of people nodding when he was making his remarks, and I hope the ministers will have heard what he said loud and clear. Mr Deputy Speaker, yesterday I attended the unveiling of the memorial to lost submariners. Since the submarine service came into existence, the United Kingdom has lost 5,960 submariners. And the unveiling of the memorial at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire, I think, showed just how important the sacrifice of submariners has been. And it sits alongside memorials to our fallen comrades in every single one of our services, representing people from across our country and indeed across the world who have made a sacrifice in support of the freedoms that we enjoy today. And it is worth remembering those that have come before us and those who have served. But turning to the challenge in front of us right away, let us be in no doubt that NATO is the best way for Western democracies to stand united and together in the face of renewed Russian aggression and an uncertain future. And as was mentioned by the member for Wolverhampton, agility, flexibility is important for our alliance as we go forward. I believe that was mentioned by the Secretary of State as well. But we now need to look carefully about how we shift from crisis management in the early stages of this war to medium-term military support. That means the UK government, NATO and our allies continuing to reinforce our Ukrainian friends with weapons, ammunition, but also setting up the conditions for economic recovery, but also providing hope and determination to deliver a brighter future of a free, democratic and peaceful Ukraine, with Russian forces defeated and withdrawn, unable to threaten this country and its people ever again. And that does mean supplying more next-generation light anti-tank weaponry, loitering munitions, armour and artillery pieces, alongside defensive equipment and medical packs, something that we must do across the alliance. But it also means renewing our own strategic approach. And that was mentioned by people on both sides of the House today. I think it was done without a partisan spirit. I think it was done in the best interests of our country and our collective defence. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, you and I will have shared one thing in common, I'm sure, watching TV last Saturday, that we are both fans of Eurovision. And I want to echo the congratulations that was mentioned by the member for Glasgow South on the Kalisz Orchestra on Ukraine's winning entry. I'm not certain if President Putin is a fan of Eurovision. And I'm not certain whether he was watching on Saturday. But if he did watch it, he would have seen A great evening of costumes, song and solidarity. Uniting NATO against his criminal invasion is quite an achievement for the Russian president. But uniting Europe and Australia on Eurovision is an achievement equally as worthy of song. And I like the Secretary of State's words, one way or another, it will take place in Ukraine, and I look forward to he and I watching it from Ukraine next year. Turning to events closer to home and more nearby, the NATO conference next month in Madrid will mark a critical juncture in international security, establishing NATO's vision for the next decade or so. And it is important, as the Shadow Defence Secretary has said, that the doors are not closed to civil society, nor opposition parties, because I think this is a moment where we need to bring more players together in that solidarity, that common endeavour that has been mentioned on both sides of the House today. I'd be grateful if the Minister could set out how the government is planning to approach that conference and what strategic concept will do and how it will fit with the integrated review, especially if it is such a departure, as we have heard, from NATO's current operating procedures. Britain must also put democratic resilience on the agenda in Madrid. Liberal democracies must be better attuned to non-conventional threats, from election meddling to the spreading of misinformation online. There is a new home front in our defence against hostile actors, a digital home front, and we must not ignore it. We also need strong UK leadership in NATO to preempt Putin's next steps. That includes in the Baltic, the Balkans, Kaliningrad, and the High North. A new strategic concept must also have a plan for the Arctic, as the climate means new shipping routes are open there and new threats exist. But Britain must also champion coordination and interoperability between NATO friends and allies, because as NATO members rightly raise their defence spending and invest in their inventory, there is a risk that that new investment is nation-specific. It does not hold the interoperability that we're seeing across the alliance. So that must mean weaponry, bullets, vehicles and communication. And with the US moving their bullet calibre, for instance, from a NATO standard to a new US standard, we need to be aware that this is already happening. So how does that interoperability work in the next decade? How do we ensure that we are all standing together? Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour places the highest priority on security in Europe, the North Atlantic and the Arctic. Before we tilt to the Indo-Pacific, we must first secure our own backyard. The illegal invasion of Ukraine reinforces NATO as our primary UK security obligation. We want Britain to be NATO's leading European nation, but our place at the front of the pack is not automatic and it is not guaranteed, and we should not be complacent. As our allies reboot defence spending, the question must be why the UK government has not done so, and why the flaws in integrated review are not being fixed. Ministers should rewrite defence plans, review defence spending, rethink cuts to the army, reform defence procurement, and renew our international friendships. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think in this debate, let us not forget what NATO represents. It is about peace over war, democracy over tyranny, collective security over individual vulnerability, and hope over fear. We derive our strength from these principles and values. As President Obama once said, it is not might that makes right. Quite the reverse, it is right that makes might. NATO is Britain's best option for defence. It is our best option for international security. It is our best option for collective defence. It is our best option for upholding our values. And for those reasons, Labour's commitment to NATO will remain unshakable. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all colleagues for their contributions in what has been, as ever actually, over the last 4 or 5 months or so, a debate defined by gentle disagreement, politely put, from very well-informed contributors on a debate around defence and security in the Euro-Atlantic. NATO, Mr Deputy Speaker, is inescapably the foundation on which Euro-Atlantic security is based. It always was, and it has proven itself over the last 3 months still to be the most enormous deterrent, even against Putin at his most belligerent. Progress for other multinational fora, many of which mentioned today, the UN, the European Union, G7, the coalition of donors that sits outside of NATO, and the coalition of those who have imposed sanctions on Russia, all have been able to make their interventions confidently to try to resolve this conflict because they are safe in the knowledge that NATO's overwhelming firepower keeps the conflict contained within Ukraine, and so you can take the measures that many international fora have been able to take in order to impose cost on Russia and to persuade them to change their course. NATO has an enormous technological and numerical advantage, but also it's inescapable, and my right honourable friends, members for New Forest East and I've missed the honourable gentleman out for Essex, have made very clear that the nuclear deterrent is inescapably important to the deterrence that NATO provides, which is why the SNP's position on nuclear and on NATO is so contradictory. Scotland's geography is the gatepost on the southern side of the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap, the most strategic gateway to the North Atlantic, essential to all of NATO's plans. Right now, at the very tip of Scotland, there are some of the most advanced anti-submarine warfare capabilities based at RAF Lossiemouth. There, because one of Europe's best-funded and biggest air forces is able to have those capabilities alongside the fast air that polices threats in the Norwegian and Northern Seas and beyond. And of course, Scotland hosts the nuclear deterrent that so many countries around NATO depend on, because it is the only nuclear deterrent that is assigned to NATO. And so it seems more than a little contradictory to me that a party that wants to expel the UK's nuclear deterrent from Scotland then wants to apply to join an alliance that is underpinned ultimately by that very same deterrent. Give way.
I'll be brief. After a vote for independence, who will the nuclear deterrent belong to?
Well, I try hard to follow the question. The answer is either that it belongs to the United Kingdom and that the Scottish Government would insist on its removal, or that... Well, and yet the honourable gentleman's position and that of his party is that he would want to join an alliance that has its deterrent underpinned by that deterrent. It feels inconsistent, and to NATO countries around the alliance, the idea that that pivotal geography on the southern end of the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap should wish to break away from one of the world's biggest, best-resourced and best-trained armed forces seems an absolute nonsense. Happily give way.
Well, I agree with the right honourable gentleman, but the argument is very clear, and very clear. NATO is a nuclear alliance. The SNP always refer to other countries in NATO that haven't got nuclear weapons, but they have a commitment not only to receive nuclear weapons, but in some cases actually have aircraft which actually deliver them. Would a future Scottish Air Force have to deliver the nuclear deterrent?
Well, it is an interesting point, and it seems to me that NATO is one of the most powerful arguments for the Union, because if you support NATO, surely you continue to support the Union. Now, many colleagues around the House have discussed the Madrid conference and have shown particular interest in the strategic concept. I think the strategic concept fundamentally has three key elements that we should be looking out for, and where the UK has particular interest. Firstly, around the resilience of member states and the wider alliance, the interweaving of national security plans reinforced by a wider NATO mass at appropriately high readiness, with robust enablers and industrial bases to get NATO into the fight and then sustain it once it's there. I think that is the first key pillar of the strategic concept. Secondly, adapting and modernising around advanced technologies. Inescapably, the battle space is changing. Everybody harks to the sort of armour-on-armour conflict of the past. And of course, as we've seen in Ukraine, there is still a place for it. But inescapably, there is technological advances that cannot be avoided that the alliance must embrace. Missile technology is in the ascendancy. Cyber and space remain pivotal, even if their role in Ukraine has not been as much as we expected, and the alliance must embrace those. And then thirdly, competing and integrating across domains using both military and non-military tools. NATO far too often is discussed in a military lens when actually the nature of competition is now more than just mass on mass militarily. It is your ability to bring to bear the full effects of the state and all states within the alliance to impose cost on your adversary. Now, the UK led the way. There's a selective telling of history in that the UK's own increase in defence spending seems to be ignored. Actually, I would argue that the UK led the way in encouraging people to increase defence spending in anticipation of the way that the world was developing. Many countries have now followed, and obviously that is enormously welcome. It has changed the Euro-Atlantic security situation beyond recognition, with Germany particularly spending what it will spend as a large continental power in the middle of Europe. That massively changed things, and actually I think gives the UK and others lots to reflect on around the capabilities that we should seek to have, given the mass that Germany and Poland will have in the centre of Europe. Now, it's not just the cash that is being spent on military mass that has changed. There's a huge geostrategic shift, and as people around the House have remarked on, the fact that Finland and Sweden have abandoned decades of neutrality to join the alliance is a quite remarkable development, and surely, perhaps, the most vivid example of just how badly Putin has miscalculated in his strategic aims for this conflict. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the opposition charge that the IR has been overtaken by events, I don't accept. I think the IR was fundamentally around a return to systemic competition. And the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Secretary of State, for whom he knows I have an awful lot of time, but I just, when he said there was a section on the Indo-Pacific but not on Russia, having had a quick flick through the IR and particularly the Defence Command paper, since almost every paragraph mentions NATO, Russia or the Euro-Atlantic, the one part of it that doesn't is the one section on the Indo-Pacific that he refers to. And in any case, I just don't think that it is a sound argument to say that the UK can only focus on the Euro-Atlantic. The reality is that beyond the Euro-Atlantic, and it feels rather like watching my son's football team play, the Cheddar Under-10s, where they all run round following the ball, in Europe right now is lots to distract us. But beyond is a world that is increasingly unstable and insecure, struggling with high food prices, high fuel prices, and that brings with it an instability like we saw with the Arab Spring, that the UK needs to keep an eye on and remain engaged with, because Iran, China, even Russia beyond Europe and violent extremist organisations are all looking for the opportunity for the West to be distracted and to take that as a moment to stake their claim. If the Honourable Gentleman, I'm going to push on, I've only got another minute and a half to go, and I want to pay tribute to our armed forces, who are right now deployed across the entire eastern flank of NATO, in Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, Romania and Bulgaria, as well as in the sea and in the air. Thousands of them are deployed. And they are enjoying their service alongside their NATO allies, coming to understand exactly what it is to be a part of NATO, believing in the collective defence of countries on the other side of Europe and being willing to give their lives in their defence as part of the treaty, as the NATO treaty requires. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Ukraine we will continue the lethal aid for as long as it is required. We are sending a great deal of our own stuff, but we're also bringing to bear influence to encourage others around the world to send theirs too. Then there is a race to rearm so that Ukraine can rearm more quickly than a sanction-ridden Russia, and we are working hard with the Ukrainians to understand what their requirement will be, work out how to get them the platforms and to deliver the training that they'll need to operate them. And of course, colleagues around the rest of government are working to rebuild Ukraine when this conflict finally finishes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must not get carried away by any of the successes we've seen for Ukraine in recent weeks. A great deal of hard fighting remains. There's no celebration when Russia fails, but Russia is failing far too often. We will continue to do everything we can to support Ukraine. NATO will continue to reinforce its eastern flank in reassurance of our allies there, and the UK will continue to do all it can to ensure that Putin fails.
It's been my honour to chair this debate. The question is that this House has considered NATO and international security. As we know that, I'm going to say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Rother Valley, calling for Rotherham Council to take urgent and immediate action to extend the number of school places at Waverley Junior Academy for local children by introducing temporary classrooms this September so that no child loses out, as well as finding a long-term, permanent solution for the future. My petition, both online and on paper, has received strong local support, and with around 2,000 constituents signing it. The people of Rother Valley are calling for Rotherham Council to reflect local need in their decisions and for developers to build the infrastructure needed for the newly built communities. I believe it is high time that the local authority and the developers deliver on this priority. The petitioners therefore request the House of Commons urge the Government to implore Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council to implement a temporary solution to this problem in the form of temporary classrooms to local children to attend their local school and to find a medium to long-term solution. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, Waverley Junior Academy.
Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Peter Alves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month, on 3rd of May, I helped unveil a timeline on Lowestoft Station, the UK's most easterly station, to mark the 175th anniversary of the railway arriving in the town. Lowestoft is the end destination for the East Suffolk line and one of two for the Wherry line, with the other being Great Yarmouth. They are routes that serve the most easterly points in the UK, which are now hubs for sustainable energy, manufacturing, engineering, hospitality, and hopefully a revised fishing industry. The timeline reveals a long and illustrious past. But looking to the future, if we make the right decisions and secure the right investment now, we can bring major benefits and job opportunities to communities all along the two lines in both East Suffolk and East Norfolk. The two railways pass through and are close to communities assessed by Transport East as being transport deserts, where there are few realistic alternatives to the private car. Mr. Deputy Speaker, passenger numbers on both lines have recovered well from COVID, particularly leisure-based travel. In April 2022, the numbers on both lines were up 19% on the equivalent period in 2019. In recent years, some significant improvements have been made to the services on both lines, but there is so much more that can be done and considerable scope for further enhancement. It should be borne in mind that the journey time from Lowestoft to Ipswich is now longer than when this service was first provided in 1859. In the past, the East Suffolk and Wherry lines have brought considerable benefits to the area, serving and supporting residents, facilitating trade and business, and promoting tourism. The arrival of the railways was very much a catalyst for bringing prosperity to the area. Today, the railway can play the same role as it did 175 years ago in a number of different ways. Enhance services, improve connectivity. This is particularly important in a coastal area where roads are not good. There is a need to provide reliable, frequent and fast services that connect seamlessly into the rest of the rail network. This is important for those working in the energy sector, whether transitioning in the transitioning oil and gas sector, offshore wind or nuclear. They require that workforce regular and reliable transport to the area. Strong rail services are also crucial to meeting net zero, and there is increasingly the opportunity to return freight to the railways from over-congested roads. There are opportunities to do this on both lines. from the port of Lowestoft and taking an enormous amount of materials to the proposed Sizewell C power station, to which there is a link to the East Suffolk line at Saxmundham. Stations must be attractive, functional and accessible, so as to help draw more customers. Several on the two lines are in need of upgrades, such as at Great Yarmouth. Stations and their surrounds can also be a focus for regeneration, and this is particularly the case at Lowestoft, where the station occupies a unique location in the town centre, and where the Community Rail Partnerships, the Lowestoft Central Project and the Railway Heritage Trust have carried out considerable improvements to the station in recent years, with more work proposed. There are also exciting plans in the Town Improvement Plan as part of the Towns Fund bid to enhance the surrounding area and to make Station Square an attractive and desirable destination. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thinking laterally, the railways can be a source of innovation. Perhaps these two lines could be pilots for alternative fuel trains from local low-carbon sources such as hydrogen or bioethanol. Nationally, there has been significant investment in the rail network in recent years. On Tuesday, Her Majesty the Queen opened the new Elizabeth line. Construction of HS2 is well underway. Lines closed following the Beeching report are due to be reopened, and a significant investment is being made in ticketing services. These proposals are welcome, but it is important that they complement and connect into the whole rail network. There is a concern that the East Suffolk line and the Wherry line, which are respectively east of Ipswich and east of Norwich, are left out on a limb and are not properly incorporated into the rest of the national road network. They are not just branch lines, something out of the Titfield Thunderbolt, but they are vital economic arteries serving growing communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I shall provide a very brief summary of the two lines over the last 175 years. In 1844, Sir Samuel Morton Peto purchased Lowestoft Harbour and announced plans to construct the railway from Reedham to Lowestoft. After gaining parliamentary approval, the Norfolk Railway obtained a lease to construct the line, and work commenced in 1846 with the Lowestoft to Norwich line opening to goods traffic, as I said, on 3rd May 1847. Following the arrival of the railway, Lowestoft grew rapidly, with the railway developing and operating the fish market, the harbour and the South Pier, as well as a number of rail-related manufacturing supply networks, including the Harbour Engineering Works, the Sleeper Depot and a concrete products factory. In addition, in the south of the town, there was a network of freight lines serving shipyards and factories. Morton Peto also developed much of Victorian Lowestoft, which became a fashionable resort, which was likewise served by the railway. By the 1920s, Lowestoft was the busiest port owned and operated by the Great Eastern Railway. The gradual decline of the railway network in East Suffolk and East Norfolk probably started in 1963 with the publication of the Beeching report, which initially recommended closure of the East Suffolk line. However, in 1966, the line was reprieved from closure following a successful campaign led by the East Suffolk Travel Association, that's ESTA, which is still going strong and of which I am a member. In 1970, despite local opposition, the direct line between Lowestoft and Yarmouth South Town was closed, and in 1973, the transportation of fish by rail from Lowestoft also came to an end. This was followed in 1984 by the ending of direct through services from Liverpool Street to Lowestoft, and in 1992, despite local opposition, the concourse roof at Lowestoft Station was removed, though there are now exciting plans to reinstate a lightweight version. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the good news is that this decline in the latter part of the 20th century has been reversed in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. The Beccles Loop was constructed on the East Suffolk line, which enabled an hourly service to Ipswich to be reintroduced from late 2012. In the subsequent 10 years, passenger numbers have doubled. In 2013, a new bus interchange facility was built at Lowestoft Station. Local community groups have come together to upgrade facilities at stations, as previously mentioned, at Lowestoft and at Campsie Ash, and also at Beccles, where there is a need for accessibility improvements as there is now also at Halesworth. The most notable improvement occurred in 2019, when Greater Anglia introduced a brand new fleet of trains across their network, thereby dispelling East Anglia's unwanted reputation as an elephant's graveyard, where old trains that other regions no longer wanted came to see out their final days in service. The new bimodal fleet are more comfortable, they have more seats, they have good accessibility with low floors and retractable steps, and they have full Wi-Fi. Further improvements have taken place since, including a £60 million investment in re-signalling the Wherry line and the reopening of the freight sidings at Lowestoft, from where since 2020 aggregates brought into the adjoining port have been transported to the Midlands. Recently, Network Rail have announced plans to refurbish the historic swing bridges at Alton Broad, Somerleyton and Reedham, and as mentioned, EDF are working up plans with Network Rail for as much material and aggregates as possible that are required for the construction of Sizewell C, which is a nationally important strategic infrastructure project to be brought in by rail. Mr Deputy Speaker, these upgrades are welcome and they provide a good foundation on which to improve the two lines still further so that they can make an enduring contribution to the local economy. However, there is a concern that with a focus on major projects elsewhere, the two lines could be overlooked. The fact that the 2016 franchise commitment to reintroduce a through service from Lowestoft to Liverpool Street has been dropped from the new contract that Greater Anglia signed with the Department for Transport last September has come as a major disappointment to many. So as not to lose momentum, I would suggest the following issues need to be addressed. Firstly, whilst not actually on these two lines, the upgrading of Hawley Junction on the Great Eastern Line and the improvements at Ely Junction will have a beneficial knock-on impact that will cascade right across East Anglia. They will not only increase capacity, but they will also facilitate the transfer of freight from road to rail. These projects must be included in the forthcoming rail network enhancement pipeline, and I know that colleagues from across the three counties of Suffolk, Norfolk and Cambridgeshire will be repeating these requests to my honourable friend the Minister in the coming days. Secondly, services on the East Suffolk and Wherry lines must properly connect into the national rail network. This means not only the aforementioned through service to Liverpool Street, which initially could be trialled on a weekend seasonal basis, but also improved connections to the Queen Elizabeth line at Shenfield and Stratford, to Cambridge, to Stansted, and ultimately linking into the East-West rail project from Cambridge to Oxford. Thirdly, the speed of the services must be reviewed. We now have faster trains, but they cannot go any quicker because of track constraints such as single line sections and level crossings and historic speed restrictions. The new trains are more powerful and can accelerate and decelerate quicker, and this should be reflected in the timetables, which should be reviewed. Whilst it is important not to take any risks with safety, in the short term, Network Rail should be given more flexibility to make small-scale improvements under normal operator maintenance renewal works, rather than having to go through the rail network enhancing pipeline process, which is cumbersome and which is better suited to major large-scale projects, not to local quick-win initiatives. In the longer term, journey times could be reduced further if level crossings are upgraded or closed and line speeds increased. Feasibility studies should be carried out that look into this issue in detail and come up with an agreed strategy for which we can then seek funding. The studies should also consider the reliability of rail infrastructure. The Wherry line was closed in February due to flooding at Haddiscoe, and work should be carried out to mitigate against this. There are also along both lines assets that are in need of renewal through Network Rail Control Periods 7. Fourthly, it is necessary to improve the frequency of services along both lines. it is clear that more regular services stimulate greater use. The hourly service on the East Suffolk line, which has resulted from the construction of the Beccles Loop, has proved incredibly popular. As part of the aforementioned studies, research should be carried out so as to ascertain what infrastructure improvements are necessary to enable half-hourly services to be introduced on both lines. This may involve the construction of further passing loops, which could also facilitate greater freight use, whether to Sizewell or from Lowestoft Port, or possibly in due course from the sugar beet factory at Cantley. On the East Suffolk line, there is the possibility of further passing loops to the south to facilitate through services to Liverpool Street, and to the north to enable the introduction of that half-hourly service. Fifthly, in the longer term, the siting of stations and whether all trains should stop at all stations should be reviewed. In the Lowestoft area, it might be appropriate to consider having one consolidated station at Alton Broad to serve the significant amount of residential development proposed in the immediately surrounding area, and to also consider a station at Carlton Colville, where there has been significant development in recent years and where the line runs close to Suffolk Wildlife Trust's increasingly popular Carlton Marshes Visitor Centre. The opportunities for promoting tourism should be fully considered.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. My parliamentary neighbour, indeed, driving from Diss in my constituency to Ditchingham in my constituency, just east of Bungay in his. I think I crossed the Norfolk-Suffolk border 4 times, and I'm very familiar with his area. I should declare a further interest in that my grandfather lived in Lowestoft when I was a child. My great-grandfather took him to the coast. He took my father took me, and I take my sons there. I'm familiar with the area. But in addition to the extraordinary growth in leisure use of local rail services, which I experience myself to this day, and it's sometimes on the weekend quite difficult to get a seat, will he agree with me that the biggest impression we should leave with the Minister today is the point that he made about the vital economic arteries serving growing local communities and the capacity for East Anglia to grow and make a growing contribution to the national economy, given our size, our scope, our availability of land, will only be enhanced if we get the investment that we need, that the commitment that was dropped for the Lowestoft to Liverpool Street service should be reversed, and that we'd like to see the Department for Transport put pressure on for that, and that the upside potential for this region is extraordinary if only we get the investment.
I agree entirely with my honourable friend for the points that he's made. This is East Anglia has enormous potential to add to the local national economy, and investment in rail will facilitate that. My 6th point is to think innovatively and out of the box. And whilst it's very early days, we could perhaps consider pilots for trains fuelled by low carbon fuels, such as hydrogen generated at Sizewell or the use of bioethanol from sugar beet at Cantley. Finally, there are 2 pernickety points that must also be addressed. Firstly, the local community are doing great work in restoring Lowestoft Station and its surrounds, but this work can move forward significantly if the disused and dilapidated building at the rear of the station is made available to East Suffolk Council so that they can bring forward plans for bringing it back into use. I understand that Network Rail have agreed to this, but the matter has been dragging on for some time. And secondly, a few years ago on the Wherry line, improvements were carried out at Alton Broad North to reduce the time that the level crossing barriers are down across Bridge Road and traffic builds up on either side of the crossing. The re-signalling of the line has led to the barriers being down for longer, and this is increasing congestion. Network Rail are working to resolve this problem, but the matter has been going on for some time. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I would highlight the lead role that the East Suffolk and Wherry lines can play in levelling up across coastal East Anglia so that our area is well placed to take advantage of the opportunities emerging in renewable energy, tourism and hospitality, and a revised fishing industry. And I urge the Minister to do all she can to get approval for the Hawley and Ely Junction upgrades and to commission the feasibility studies into route and service upgrades along both the East Suffolk and the Wherry lines. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating and thanking my honourable friend, the member for Waveney, for securing this debate this evening on the East Suffolk and Wherry railway lines, and also for the contribution made by my honourable friend, the member for South Norfolk too. My honourable friend raised a number of points. I will endeavour to cover as many of them as I possibly can in the time I have, Mr Deputy Speaker. However, rest assured I was sitting and listening very carefully to his contribution. But I'd first like to just recognise that I know that the Honourable Member recently unveiled a mural at Lowestoft Railway Station that was installed by the Wherry Lines Community Rail Partnership and the Lowestoft Central Project to commemorate 175 years since the arrival of the railway to Lowestoft with the Norwich Lowestoft Wherry Lines Railway. The arrival of the railway brought enormous growth and prosperity to the town, as we've heard today, attracting major industry in addition to facilitating trading links through the port and the creation of a seaside resort. And the railway still plays a crucial role for the local community and economy, providing that connectivity for residents and visitors to the town. And I do understand the importance, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the routes to Lowestoft and the connectivity that they provide across the wider area, which is vital to facilitating the region's development and further economic growth. With the growth of various industries, including green energy and tourism in Lowestoft, I also appreciate the importance of convenient transport with regards to the government's levelling up agenda. I've heard during this debate a request for direct services from Lowestoft to Liverpool Street, and I do recognise the importance and the helpfulness of direct rail services into London. But I'd just like to explain that there are a number of other factors under consideration to facilitate this on the route between London, Liverpool Street and Lowestoft. The introduction of new direct services requires that there is sufficient capacity on the route to allow the service to operate in a manner that will not adversely impact upon the performance and operation of other services along the route. I understand that Greater Anglia has considered the introduction of a direct service to Lowestoft, but have regrettably concluded in the past that it was not feasible to implement at the time due to operational infrastructure and timetable factors. Members will know that the Great Eastern Main Line is very congested with a lack of space for extra services. Additionally, the East Suffolk line is constrained by single line sections and many level crossings, as we've heard today. The introduction of new services needs to be done in a way that does not adversely affect performance and create delays. That said, I have asked officials at the department to request that Greater Anglia continues to look for opportunities to introduce a direct service in the future. On a more positive note, I'm pleased that Greater Anglia is partway through its full fleet replacement programme, with all of its new Stadler trains in services on the rural routes from Norwich and Ipswich and to Lowestoft. And these new trains really have delivered a significant improvement for customers. They're more comfortable, they provide more seats. They have much improved accessibility with low floors and retractable seats. It's not even seats, steps, Mr Deputy Speaker, retractable steps. The Lowestoft regional trains connect into the new Stadler intercity trains. Additionally, Great Anglia is partway through its rollout of new Alstom trains, with 63 out of the 133 5-carriage trains now in service across the region. Again, providing customers with a much improved journey experience, with many more seats, air conditioning, Wi-Fi and power points. On another positive note, operational performance on the East Suffolk and Wherry lines has been very strong, with public performance measure levels of 95% for the Ipswich Lowestoft services and 97% for the Norwich Lowestoft services in the most recent rail period. In fact, the Anglia route had among the best on-time performance across the country in the last financial year. Looking back at improvements on this route, I do recognise the importance of the completion of the Beccles Loop 10 years ago now, which allowed the hourly service to commence from Ipswich to Lowestoft. And this important investment, part funded by Suffolk County Council, made a significant improvement to the timetable and provided a real alternative to road journeys. Building on this, in 2020, over 130 years of signalling history on the Wherry lines entered a new era, I can see my honourable friend nodding there. When the new signalling system was commissioned following completion of work to introduce a new computerised signalling system, improving the reliability of train services. Victorian mechanical signals, which had been in place for over 130 years, were replaced with a modern computer-based system. And as part of the project, a number of level crossings were also upgraded to improve crossing safety. Despite the strong performance, the railway cannot be complacent, and we must continue to improve and invest. Network Rail continues to maintain and improve the rail infrastructure, and I understand that this autumn, Network Rail will upgrade a number of important bridges in the region on the Wherry line. The work on the swing bridges at Oulton Broad, Somer-Leighton and Reedham will improve reliability for rail passengers and reduce disruption for boat users. Beginning this autumn, Network Rail engineers will upgrade the internal components of the 3 bridges, and it's thought that the internal components of the 3 swing bridges haven't been replaced in more than 100 years, dating back to 1905, and they require more frequent and costly maintenance. The upgrades will reduce the need for maintenance, ensuring the bridges will be able to operate more reliably throughout the year for rail passengers. This will also benefit river traffic by providing more reliable access to the local waterways, helping to support the local economy, especially through the busy summer tourist season. I'd like to just quickly take the opportunity to mention the recent Great British Railways sale to help passengers facing the rising cost of living. This was a scheme that we launched. And the Great British Rail sale offered up to 50% off more than 1 million tickets on journeys across Britain. It was targeted at leisure travellers, and the reason I mention this is that as part of the sale, tickets from Lowestoft to London were just £6, which is incredible good value for money. Delivering for customers is of course essential. It's always good to see innovative projects to improve passenger experience when using our railway. So I was pleased to learn about the Catch On Demand electric bus scheme, which I understand has been extended to the end of 2022. And this taxi bus route launched in the spring of 2021 as a 12-month pilot connecting the Wickham Market rail station, Wickham Market Village and Framlingham on the East Suffolk line. It's great to see how this really important innovation for local transport can, I think, really improve the passenger experience, and it provides bookable transport through a mobile app or by telephone, but with fares that are in line with a bus service. And this is exactly the sort of initiative that is a really meaningful way to connect with local communities to people and places, and shows the important role that our railway has moving forward. Just conscious of time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wanted to remind honourable friends and colleagues that next week is Community Rail Week, and I'd like to pay tribute to the team of volunteers who work with the Community Rail Partnerships on this route. The East Suffolk Lines and Wherry Lines Group provide great links between local communities, stations and partners from the rail industry. And as an example of the work they do, the mural I mentioned earlier, which the Honourable Member for Waveney unveiled, was installed by the Wherry Lines Community Rail Partnership and the Lowestoft Central Project, which both the Wherry and East Suffolk Lines groups were involved in. And I know these partnerships are always looking for ways to improve their stations, the environment, the train services, and they're always trying to raise the profile of our railways. In fact, I'm hoping to visit in a different part of the country, but a community rail project next week. So in closing, I'd just like to end by saying I absolutely recognise the importance of the East Suffolk and Wherry railway lines. The new trains that have been rolled out on these lines really have delivered improvements and benefits for customers, but we shouldn't stop there. We should continue to look for opportunities to deliver further improvements to the infrastructure and our railways in the region.
Yeah. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many can say aye. Aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.